You are listening to the story of Manga Explained 2, where your eye will always be respected. Hope you enjoy listening to the story. Summary. After Sister Leaf pulls poor Maggie out of that corrosive red mist, Maggie quickly transforms back into her normal form. Sister Lightning immediately checks her to ensure she's not hurt anywhere. Since there are no burns or visible injuries on Maggie, Sister Leaf concludes it might be because of Maggie's devil form. Her devil form might be less susceptible to damage. Either way, they're just glad the devils are dead. Later, they arrive back at the castle. As soon as they step down, Lightning can barely contain her excitement as she rushes to give the prince the good news that they've defeated the devils, and everyone's safe. The prince, though happy to hear this, wants a clear rundown of what exactly went down. Sister Lightning eagerly starts explaining their exploits and how much she contributed to the devil hunt. That's when Nightingale throws both of them some death glares for fighting the devils alone. Poor Lightning tries to remind her senior that at least they won, but it's not enough to escape Nightingale's wrath. She ends up taking a playful flick to her forehead. Anyhow, they turn their attention back to the devils. The first thing they notice is that these monsters don't seem much stronger than normal people at a glance. However, Agatha quickly reminds them not to underestimate any devil. Whether they have magic or not, a devil is a formidable opponent. Agatha then asks if the devils really appeared near the town, and the prince confirms it. According to Leaf, they were about 2 miles from the wall. Meanwhile, Ash begins sifting through the crushed remains of the devils in order to search for any magic stones. The prince doesn't seem to understand why the devil's blood has a different color than humans. While human blood is red because it transports oxygen, the devils don't seem to breathe at all. Also, their skeletons are wider, which is not that surprising, especially their resilience and stamina require a larger body. They seem very similar to humans, so out of curiosity, he pulls up the devil's skirt to see if it has any reproductive organs. Agatha then explains, to the best of her knowledge, that the concepts of sex and gender don't exist in devil culture. It's always been a mystery since no one has been able to get near the red mist towers. Some people believe devils are born from the concentration of red mist, but the scholarly guild doesn't think so. After centuries of warfare, many have witnessed the ascension of devils. In simpler terms, ascension means that some devils reappear on the battlefield after suffering severe injuries, with their bodies changing. But from their scars, it's obvious they're the same devil. This might mean that high-tier devils aren't born. Their power evolves after battles, and even their bodies may change. The prince reflects on how their magic stones were already a significant concern, but now that the enemy has the ability to evolve, it's even more worrying. It makes sense why humans haven't been able to defeat these monsters. Fortunately, the monsters don't have equipment that's more advanced than the current age. In fact, their gear is even cruder. They wear animal skins and rough cloth as clothing, and their fighting masks are just skulls of hybrid demons. The craftsmanship is very coarse. While inspecting one of the monsters, the prince finds a stone tablet and asks Agatha about it. Agatha explains that it's their method of recording information. The writings on it are created with magic, but humans wouldn't be able to decipher it. Princess Tilly then points out that perhaps the devil's minds are structured differently from humans. The prince acknowledges this, but remains curious about the stone itself. Agatha then reveals that sensory stones, pathfinding stones, and marking stones are all commonly used by scouting devils. The mention of scouting devils leaves the prince a little concerned. From what he can tell, the devils have already noticed this place and are beginning to scout it out, which likely means they've also taken note of the border town. However, Agatha claims that this scenario is unlikely. According to records from the Second Divine War, the devils wouldn't be so careless if they were investigating a human civilization. Devil scouts are typically organized in teams of 2 or 3 to ensure they can return with intel. Most teams had demon dragons with them and would never operate too far apart from one another. To eliminate these scout teams, the Alliance would send flying witches to block them from behind, while divine warriors attacked and captured them from the front. By the end of the war, the scouting teams had grown larger, sometimes including flying devils and fearsome devils. There would be no reason for them to send just 2 normal devils for scouting missions. Ash points out that the devils' weapons seem lacking. Could it be that they didn't see the border town as a significant threat? But as far as Agatha is concerned, this doesn't add up. During the Alliance era, even a smaller border town would have had witches to guard it. It's impossible that the devils wouldn't know how humanity has changed over the past 400 years. Their scouts should be armed the same way they were during the Second Divine War. The prince feels a wave of relief, thinking that maybe the devils aren't planning to confront the border town after all. Agatha agrees, but with a touch of caution. She explains that the devils probably didn't even know a town was nearby. They were likely just investigating the area around their camp. They were expecting to fight demons, not humans, which is why they didn't carry weapons they could use repeatedly, like spears or thunderstones. However, the prince's relief quickly turns to fear when he realizes what Agatha just implied, that the devils have their own camp. Agatha confirms it with a grave tone, explaining that otherwise, the devils wouldn't have walked all this way. Now that they've established a base in the fertile lands, they're likely using it to expand into the wastelands, or rather, what used to be the Four Kingdoms. Just the thought that the enemy is building a base right outside his door has the prince sweating his balls. He asks Agatha if their hideout behind the mountains would also be considered a base. Agatha confirms this, explaining that during the war, a scouting station would typically have numerous mist towers, with 100 to 200 devils guarding it. But since the Red Moon hasn't arrived yet, it's unlikely they would build a new base with towers. Also, it's very inconvenient for them to transport mist, so the base wouldn't be very big. His sister then asks what he is planning next. Roland quickly rolls out that he'll find the camp, and if it exists, then he'll eliminate it. Ash supports this idea, and vouches to help, promising her support. The prince immediately assigns Lightning and Maggie to scouting duty, and the two ladies are more than happy to oblige. He tells them that they won't be fighting the devils this time. They're to return as soon as they find the camp, as the devils might have dragons with them, and their safety is the most important thing. To motivate them, he promises that if they find the camp, he'll treat them to a week of desserts and ice cream bread. A while later, Sister Lightning is roaming around the desolate area, searching for the monster's hideout. That's when they stumble across a giant hole in the ground. Afterward, when they report back to the prince, it turns out that Lightning had brought Soraya along, and Soraya helped sketch the pit they found. The prince looks at the drawing and can tell it looks familiar. Lightning further explains that the location had only broken stones, a destroyed fence, and of course, the huge hole. It's similar to the stone tower they found with Agatha inside, and it was completely empty. No devils were found at all. For a moment, the prince wonders if this might have been caused by a giant worm, just like before. If the worm swallowed the ruins last time, then perhaps another one swallowed this camp. Soraya then adds that the location was right in front of the path the association was following last time, which is about 5 miles from where they first encountered the devils. Sylvie chimes in, noting that the tunnel beneath the hole seems to be heading toward the snowy mountains. It's in the same direction as the misty forest, and it all seems to be leading the same way. The scene then transitions to Timothy's royal palace, where he sits on his throne. A man with daggers steps forward and quickly throws them at a statue, promising that once the traitor Roland appears before him, he'll make sure to complete the task. But Timothy is unsure if this petty trick will be enough to assassinate Roland. The assassin, however, quickly assures him that it will. He claims that at least 10 rats have died by his hands, and once he blends into the crowd, no one will be able to tell where the daggers came from. Timothy still isn't convinced, so he gestures for his knight to step forward and tells the assassin that if he defeats the knight, he'll be generously paid. But the assassin responds that he doesn't fight head-on like this. Well, this is enough reason for Timothy to get rid of him, and the poor assassin guy ends up meeting his end. Timothy then turns to his minister and asks about the snow powder research. The minister solemnly reports that it's not going well. The blacksmiths have tried to create 10 different weapons, but none of them come close to the destructive power that was reported. Only a small number of the weapons could pierce a knight's armor, but their accuracy drops off after 50 paces. Even worse, even if they recruit every blacksmith and apprentice in the city, they'd only be able to produce around 20 pipes a month, and they can't even guarantee that all of them will work. To make matters worse, 4 of the weapons have already exploded during testing, and the soldiers are getting antsy about using them. Timothy is visibly displeased with all this bad news. He's frustrated that his options for defeating Roland are limited to pills and snow powder. But the Holy City wants to wait until the months of demons are over before even discussing pill trades. He doesn't understand how a traitor like Roland could be living so comfortably in the western region and wants him dead as soon as possible. As Timothy fumes, a white-haired old man enters and informs him that 2 messengers from the Kingdom of Dawn have arrived at the capital. Apparently, Otis Lucy and Belinda Lucy of the Deer family are waiting in the office and have requested his presence. Once they're settled in the office, Timothy wastes no time expressing his curiosity. He remarks how unusual it is for the King of Dawn to send representatives during the months of demons, which makes him eager to know the king's exact intentions. Timothy also makes it clear that if they've come seeking food, cotton, or cloth, he can only provide a small amount, and even that is offered out of sheer curiosity. Timothy reminds Otis that the succession decree has caused massive turmoil in the kingdom. Many supply chains are paralyzed, and they barely have enough resources to care for their own refugees. Diverting more is incredibly difficult. Both guests bow their heads to apologize. However, they point out that their king has sent them because of a much bigger threat looming on the horizon. Apparently, the church's armies have already sacked Eternal Winter and Wolfheart, and a flood of refugees is pouring into Dawn. The King of Dawn believes Wolfheart won't be the church's last target. It seems the church is planning to completely wipe out the upper class and take control of all territories for themselves. This puts both Dawn and Greycastle at great risk. In the coming years, The church may very well start a new war to raze them both to the ground. The King of Dawn wishes to form an alliance against the church. Otis promptly presents a series of tactics along with a written agreement. He urges Timothy to sign it if he's willing to fight back. If they focus their firepower on Grey Castle's Blizzard Mountain or Dawn's northern slopes, the church may retreat. Avoiding this war would be beneficial for both kingdoms. For Timothy, this meant he wouldn't be able to buy pills from the church. And without those pills, he isn't sure how he'll be able to defeat Roland. However, the church is just as dangerous, and the best move for him might be to unify his castle first and deal with the church later. Timothy acknowledged that this is an extremely important matter. He'll need to discuss it with his advisors. In the meantime, the guests can wait in the castle until he makes his final decision. He then asks Otis if he knows anything about the situation in Eternal Winter and Wolfheart. Otis reveals that they've gathered some information from spies, but there's not much to go on. Timothy then shifts the conversation, asking if Otis knows anything about Garcia Wimbledon of the Black Fleet. Belinda responds, saying there are rumors that she died in the church's crossfire, along with the King of Wolfheart. This shocks Timothy, and he asks if they've found her corpse. Otis responds with a no, though the church's announcement and Wolfheart's silence suggest they didn't survive. Once they leave, Timothy relishes the fact that his sister is dead, and he is looking forward to sending Roland to the heavens as well. The scene transitions to Slumber Island, where a merchant is utterly boggled by the sight of how many houses the witches have built in just half a month. He finally believes that Princess Tilly wasn't lying. Also, I have forget the names of these two Slumber Island witches. Let's call this Ponytail Girl Witch 1, and the other with Black Head Witch 2. Witch 1 comments that the princess never lies, to which the merchant agrees. He now has no issue with relocating people to the Slumber Island. Witch 2 mentions that she also included a heating method she learned from the western region. The beds are connected to furnaces, so as long as there's firewood burning, they stay warm. With layers of wood, straw, and blankets, the beds are much more comfortable than any furniture, especially in winter. The merchant can see that this is an interesting design. He invites Witch 2 to come work at Crescent Moon Bay. He has plots of undeveloped land, and with her skills, he's sure she can make them flourish. He's willing to pay her generously in money if she agrees. But Witch 2 quickly declines, stating that she doesn't plan on leaving the island. The merchant persists, trying to allure her by promising better living conditions. He tells her she could live in the same courtyard as him, enjoy fine wines, and taste delicacies from all four kingdoms. Not only that, she would have servants by her side wherever she goes. This is the lifestyle people crave, and if she works for him, she can also enjoy it. But Witch 1 quickly interjects, reminding this fat ass that they can't just agree to this. There are certain things witches aren't allowed to do. The merchant, clearly annoyed by their refusal, is about to protest further when suddenly Thunder appears. He interrupts, telling the merchant that the Slumberspell Merchant Guild is unique both in the Bay and across all four kingdoms. It will do just fine without his business. The merchant is stunned to see Thunder, the big cheese himself, standing behind him. Thunder continues to humble this fat bastard, reminding him that he drafted the rules for the Slumberspell Guild. The contractor has the privilege of assessing the task's danger, and they can't just throw themselves into danger recklessly. He asks the merchant if he still has any objections. The merchant, of course, quickly responds with the no. With that, the merchant decides to leave, and everyone waves him goodbye in exchange. The two witches are happy to see Thunder and are glad that he helped them. Thunder reveals that he was passing by Slumber Island after an expedition. During his trip, he saw waves rising higher than he'd ever seen before. The boat was almost flying, sailing on the waves' sheer cliffs. By some miracle, they didn't fall and sink. He claims that if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed such a thing. Witch 1 quickly responds that since seawater isn't made of rocks, why would it flow downward? Thunder laughs and explains that he has named it the Ocean Line. It's north of Shadow Island, and the wall looks like a long line that stretches infinitely. It splits the sea into two very distinct regions, and he is planning to make this his next destination for his adventures that are to come. Later, the witches are gathered in a room on Slumber Island, talking about how much they miss the delicious food from Border Town. They're especially craving the birdkiss mushrooms. They drool as they imagine all the tasty food that Prince Roland had. Not just that, they're also missing the warm showers with bubbles and soap. One of the witches regrets that she only went to drop off Princess Tilly and had to come back, so she didn't get to enjoy anything. As everyone is talking about the border towns and Roland Wimbledon, the Witch 2, whose name I still don't know, sits quietly in the corner of the room. As she's getting ready to sleep, her mind drifts to the thought of how she might have a romantic relationship if she were to work with Roland Wimbledon. But she worries whether Princess Tilly would even accept Prince Roland. She wishes for the two siblings to stay together so that every witch can go to the border town and live happily there. Sorry guys, I had to call them Witch 1 and Witch 2 because I seriously forgot their names. Finally, we transition back to the border town, where we see Nana heading to the hospital. As she's leaving, she doesn't forget to wave goodbye to Lady Ada. Lady Ada asks if Nana is coming back for lunch, to which the little one replies yes. As Nana makes her way through the village, everyone greets her, and she seems to hold a special place in their hearts. Well, it's not surprising, especially since she's cured so many people before. Before Nana enters the hospital, the guards mention that there are no patients today, but some of her friends are here to visit. As soon as Nana enters, Sister Lotus jumps at her and gives her a warm hug. Lotus explains that it was Moon who suggested to visit the hospital, as there's nothing left to do at the castle. Lily is also there, and with her usual arrogance, she tells everyone to stop causing a ruckus. She might have plenty of time on her hands, but she still has to examine a ton of bacteria. But Moon brutally reminds her that she literally saw Lily falling asleep just a minute ago. Anyway, Nana is just happy that they came to visit her. Even Lily decides to conduct her experiments later since they're causing too much noise. When Lotus asks what they're planning to do, she flashes all of the cards. Although many of the witches don't know how to play the game, Nana steps up and votes to play anyway. They spend the rest of the day playing until night arrives. Even after taking a refreshing bath, Moon does not seem to be feeling good at all. She expresses how envious she feels of Nana. Moon envies her because Nana is always getting attention from everyone in the town. They treat her so well, constantly offering her greetings and kindness. Moon wishes she could have a life like that. But Lily pushes her aside, reminding her that both Nana and Lily herself are the foundation of the town's medical resources. Everyone's health is kept safe by one treating the outside and the other treating the inside. Moon is frustrated that she has not contributed or helped anyone at all. Because of this, she ends up seeking out Prince Roland the very next day. Roland has no clue why she's visiting him, so he guesses that she might have been bullied and is here to complain. But that's not the case. She flat out reminds him how he always mentions that she has a lot of potential, yet she hasn't evolved. She's pretty sure the reason her ability hasn't evolved is because she can't understand Natural Science 101. Now that Moon has mentioned it, Prince Roland claims that he's been thinking about it lately as well. According to Agatha, he explains that the Witches' Alliance achieved ascension without fully understanding natural processes 400 years ago. They did it through continuous practice of their abilities and occasional epiphanies. These moments of realization could happen either by observing events in real life or through sudden insights. However, ascension through that method is not as thorough as systematic education. Agatha's magic is evidence of that. She's the weakest of all the ascended witches, and even some regular witches like Sylvie and Andrea are stronger than her. All of this goes over Moon's head, and she simply points out that she just wants to evolve, so simply asks if he has any solutions to her problem. Prince Roland states that it might not work, but he can try. He begins by asking her about her perspective on magnetism. Moon explains that it's a physical phenomenon produced by the motion of electric charges, resulting in attractive and repulsive forces between objects. Prince Roland reminds her that she just quoted from a textbook, and while she has it memorized nicely, he doesn't think she truly understands what it means. He then draws a diagram of the inner workings of a motor, and explains that she can't use closed circuits to quickly cut lines of magnetic force, but she can change her own magnetic fields. As a result, she can personally influence the transformation from magnetism to electricity. Electromagnetism essentially results from changes in magnetic flux within a closed loop. If she wants to change the magnetic flux within a constant magnetic field, the only way to do so is by changing the area within the loop. In other words, she needs to cut and shorten the wire. But what if the area is consistent? In that case, she must change the field, which will then change the magnetic flux. He points out that she needs to quickly release and withdraw her magnetism, instead of continuously using her power. It's okay if she doesn't understand it right away. But he tells her to try changing the direction of her magnetism, like switching from her left hand to her right. She needs to practice this first. Once she gets the hang of it, he'll prepare a little toy for her, and when she understands it, she'll know what it all means. The thought of having a toy really perks her up. Later we meet Moon once again. Following Prince Roland's instructions, he had told her to hold the frame with both hands and practice using her ability. But before doing so, he had told her to close the curtains and put her glowstone away. Afterwards, she grabs the frame with both of its rods, and as soon as she begins to use her magic, she notices the glass connected to both rods starting to glow. The glow intensifies further, and suddenly, the entire tube glows brightly, leaving Moon absolutely bewildered. The next day, she visits Prince Roland again and questions him about why the glass started glowing. Hearing this, Prince is quite fascinated that she managed to do it so quickly, as he had expected it would take her at least 2 days to make any progress. He then asks if she realizes that the glass illuminated like an electric light bulb. When she confirms it, he's happy to hear that she used the power of lightning. This revelation leaves Moon completely confused. As Prince dissects the light bulb, he reminds her that the light was orange and kept shining only for a moment. The lightning ignited the filament inside, causing it to burn and emit light. but it's okay if she doesn't fully understand it. He promises to show her what real electricity looks like soon. Later, Moon comes back to her room, where Lily asks her why she is up so early, and she further orders Moon to bring her breakfast. But Moon doesn't like Lily's attitude. She proceeds to close the curtains and sit in the chair, as she needs to practice her powers in the dark, with the glowstone put away. Reluctantly, Lily shuts her book and decides to leave. However, the thought of Lily leaving scares Moon a little, since she doesn't like the dark. After some teasing, Lily decides to stay. Once Moon settles into the chair to begin her session, Lily asks if she plans to magnetize the object with her hands. Moon responds with a no, explaining that she's going to cycle magnetism through her hands. Prince said she might be able to see lightning if she does. Of course, Lily is baffled and isn't ready to believe it right away. But Moon sits down and begins her practice. As she concentrates, she remembers Kara, the former leader of the Witch Association. Moon is sure that if Kara were here, she would be yelling at her by now, as she always considered Moon useless. But Moon is glad that Prince isn't like that. In fact, he even made special equipment for her to practice with, and he swapped the metal wire inside for a copper one. Determined to prove her worth, she begins her practice. Light soon starts to radiate, and before long, she is able to illuminate almost the entire room. This leaves Lily completely baffled. As Moon takes notes, she realizes that electricity becomes magnetism, and magnetism becomes electricity. In other words, they are the same. The next day, Moon demonstrates her abilities to Prince, who is left completely speechless. He can hardly believe his eyes as she produces an electrical system without any power source. He has no doubt that her ability is of the enchanting type, and that she's introduced a brand new attribute to the metal frame, using magic to provide power. Moon happily points out that, just as he had said, electricity and magnetism are related, they can't exist without each other. The fact that her ability can magnetize objects, she realized, might also be able to create electricity with it, since electricity requires magnetism. She tried applying magnetism to the bronze rods, and then this happened. Prince is quite pleased with Moon's epiphany. He now feels certain that electrical currents result in magnetism. However, magnetic fields don't create electrical currents without reason. The currents must travel in a closed circuit, with magnetism changing alongside them. Changing both the strength and area of magnetism typically requires an external energy source, but Moon's new ability replaces that requirement, causing magnetism to change on its own. Prince is now certain that witch abilities shouldn't be measured strictly by logic. Moon's magnetic magic might not adhere to the rules of real magnetism, just as black fire isn't actual fire. He addresses Moon curiously and asks if she has ever noticed any changes in the magnetism of objects she has enchanted. Moon recalls trying something like that back at the Witch Association. She had wanted to lower the magnetism of an object when she wasn't using it, so it would be less troublesome for her sisters. However, no matter what she tried, the magnetism maintained its strength, and she assumed it was impossible to adjust. Prince then turns to Nightingale and asks her to describe the form of Moon's magic. Nightingale promptly responds, saying it looks solidified, like a shifting pool of water. This revelation means one thing: Moon has evolved. Prince pats her on the head, appreciating her hard work and consistency, as her evolution wouldn't have been possible without her dedication. He declares her the 6th evolved witch in the Witch Union. This lights up Moon, who is thrilled to know she can now be of even greater use to Prince. Prince continues, expressing that there's so much potential in Moon that he can't even count it all. As he said before, her potential is limitless. He tells her to get some sleep first, noting that her eye bags are almost the size of a fist. He promises to properly test her abilities later that afternoon. With that, the poor, tired Moon sluggishly walks out to get some well-deserved rest. Meanwhile, Nightingale seems to be deep in thought. She quickly locks the door behind her, then jumps over to Prince, and gets uncomfortably close to him. While Prince wonders if Nightingale is coming in for some intimacy, all his hopes of a playful moment are dashed when Nightingale, with a worried look, asks him how she can evolve her abilities as well, without needing to study Natural Science 101. Taking Moon's exam scores into account, there's no way she truly understood anything related to natural science. Yet Prince still helped her evolve. So Nightingale also wants to know how he managed to do it, and if perhaps she needs a toy to aid her evolution as well. Prince sighs and highlights that evolving her abilities through a sudden epiphany might be very difficult. Agatha had mentioned that such evolution requires witnessing an occurrence related to one's ability in the real world. However, Nightingale's mist magic is so bizarre that even he has no idea how it works, so he's unsure how to guide her. Still, he believes there's one way to solidify her magic. She would need to learn a lot about physics, natural sciences, and advanced mathematics. Of course, to Nightingale, this sounds like Prince is suggesting something impossible, especially with the mention of advanced mathematics. She grumbles in frustration and, feeling disappointed, turns to leave. Later we see Moon along with Prince and Nightingale as well. Apparently Moon is here to demonstrate her abilities. Prince names Moon's ability as unconditional magnetism. This ability can be applied to any object, just as she had done before. She can enchant any object with her magnetism, but it depends on its conductivity. However, her magic is the weakest among all evolved witches. Currently, she can only make 2 stones glow on the divine sigil, which is half a stone less than Maggie. Additionally, her ability drains a large amount of stamina, and the strength and longevity of the magnetism increase with the amount of magic she uses. After testing, it's clear that Moon's new ability can function as a reliable battery. However, it's nowhere near enough to power heavy machinery or match the efficiency of a steam engine. Prince is deeply moved by how hard Moon worked to evolve her magic. He acknowledges that it wasn't easy, and despite the limitations, it's possible for Moon to advance further with systematic education. Her magical capacity also has room to grow. Agatha had mentioned that if multiple witches work together, they can create glowstones that can last longer. So, if they could gain a witch who can manipulate or transfer magic to others, Moon's strength wouldn't be limited to just herself. Roland visits his sister and inquires about any witches who can transfer magic. Unfortunately, she responds that she doesn't know of any, but she claims that she knows where he might find someone like that. The witch Tilly speaks of is named Spear Passy. She possesses a unique ability to form a connection between witches, allowing the magic of multiple individuals to be linked, making her skill set potentially invaluable for Roland's needs. Passy resides at Dragon's Cliff, where she holds the dual status of both a marquis and a territorial lord. Her father, the previous lord, passed down his position and land to her despite her being a witch. Thanks to the grandeur of her estate, Passy has been able to hide her identity well, living a life of luxury compared to most witches. She even played a pivotal role during the migration to Sleeping Island, helping Tilly gather witches from the southern region with remarkable speed. This contribution significantly aided their cause. However, when Roland expresses surprise that Passy doesn't actively shelter witches, Tilly explains that Passy prioritizes her governing position over anything else. Passy has made it clear that protecting her status is critical to maintaining her influence. Tilly recounts that Passy once explicitly told her that if witches were captured by townsfolk, she would find a way to smuggle them out, often replacing them with other prisoners. However, if the witches were captured by the Divine Punishment Army or the Church, she would not intervene. Tilly advises Roland to try reaching out to Passy but cautions him that her assistance is not guaranteed. Passy's motivations are complex, and while she may offer help, she won't risk compromising her position or territory. Prince acknowledges Tilly's insights and decides to send ambassadors to negotiate with Spear Passy regarding her potential assistance. After discussing this, Tilly brings up an intriguing topic. Another witch has recently evolved. Prince explains that it was Moon who solidified her magic. He adds that relying on the old methods to evolve witches' abilities is far from ideal. True evolution, like Anna's, requires a foundation of solid knowledge and systematic education. Tilly then references a theory Prince had mentioned previously, something that fascinated her. She asks him to elaborate on his statement. An ability is a manifestation of magic that is an unnatural phenomenon. Prince explains that this is his personal theory. He elaborates by using Anna as an example. Her black fire, he explains, doesn't exist in nature. It is clearly a manifestation of magic. As for the basic fire manipulation Anna possessed before evolving, he speculates that witches initially project their abilities mentally, which leads to their ability to manipulate magic. Over time, as their understanding and perception grow, their magic evolves and changes state. This theory aligns with Agatha's experience as well. Prince points out that many witches have similar abilities before they evolve, likely because they witness the same natural phenomena in their surroundings. However, once they reach higher-tier awakenings, their powers become dramatically unique. This, he believes, is due to the vastly different experiences and perceptions each witch has accumulated in their lives. Now that Prince has framed it this way, Tilly finds it makes sense. After exchanging these deep, cerebral ideas with her brother, Tilly suddenly shifts the conversation, asking if he came from a world without magic. This unexpected and pointed question leaves Roland choking on his tea. Gathering himself, he cautiously asks her how she came to such a conclusion. Tilly explains that over the past month, she's carefully read all of his writings and theories. While she found them insightful, something always felt off. It wasn't until his latest explanation that she realized what the problem was. Apparently, he treats magic as completely separate from the natural world. For instance, Natural Science 101 and Physics 101, neither of them mentions magic at all. According to him, magic isn't a natural phenomenon, even though it clearly exists. Roland feels cornered by the points Tilly raised with such valid logic. He never imagined, even in his wildest thoughts, that a normal person would notice something like that when learning such complicated knowledge. But it turns out Tilly Wimbledon is more than just a royal genius fourth princess. She's also a transcendent witch. Just as he thinks he's in trouble, Tilly reassures him that he doesn't have to spill all the beans right away. It has gotten pretty late, so she's heading back to the dorms, and she tells him he should get some rest too. She hopes to keep trusting him. With that, she leaves, and Nightingale steps out from her hiding place. Even Nightingale looks disappointed because Princess Tilly was so close to uncovering Roland's true origins. If only she had pried a little more. Roland sighs in disappointment and points out that she didn't pry because she doesn't want to risk losing their relationship. If prying meant breaking their alliance, it wouldn't benefit Slumber Island, especially with the same looming threat still hanging over them. Her status as an ally is more important than the truth of his identity. Roland believes this is the only reason Tilly's giving him some time, but that doesn't mean she doesn't want to know the truth. If she keeps stalling, she might lose her trust once their enemies are defeated. Tilly's played her hand, and now she's waiting for his, but Roland still hasn't figured out what she thinks of the fourth prince. Regardless, he has to bury that worry deep for now. He turns to Nightingale and asks for her opinion about the trip to Dragon's Cliff with Maggie and Lightning. Nightingale agrees to go, but Roland reminds her that it won't be a simple conversation, and he's actually worried about it. Of course, Nightingale assures him that if talking doesn't work, she'll just kidnap her. But that's exactly what Roland is worried about. He doesn't want to kidnap anyone. Spear Parsi would probably rip their hearts out if she did that. He begs her not to mess this up. She should gather some intel about the situation before meeting with Spear Parsi. If she rejects the offer, that's fine, but there's no need to threaten her at all. He also tells her to keep a record of Dragon Cliff's environment, defenses, and patrol schedules. Lastly, he reminds her to return as soon as possible and, most importantly, to stay safe. The very next day, Maggie, Lightning, and Nightingale set off on their journey, and Sister Scroll waves them goodbye through the window. Meanwhile, Roland is busy making notes. He looks totally worn out because he's just strained half of his brain cells writing this book. As he thinks this, Scroll remembers that tomorrow is Miss Anna's awakening day. In the middle of the night, Prince Roland visits Anna. After taking in the surroundings of her room, he reflects on how everything in here gives a strange sense of modernism, with the indoor heating and glowing stones. As he stares at Anna, she responds, asking why he's staring at her. Roland admits that he was indeed staring, which makes Anna a little happy. Anna then feels kind of selfish, thinking about how everyone seems to care about her, but she doesn't pay much attention to anyone else. Roland just laughs and tells her she's being too harsh on herself. Anna points out that if Miss Agatha hadn't mentioned those old methods, she wouldn't have asked the prince to come here. She bets that the other sisters will also request him to stay with them on their day of awakening, which will keep him busy. Roland reassures her that it's fine. He is sure that they'd ask for extra ice cream or bread instead. You see, when Agatha learned that Anna's awakening day was coming up soon, she immediately offered her prior experience from Tequila City. According to the Scholar Guild's research, besides exhausting their magic to reduce the effects of the anti-phase, witches also have to pay attention to their personal emotions. For example, feelings of satisfaction and joy can provide great benefits to their health. The Alliance would even send servants to assist accomplished witches and meet their needs. However, having servants around his favorite girl Anna doesn't sit well with Roland, so it looks like he's personally here for her emotional support. He promptly gifts her a book, which is a present for her awakening day. The book is apparently about calculus. The reason she's receiving all this special treatment is because awakening days are like the start of a new life. Of course, Anna likes the book, but she puts it aside for now, which confuses Roland. He asks her if she's not planning to read it, but Anna quickly leans over to him, expressing her desire to hear more special stories from him. She gets even closer and sits on top of him and hugs him tighter. Previously, when he told her stories, she had fallen asleep. So this time, Roland decides to pick up the story about the huge city he lived in. Just as he begins, she stops him because she already knows the history of Grey Castle and the numerous times it's been told. But what fascinates him is that what he is telling does not align with what she has heard, so she is more interested in learning why that is. She gently pushes him onto the bed and lays on top of him. Seeing how hesitant he always is to talk about his past, Anna decides not to press him for more details. Instead, she proposes a game. She'll try to guess his past life by herself and record everything she observes in her books. Later, Roland will have to see her observations, and if more than 50% of them are accurate, he'll have to tell her the truth. Roland realizes this isn't about winning or losing. It's just Anna's way of comforting him, and she's not really interested in the real answers. Among all the witches, she's the one who's closest to him and understands his thoughts, so he promises to accept her deal. The scene shifts back to Maggie and Lightning, who are on their way to Dragon's Cliff. Meanwhile, inside the castle, we meet Spear Parsi, who immediately senses a strange presence and quickly asks the intruder about their identity. It's of course our girl Nightingale, who promptly appears in front of Parsi and greets her. Naturally, Parsi is shocked by her sudden appearance. Nightingale introduces herself and explains that she comes from the border town of the Western region and she is a witch. Spear Passy isn't surprised that Nightingale is a witch since no ordinary person could have snuck inside. Though she did not like the fact that Nightingale snuck in without knocking the door. Nightingale replies that she simply wanted to avoid all the guards on the way in, and assures Passy that she comes in peace, and is here only to discuss matters. She further reassures Passy that she doesn't have to use the crossbow hidden under her desk. Finally, Passy asks the reason for her visit. Nightingale explains that she's here to deliver a message from the ruler of the border town, who is the protector of the western region and the fourth prince of Grey Castle, Roland Wimbledon. He has built a new order in the western region that allows both mortals and witches to coexist, and Nightingale is here in the hope that Passy will show her support. Naturally, Spear Passy is bewildered to hear that, of all people, the supposedly good-for-nothing fourth prince has tried to contact her. She finds it hard to believe what Nightingale is saying, and doubts Roland is truly the ruler of the border town. As far as she knows, he's an idiot who was granted rights to a wasteland. Nightingale smirks and comments that Timothy cheated his way to the throne, and soon enough, Roland will sack him and become the new king. However, she quickly dismisses these points as unimportant, and gets to the matter at hand. She's here to invite Spear Passy to visit the border town. The prince wishes to borrow her magic transfer ability to strengthen another witch's power. This leaves Spear Passy on high alert. She sternly inquires if this is supposed to be a threat or an invitation. Nightingale casually points out that it's just an invitation. The prince has no intention of forcing a witch to do anything, and frankly, neither does she. She adds that she's not a fan of coercion in any form. Hearing this, Spear Passy decides to reject the offer. She states that if Roland truly needs her help, he can come to Dragon's Cliff himself, with the manners of an elite. Sneaking into her castle won't earn him any favors, and she won't risk drawing the church's attention by associating with someone who doesn't respect proper protocols. Now that Passy has rolled out her final decision, Nightingale prepares to leave, which of course, baffles Spear Passy. She had expected Nightingale to try harder to persuade her. Nightingale calmly reminds her that she's just a messenger. She delivered the message, received the answer, and now her mission is complete. Passy, still curious, asks how Roland even knows about her abilities. As far as she can tell, it must have been the witches at the Bay who told him. Nightingale responds positively, and explains that the leader of the Bay Witches, Tilly Wimbledon, is currently staying at the border town. She's actively fighting against the monstrous demons alongside her brother, Prince Roland. Furthermore, Tilly herself was invited by Roland, just as Passy has been. Even so, Spear Passy finds it hard to believe that Roland has truly built a place where mortals and witches can coexist freely. Nightingale then reveals that Roland has cleared the church entirely out of his territory. Border Town now shelters more than 10 witches, and the townsfolk are familiar with their presence. The witches are not just accepted, they are thriving in his domain. Nightingale promises that everything she's saying is true and offers to explain everything she knows about Prince Roland and Border Town. She takes her time and summarizes the story of 250 chapters in just a few minutes. As Nightingale finishes her explanation, Maggie suddenly appears at the window, visibly alarmed. She warns them that danger is approaching, specifically a squad of divine punishment soldiers, and there are at least 20 of them headed toward the castle. Nightingale immediately wonders if Spear Passy had arranged a meeting with the church, but Passy quickly denies it, explaining that she hasn't scheduled any meetings with anyone from the church. This revelation leads her to suspect that the divine punishment soldiers might have followed Nightingale. Nightingale dismisses the idea, stating it's impossible unless the church somehow has the ability to surveil every bird in the sky. At that moment, Lightning arrives, promptly reporting that soldiers are indeed making their way directly to the castle. Nightingale has no idea what's going on, but urges Spear Passy to come with her. But before they can act, commotion erupts outside the door, and it does not take the divine soldiers long to break their way inside the office. Nightingale quickly vanishes into the shadows before she can be seen. While hiding under her mist, Nightingale notices that at least 10 of the soldiers are carrying divine stones of retribution, a clear signal that this situation is going to be trouble. She then annoyingly glances toward the window and sees that Maggie and Lightning haven't left yet, despite the danger. Meanwhile, Spear Passy confronts a man named Redwin, demanding to know why he brought the soldiers into her castle. Redwin smirks smugly and addresses her as sister, before declaring that their late father had made a grave mistake by passing his title to the spawn of the devil. He claims he's simply here to correct that mistake. Redwin proclaims he will expose her true identity as a witch, and refuses to let someone like her rule over the castle. Passy is sure that her brother is being backed by the outer forces, especially since their father only chose her because Redwin and her other brothers were too incompetent to handle the inheritance themselves. This harsh truth enrages Redwin, and in a fit of frustration, he slaps his sister across the face. Just as things seem to be escalating, a priest appears on the scene. which only confirms Passy's suspicions that her brother is indeed working with the church. They are apparently here to capture her and take her away. The priest praises Redwin for his efforts and assures him that by the next time they meet, he'll be addressing him as Duke Redwin, a title that will come with great power. Redwin is overjoyed at the prospect of inheriting the Duke's position and ruling over Dragon's Cliff. The priest reaffirms this, but also reminds Redwin that he must adhere to the church's agreement, which includes executing Spear Passy as a witch in the plaza. This news is shocking, but Nightingale does not react. The priest goes on to tell Redwin that his position will be secured, which will benefit the church's larger plans. To further ensure his success, the church will even provide him with a cleric skilled in governance. Once they leave, Nightingale reappears, and Lightning and Maggie are ready for action. They're fired up and determined to defeat the church and save Passy. Nightingale pulls Lightning and Maggie back to reality, because they do not have enough power to take down the entire church, although they could kill and bury the group of soldiers and the priest who just arrived, allowing Spear Passy to regain her position in the Dragon Cliff once again. But Nightingale has another plan. She wants to take advantage of this opportunity to rescue Spear Passy without leaving a trace. Once she's freed, Passy might have nowhere else to go and could agree to come with them to Border Town. Later that night, she sneaks through the town to reach the underground dungeons, convinced that Passy is being held there. There's only one way inside, but it's heavily guarded by divine stones, so Nightingale knows she must tread carefully. When Nightingale finally enters the bishop's room, she encounters a mysterious priestess under a hood, who is intrigued to learn that Spear Passy turned out to be a witch. This only strengthens their plan's chances of success. The priest then inquires whether it would be easier to convince the masses of Passy's witch identity. The priestess responds that things have changed. Under the Pope's orders, new witches are to be processed by the church. Instead of burning her at the stake in front of the public, they plan to smuggle her to the Holy City. They can just simply take any prisoner with similar height and body stature as Passy and burn it in front of the public. This will make the execution even more impactful in the eyes of the public. The priestess orders the priest to follow the orders, while she is about to head for Redwater City. As Nightingale prepares to leave, the priestess suddenly senses her presence and cracks her whip, demanding to know who's there. Nightingale narrowly avoids the whip, and the attack confirms for her that this priestess is not a weak sauce. The priest, on the other hand, has no clue what is going on, and asks the priestess about it. She reveals that someone has snuck in, but assures him that she'll handle it, and orders him to leave the place at once. She then blindfolds herself and prepares to confront Nightingale. After observing the magic around the priestess, Nightingale realizes that she's a high-ranking witch who is aligned with the church. She likely ranks even higher than most, and if she enjoys hunting witches, she wouldn't hesitate to kill her fellow witch. This witch is not someone who would think of Nightingale as a sister. Meanwhile, the priestess begins her interrogation. She points out that Priest Rosade wasn't able to see Nightingale, suggesting that she knows how to hide herself well. Furthermore, the fact that Nightingale dodged her attack makes the priestess believe that she's trained or experienced in combat. She can tell, without a doubt, that Nightingale is rare among wild witches. This isn't just any ordinary witch. Nightingale is something different, and that makes her an even more dangerous target in the priestess's eyes. Nightingale isn't interested in responding to any of the questions this piece of shit is asking, but that whitehead continues to speak, revealing that a new pope has taken the seat in the church. According to her, this pope is benevolent and believes that there's still hope for wild witches like Nightingale. She offers a chance for Nightingale to be baptized and accepted as a pure witch, promising her redemption if she agrees. She believes this is an opportunity Nightingale shouldn't pass up. But Nightingale isn't about to listen to some piece of shit witch who has zero regard for her fellow witches. She fires her bullet at her, but the white-haired witch quickly deflects it with her whip. This leaves Nightingale absolutely losing it. She can't believe this witch literally blocked her bullets. At the same time, the white-haired witch is equally surprised to see her opponent using such a ridiculously eccentric weapon. That only fuels her determination to kill Nightingale right here and now, and she's made up her mind about it. The white-haired witch spreads her magic across the entire area, but Nightingale dodges left and right. As they go back and forth, the white-haired witch punches the ground so hard that it literally demolishes it. Nightingale quickly throws a barrage of bullets to distract her, and vanishes into thin air the next moment. The white-haired witch can no longer feel her magic, which means Nightingale has left the room. She commands Priest Rosade to lock the church down and send more guards. She tells him to do as she says. The intruder is wounded, so she knows she can't make it far. The white-haired witch is frustrated that her opponent got away. What infuriates her the most is that Nightingale was using such a strong weapon. Her battle skills are considered the perfect balance of offense and defense. Her whip can block anything, and she even considers herself one of the strongest pure witches. She's consciously kept her magic active for 10 years, and her magical capacity is immense. She's never depleted her stamina from blocking a projectile, but she was brought to her knees because of the weapon Nightingale used. Her eyes are bleeding, probably due to the side effect of exerting herself. The scene cuts to Spear Passy, who, while sitting behind bars, thinks about the witches she wasn't able to save. They were probably imprisoned here, tortured, humiliated, and eventually killed. That's when she notices Nightingale coming to her rescue. Before the guards standing outside can notice anything, Nightingale silently slits their throats. Nightingale reveals to her that the guards didn't know Spear Passy was a witch, so they didn't realize who she really was before they captured her. This is all a plot by the bishop. They're just after the governor's position, and her brother is nothing more than a puppet of the church. Nightingale doesn't have time to explain everything, so they decide to get out of there first. But Nightingale can't let Passy inside her mist just yet, because she has a divine stone of judgment shackle, which can only be opened by a special key, so their first task is to get rid of it. As they walk through the corridor, soldiers swarm their way, but Nightingale just vanishes into her mist. Then, she pops up right in front of them and kills them with each bullet fired. In a matter of seconds, she takes down a bunch of soldiers single-handedly. Finally, they find the device they can use to remove the shackle from around Passy's neck. Once it's off, they make their way out of the chamber and notice more soldiers. But before those soldiers can launch their barrage of arrows, Nightingale and Passy hide behind a wall because the arrows have stones of divine judgment, which cancel out Nightingale's mist magic. Another barrage of arrows comes in, and in an attempt to save Passy, Nightingale ends up taking all of the arrows right over her back. But thankfully, Nightingale successfully executes her mist magic this time, and they drift into her mist, popping up at the very top of the castle's tower. Before they can catch their breath, they're found again, but that's when Maggie shows up. She smashes her giant tail into the building, and the rocks that break off begin to fall onto the soldiers below. While the soldiers are disoriented from the rocks, Maggie and Nightingale return to rescue Passy. After safely leaving the area, they set up camp somewhere in the forest. There, Passy tells Nightingale to strip down so she can tend to her injuries. Although Nightingale is embarrassed, she eventually agrees and does as told. Nightingale is swollen from the previous fight, but thankfully, it isn't as brutal as it could have been. She's patched up with medicine applied to her wounds, and after disinfecting them and wrapping the bandages, she's back in action, ready to continue. Nightingale then tries to convince Passy to visit Border Town. She tells her that the town is a sanctuary, a kind of holy mountain for witches. If she isn't interested, she can always leave, but the offer is there. With all the details and persuasion, Passy agrees to go with them the next day, which lights up Lightning's mood. Around a bonfire, Nightingale points out that the church will likely contact the Holy City about what happened, and they'll need to eliminate any messengers they send. It's only a matter of time before things escalate. 3 days later, the church and its divine soldiers are leaving the Dragon's Cliff, but just as they think they're in the clear, they're ambushed by Nightingale's group. Ash drops down from the sky like a goddamn meteor, obliterating a soldier with a single swing. The remaining soldiers rush toward her, but they meet the same fate. Andrea doesn't want Ash to hog all the spotlight, so she joins in, using her divine arrows to take down even more soldiers. The two of them make it clear that they're a force to be reckoned with. Nightingale also joins in the fray, and right at that moment, the white-haired witch pops out from the carriage. She quickly deflects all of the bullets Nightingale shoots at her, but she still ends up staring right down the barrel of Nightingale's gun. But the game is on, and both ladies engage in a Hollywood-level action scene. While Nightingale continuously shoots a barrage of bullets, the white-haired witch does her best to keep up, but it's clear she's struggling. Nightingale is easily overpowering her this time. Nightingale doesn't seem to be running out of bullets, but the white-haired witch already looks exhausted and on the brink of giving up. Eventually, the poor witch takes a bullet right over her shoulder, then another right over her chest. After taking a few more bullets, she's down for the count. She tries to retaliate even after being brutally injured, but Nightingale throws a divine judgment stone atop her, rendering her powers useless. Nightingale then points the barrel of the gun at the lady, and with the final bullet, she ends the poor witch's life. In the dead body, she finds a letter pendant with a stamp. Nightingale then pulls away the blindfold from the lady's eyes, and when she does, she notices that the woman doesn't have eyes at all. By the look of the scars, she can tell that this poor girl didn't have a comfortable life. But thankfully, from now on, she won't hurt any more witches, and she won't suffer any longer either. Lightning then approaches with a bastard who's been running away. He looks like a priest or bishop, judging by his clothes. Nightingale pulls off the piece of cloth stuffed inside his mouth, and as soon as the cloth is out, the bastard begins yapping about how they dare to murder one of Archbishop Tayfun's pure witches. But Nightingale tells this bastard that he better start worrying about himself. She stands over him, pressing her leg down, shoving the cloth back into his mouth, and then tells Lightning to hand him over to Iron Axe, as he's very experienced in interrogation. The other ladies also arrive after sweeping the battlefield, and Andrea is surprised that Nightingale took the life of a witch instead of sparing her. But Ash responds that she was just a puppet of the church. Not to mention, some witches are even worse than mortals, and she's never seen demons or devils imprison someone to torture them for years. Ash extends her hand towards Nightingale and assures her that she did a great job, so she shouldn't feel bad about it at all. Nightingale grabs her hand promptly, feeling happy that even Ash can be comforting. Lightning and Maggie also place their hands over their friends' hands, and out of the 5 of them, only Andrea remains without her hand over the group. Although she doesn't like touching hands, as a gesture of friendship, she eventually places her hand over the others. Then, they all raise their hands upward to the sky, celebrating the victory they've had. After their successful mission, the victorious witches return to Border Town, where all of them are already present outside to greet them. All of the witches concern themselves by asking the returned party about their well-being and all that stuff. The prince is also standing there, and when Nightingale looks at him, Roland promptly tells her to go take a hot shower and rest up. He's left a lot of dried fish snacks in her drawer. Later, all of them have a feast together and spend the time of their lives enjoying each other's company. After dinner, when the prince returns to his office, he finds Nightingale there. He promptly asks her if she's not going to sleep. But well, if Nightingale had gone to sleep, she would have missed hugging him today, so she stayed here. She claims she's been itching for this hug ever since they were in the castle garden. Suddenly, Spear Passy arrives outside the office, and when the prince gives her permission to come in, Nightingale retreats into her mist while Passy promptly enters the room. Once they settle down with tea laid out, they begin their conversation. Once the prince reveals everything to her regarding church and the threat of devils, Passy starts by saying that she has considered his requests. She states that while losing absolute authority, adopting the same laws, following the same markets, and abolishing succession through inheritance are all things she can agree to. She's curious and wants to know if he's really planning to enforce these changes throughout the entire Western region. As far as she's concerned, that would weaken the entire elite class, and his reputation as a traitor would be solidified. The prince then responds that this is why he's not forcing them to accept it. His main concern is divine war, which is going to define their fates, while elite's opinions are not something important to consider. He adds that he's not planning to kill them off. He just hopes they can adapt to this new order. They'll still keep their lands, and the only thing they'll lose is their absolute governance. He is sure that they will make a smart decision. Passy acknowledges this and realizes he won't be changing his mind. She also understands that if she doesn't agree to his terms, his army will likely sack her lands. The prince clarifies that what he lacks most are subordinates, especially managers with experience in bureaucracy. He reassures her that, as he said, she won't lose her territory, and she'll even be able to appear publicly as a witch without fear of threats from the church. Passy then states that she also has a condition before shaking hands. After he helps her take back Dragon's Cliffs, she'll only stand by his side once Timothy is overthrown. Hearing this, the prince recognizes it as a good answer. While it's not an outright rejection, it leaves room for negotiation. He realizes he'll have to prove that unifying Grey Castle isn't an empty promise if he wants her full support. With that in mind, the prince agrees to her terms, deciding it's a deal. Afterward, Passy humbly asks if she can also attend some of the witches' classes. The prince, surprised by her odd request, reminds her that their curriculum is still quite elementary, and she might not learn much from it. Passy responds that she finds their arithmetic fascinating. It's unlike anything she's ever seen before. Later, the prince goes down into the chambers where the priest they captured is locked up. As soon as the priest sees the prince, he begins yapping nonsense, but Iron Axe quickly shuts him up, warning that if he doesn't want to go through the same pain as last night, he should get to the point and start spilling everything he knows. Terrified, the man begins to talk and introduces himself as Campus, a resident of Hermes. The prince asks who the witch traveling with him was and what her position in the church was. Campus explains that her name was Aurora, one of Archbishop Tayfun's pure witches, but she never held a real position within the church. The prince then questions Campus further about the pure witches. The man promptly reveals that pure witches are individuals raised by the church and can only be controlled by archbishops or the pope. He admits he doesn't know much else about them. As soon as the prince hears this, he realizes that the church is highly secretive about their pure witches, but he now has more intelligence to use in his fight against them. He then questions Campus about the purpose of plotting against the Dragon's Cliff Marquis and why Aurora was being sent to Hermes. Campus claims he doesn't know the full details. His job was only to watch over Aurora, and only she knew the true objective. As for why she changed her mind and decided to return, it was because Aurora discovered that Passy was a real witch. The new pope had decreed that all captured witches should be purified in the holy city. Hearing the mention of pure witches, the prince presses Campus further, asking why, if pure witches are sinless, the church would hide their existence. Campus responds that some followers aren't faithful enough to accept the existence of pure witches, so it's only a temporary measure. They then ask Campus what his destination was after Dragon's Cliff. Campus reveals that their next stop was Redwater City, followed by Wasteland Fortress. He adds that this was all he knew, as Archbishop Taefun didn't mention a return date. They were instructed to remain at the fortress and await further orders. The prince begins to think about how these three locations, Dragon's Cliff, Redwater City, and Wasteland Fortress, are all near the western region's borders. This makes him wonder if the church's real target might be Border Town. Prince then asks this guy if he is not curious about what awaits him. The priest simply says that it doesn't matter what anyone does to him, as God will be the one to judge them in the end. Iron Axe decides to spend another night torturing the man to change his attitude, but the prince stops him, telling the priest that he will indeed receive judgment, but not from God. It will be decided by the people. The next day, in the middle of the town, the prince addresses the gathered citizens. He declares that he is here to show them an utterly shameless criminal. The soldiers throw the priest into the crowd for all to see, and the prince continues, explaining that the church has been hiding the truth from the very beginning. Had this priest not been captured, they would never have learned of such horrifying news. The church proclaims witches as filthy devils, but in reality, both the Pope and the archbishops are enslaving witches on an alarming scale. The prince questions the priest if this is all correct, to which the terrified man quickly replies with a yes. The townsfolk are shocked, unable to believe that the church would do such a thing. Some even question if he is really a priest from the Holy City. The prince reassures them, stating that the priest was sent to Grey Castle, and all his documents can verify his identity. His uniform badge, along with various letters, are plenty of evidence. Prince addresses all the citizens and tells them to remember his words: the church is enslaving witches. He explains that the church kidnaps young girls from everywhere and forces them into nunneries. There, these girls are treated like livestock. Only a small percentage become witches and receive further training, while the rest are used as the church's toys. To acquire more witches, the church doesn't just pretend to adopt orphans, they even hire criminals to kidnap them. The prince urges everyone to think about it. If the church were still active in this town, they would have lost Miss Nana. The prince tries to sway the crowd emotionally, asking them if they would ever want Nana to be destroyed by the church. Of course, the people unanimously say no. Miss Nana is no devil. She healed burns and has been a part of their lives as she grew up before their eyes. The prince then reveals that the church needs witches to maintain their power. He reminds the townsfolk of the incredible benefits of magic they've seen: Miss Nana's healing ability, Miss Lily's disinfecting magic, and so much more that could improve their lives. The prince continues to explain more ways witches have helped improve the town. For example, the army's firearms and the steam engines used in the mines are gifts from witches. However, like anything else, these tools can be used for good or evil. They can defeat demons but also harm innocent people. The prince warns that the church aims to use these tools to oppress the people because they see anyone outside their religion as damned. He calls out the hypocrisy of the church, pointing out how their actions contradict their supposed sense of justice and the teachings of their own God. The prince urges his citizens to consider the consequences if their children were kidnapped by the church, only to become tools. The prince then turns to the priest, asking if he has anything to say in his defense. The priest, overwhelmed, admits it's all true and confesses to his crimes. The prince addresses the townsfolk, asking for their input on the matter. Without hesitation, the people unanimously vote to execute the priest. The scene shifts to Spear Passy, who has just finished signing the contract and the unification memorandum. She questions the prince about the recent execution, pointing out that publicly killing a priest is essentially a declaration of war against the church. The prince firmly states that he has no regrets. Declaring war on the church was necessary because they are enemies that Border Town must defeat, no matter the cost. He just revealed the truth about the church's crimes, and he thinks he could have done better. Anyhow, now that Passy has signed the contract, the prince takes a moment to indulge in a conversation with Spear Passy about her abilities. She quickly explains that her magic involves control over other witches' powers. Specifically, she can extract magic from one witch and transfer it to others for their use. She can also extract her own magic and reclaim it. This ability is not an effect that can be seen from the outside, so she could use it any time when she was in the castle without getting suspected as a witch. The prince asks when she discovered her abilities. Spear Passy reveals that she's always known about them since awakening, though she's uncertain how much other witches understand their own powers. For her, it feels as though she gained an extra organ or a sixth sense, something innate that allows her to feel the presence of magic. The prince then asks if she remembers the proposal that Nightingale had delivered to her. Spear Passy admits she does, and she's happy to contribute her abilities to their cause. Later, the prince introduces Anna and Moon to Passy. He explains that Moon's magic is on the lower end in the Witch Union, but her rate of consumption is incredibly high. As he's mentioned before, Anna is the strongest witch in the Union, and he wants Passy to borrow Anna's magic and transfer it to Moon. Passy acknowledges that Anna may be the strongest witch, but she suggests that they should use more witches for the transfer, as a witch's magic capacity is often linked to age. She believes that even if their strength varies, everything else should be the same. However, the prince tells her that they're just conducting a test, and that they can contact others later if needed. Passy agrees and gets to work. As soon as she begins the process, she starts connecting to both of the girls. But when Passy taps into Anna's vast reservoir of magic, she is immediately overwhelmed. The sheer amount of magic is staggering, and Passy is further astonished to see the shape of the magic itself. The magic within Anna is unlike anything she's encountered before. Passy quickly begins extracting magic from Anna, but she's unsure if she can handle the immense power. Anna's magic seems resistant, like a solid piece of metal, and it doesn't look like it's going to budge at all. Just as Passy starts to feel overwhelmed, she's jolted out of the process. Nightingale offers her a hand to help her stand, and Passy, still disoriented, admits that she's never transferred magic like that before. It's too dense, and it doesn't seem like it can be cycled. She explains that once they're connected, the magic should be absorbed into the glowing ball. Anna decides to try something different. She suggests pushing her magic into the ball, similar to what she did with the divine sigil. The prince gives her permission, but warns her not to go overboard. At the mention of the divine sigil, Passy is astonished, since she has never heard of it before. Nonetheless, Anna begins to release her mana toward Passy's ball. However, the mana Anna is throwing at her is so heavy that Passy can hardly control it. It flows differently from any magic she has transferred before, and her magical tunnel starts bottlenecking with the overwhelming amount of power. Passy realizes that if she keeps this up, she'll exhaust herself before she can even transfer Anna's magic. But she continues, giving Moon all the power she can. Meanwhile, the prince instructs Moon to hold on to a giant magnet. As soon as she grabs it, Moon begins channeling all of the collected magic into the magnet to magnetize it. Passy is blown away by how relaxed Moon looks throughout the entire process. As far as she knows, Moon should be under much more pressure than herself since she is just transferring magic, but even with all the intensity, Moon remains calm and focused. No matter how many times the magic in the pivot is depleted, the magic pouring out of Anna's body refills it instantly. Passy feels as though she's facing an overwhelming tsunami, not just a girl. She believes the channel could be torn apart at any moment by the surging magic. The only word that comes to mind as she watches them work is monsters. They are so powerful that it's almost beyond comprehension. Nightingale makes sure to support Passy, helping her stay steady as the process continues. Finally, after some time, Moon is finished. She quickly rushes to the prince to hand him the magnet, but he doesn't take it directly. Instead, he avoids direct contact and holds it with a stick. Passy asks why, and the prince explains that it's a strong magnet with an ever-changing magnetic force. He's unsure if it will form a circuit with the ground and discharge all its energy through someone, so it's safer for him not to touch it directly. Of course, this explanation goes over Passy's head. Meanwhile, Anna quickly reveals the electric motor they've created. They decide to name it Dawn No. 1. Moon is excited, while Passy still looks clueless. The prince then places the magnet into this box. As soon as Moon flips the switch on the motor wheel begins rotating. The spinning wheel of the motor leaves everyone in awe. Moon excitedly asks if this means the test is a success, but the prince cautiously replies that it's too early to tell. They need to see how long it can run. Meanwhile, Passy, who doesn't understand the applications of a motor, finds it amusing that the prince is so thrilled by this ugly piece of metal, treating it like it's some kind of jewel. As the prince dives into a technical conversation with Anna, Nightingale quietly decides to leave. The nerdy talk is way over her head, and she'd rather not stick around for it. Several days pass after the motor's initial trial. Anna happily reports to the prince that the Dawn 1 motor has been running non-stop at the northern mines. It ran day and night until it finally stopped this afternoon. The prince is delighted to hear this, as it means they've discovered a new potential source of energy. While he acknowledges that its current production capacity is limited and won't be enough to spark a total revolution, it's still a promising backup to steam engines and stoves. The possibilities for the future are endless. There's a significant drawback to the motors. They drain the magic of those powering them. After charging the Dawn 1 motor, Anna, Moon, and Passy were completely exhausted. Even if all three of them charged a motor every day, they could only keep 5 motors running at most. The prince then turns to Wendy and asks if she can calculate the daily magic consumption of all members of the Witch Union and send the results to Moon. He explains that he's talking about the leftover magic after practice, missions, and emergency reserves. This data will help optimize the production of Dawn 1 motors, allowing for efficient use of the witch's power, while also providing a strengthening exercise. He believes it could be particularly beneficial as they approach each year's Awakening Day. Wendy notes that Hummingbird and Lady Echo will likely be thrilled about this development. as they'll feel just as useful as Anna in contributing to the town's progress. However, Wendy also reminds the prince that today is Lucia's awakening day, and suggests that everyone should take time to celebrate and stay by her side tonight. The prince apologizes sincerely, admitting that he had almost forgotten about Lucia's awakening day if Wendy hadn't reminded him. Wendy reassures him, mentioning that she has carefully recorded the history of every witch in a book, so that no one will ever be overlooked. Prince then decides to prepare a feast tonight, where not only the entire witch union will be present, but he will personally join in the celebration as well. Later that day, as Lucia rests on her bed, the room is filled with warmth and chatter. All the witches are present, along with the prince. While sipping tea, the conversation drifts to how much easier surviving Awakening Day has become compared to the past, when it was a truly harrowing ordeal. Sister Scroll mentions hearing that Anna even slept through her Awakening Day. Not only did Anna handle it effortlessly, but she also achieved a high-tier ascension. Agatha marvels that if this had happened during the Tequila era 400 years ago, people would have gone absolutely mad with excitement. The prince then turns to Agatha, questioning her about the work she's been handling. Agatha, with her usual nonchalance, reveals that the looming war is almost upon them, and the current workload is nothing compared to the pressure they're about to face. She adds that if they fail again, it won't matter whether she's well rested or not. But the prince shows optimism, promising that they won't fail. But Agatha is still not sure if being confident is enough to win against demons. Wendy then quickly cuts in to remind everyone that it's not the time to be talking about gloomy things. She then turns to Lucia and asks about her wish since it's her awakening day, and she's allowed to make one wish. Lucia is fascinated by the idea of her wish being granted. Just then, her younger sister, excited and full of energy, hugs her tightly and suggests she ask for some ice cream bread. However, Lucia gives her sister a playful wink over her head. She's not planning to waste her wish on something like that, and decides to save it for something more meaningful later. The prince agrees to let her postpone the wish, but he reminds her that wishes won't accumulate over time. Right at that moment, Nightingale notices that Lucia's awakening has begun. Suddenly, Lucia winces in pain, and the other witches quickly scramble to find ways to distract her and ease the discomfort. Despite their efforts, Lucia continues to feel the sharp pain, and her vision begins to distort. Even Nightingale begins to sense something unusual happening with Lucia. Before things escalate, Passy quickly steps in. Using her power, she extracts magic from Lucia to lessen the burden of the awakening and passes the extra power to Anna, hoping that it will help stabilize the situation. Anna starts channeling all the power she's receiving into the divine sigil. A while later, we see that Lucia has finally made it through the awakening. She hugs her sister, while the other witches are shivering from the cold. The extra power Anna was getting had to be released, so she ended up obliterating part of the wall in the process. Anna also looks a bit exhausted after releasing all that magic through the sigil. She had to drill a hole into the wall to safely release the spare energy away from everyone. But the prince looks deeply concerned when he sees the huge hole in the wall. It's not that the wall is broken, it's that he's not sure how to explain that blinding beam of light that probably caught the attention of everyone in the village. That's when Nightingale gets shocked, noticing that Lucia's magic has solidified too. The next day, just as the prince feared, the first person to come to him about the light is the money manager, Old Kut Baroff. But the prince reassures him that no one was hurt, so there's nothing to worry about. He tells him to spread the word that the light everyone saw yesterday came from the fourth prince capturing lightning from the sky, as he plans to illuminate the town for his citizens. Since the prince is already building electricity infrastructure around the town, it'll be easier to explain it to the townsfolk. Soon, they'll have a new divine source of power that can light up the town like it's daytime. We then see Carl coming to meet the prince, and not just Carl, but also Kyle, Sichi, Iron Axe, and his knight. They all have one thing on their minds: the light they saw last night. Iron Axe wants to know if that was an attack by the demons, while Kyle Sichi makes a wild guess that it was from the divine sigil. Once they get the assurance they need, they promptly start to leave. Lastly, the prince's sister comes to visit him. He nearly chokes on his tea when he sees her there, and quickly starts reassuring her about what happened yesterday. But it seems like his sister already knows what happened, though she's a bit more interested in why it happened. According to Miss Agatha's explanation, anti-phase pain can be avoided in both awakenings and coming-of-age events through practicing abilities and exhausting their magic. This theory matches the rough logic they worked out themselves. Slumber Island has been fine following that method, but the question remains, why was Lucia affected by anti-phase? However, Lily isn't too surprised. Since coming to Border Town, she feels like she's seeing high-tier awakenings every day. The prince then states that he has a hypothesis about Lucia. It might be the key to what happened. He notes that her academic performance has improved a lot recently. Apparently, Lucia White hails from a family of merchants in Golden Wheat City, so she already had a background in literacy and mathematics. Since she also has no trouble understanding natural sciences, her academic achievements have been excellent. While Tilly doesn't doubt the prince's claim that a deeper understanding of the world can lead to evolution, she's not sure how this relates to magic antiphase. The prince then highlights that, based on his observations of Lily, Leaf, and Moon, evolution also increases a witch's magic capacity. He believes this effect is closely tied to a witch's knowledge of their environment. They're connected in the same general framework, but when it comes to situational and isolated events, magic doesn't compare to knowledge. Moon is a great example. She's a member of the Witch Union who evolved through an epiphany, but her magic is nowhere near the level of Anna or Soraya. From what Tilly understands, the prince is saying that Lucia awakened and evolved at the same time. This caused her magic to double, triple, or even increase many times over, far beyond what she could handle. The prince acknowledges this, but adds that he doesn't think awakening and evolving are the same thing. Increases in magic capacity are generally categorized into 3 types: awakening day, coming of age, and evolving. While they may seem similar in their effects, he believes the first 2 are mandatory stages, whereas evolving is self-motivated. He points out that antiphase isn't present during evolving. If awakening and evolving were the same, Anna's rapid growth in magic would have killed her when she evolved. The prince hypothesizes that witches have a danger line for their magic capacity. When they exceed this limit, their bodies are plunged into extreme pain. However, with daily practice, this line can slowly be raised. That's also why witches are advised to deplete all their magic before awakening day, to prevent overwhelming their bodies with excess magic. In simpler terms, the prince believes that Lucia's magic increased far too much, and her overwhelming magic went past the danger line, causing the accident. He further explains that Anna might have suffered just like Lucia, but her magic capacity was already enormous. Because of this, her danger line was much higher than the average witches. This also explains why Lucia returned to normal after Passy absorbed some of the violent magic. It never really belonged to Lucia in the first place. Tilly is amazed by all the hypotheses the prince has to offer. They explain a lot of things. She then asks him why magic can appear in so many different ways when it all comes from the same source, and why witches can only see the magic in the world once they awaken. The prince responds that magic only truly belongs to a witch once they accept it. Awakening can be seen as drawing magic to oneself, but ultimately keeping only a small portion, while evolution is about expanding that small portion. The more knowledge a witch has, the stronger they become when they evolve. This also makes sense because there's no limit to evolution. There's no end to learning more about the world. Suddenly, the princess gets curious and wonders how powerful the prince would be if he were a witch, given all the knowledge he has. But the prince quickly shakes off that thought. He really wants to personally experience what transcendence feels like, but he'd rather avoid paying the price. Princess Tilly then requests him if he can give her permission to bring some of his curriculum back to Slumber Island with her. The prince agrees to her right away, as it will be beneficial for him if the witches on the Slumber Island evolve as well. Besides, she is sister, so he possibly can't say no. This remark leaves her embarrassed, and an awkward silence falls over the room. She doesn't say anything afterward and quietly decides to leave. On the other hand, the prince regrets what he said. He realizes that he probably overstepped his boundaries. He doesn't think she'd be interested in him saying that, especially since she hasn't fully trusted him yet. But just before she leaves the room, Tilly turns to him and admits that she would have been more glad if he were not her real brother. Later, as the prince sits alone in his office, he keeps replaying the phrase in his mind Tilly had said. While he's spaced out, Nightingale suddenly appears in the room. Prince wants to know if Nightingale understood what Tilly meant by those words, to which Nightingale says she surely has no clue. The prince definitely doesn't want to interpret this the wrong way. After spending time with her this winter, he has a better understanding of her personality. He wonders if Tilly might be saying she doesn't want the fourth prince to return, or maybe she was commenting on how he pulled her into their relationship. Nightingale then points out that since he's not her actual brother, he shouldn't be worrying too much about it. Not to mention, she didn't need any powers to tell that he was lying. I mean, since he is not her real brother, why would he be comfortable giving his Natural Science 101 lesson? The prince gets embarrassed, but quickly clarifies that since this winter will last a few more months, making a copy of his book won't hurt him. Besides, he is 100% sure that his sister has practically memorized its contents already. But still, she made a formal request to test his attitude. Since Slumber Island is made up of witches, they'll continue to solely rely on magic, whether they evolve or not. But he proudly claims that he is different. This knowledge can bring both witches and mortals to greater heights, because he relies on everything, not just magic. Later we find ourselves outside, where poor Lucia has just made her way into the facility. Anna is there too, and she makes sure to warm the poor girl up. Afterwards, Lucia looks at the table and notices various parts scattered around, then asks Anna what she's making. Anna explains that some parts are for new firearms, and the prince said he hasn't succeeded yet, so he'll need more testing. She then asks about the prince, and Lucia says he had some other business to take care of, so he'll be late. He will surely come since he also wants to get familiar with her new abilities. Anna is just glad to see that Lucia is making progress too. She promptly hands Lucia a metal piece and tells her to demonstrate her new abilities. Lucia grabs the metal piece, and as soon as she activates her magic, she finds her consciousness somewhere else entirely. She sees a lot of different colors on the surface of the metal she's holding. She's sure these aren't the tiny atomic particles the prince was talking about. These squares and spots are far too big to be those. Anna reminds Lucia that there's a larger category above atoms, known as elements. Lucia agrees, and explains that she read about how atoms form larger clusters based on different combinations, and the properties of those clusters depend on their structures. Judging from the prince's descriptions and categorizations, she's confident that's what she's seeing. Anna seems to finally understand. Based on her own knowledge, she suggests that this might be a branching ability, a rare talent among matured witches. Anna recalls Agatha mentioning that such rare abilities only appear during a witch's maturity day, and they're closely related to the witch's main ability, possibly enhancing or balancing it. So in the same way, since Lucia's main ability is disintegration and restoration, these color blocks might be a guide for her to dissect specific elements. She then encourages Lucia to try extracting a single element. As soon as Lucia begins, a light starts to illuminate. She successfully extracts another material from the metal, though the process is exhausting, and she takes a rest. Meanwhile, Anna inspects the result. She realizes it might be a new alloy formed from raw iron and other elements, though she isn't certain. However, she decides she can run a small experiment to confirm it. She hypothesizes that Lucia can extract specific elements from a whole object. However, the remaining elements don't just fall apart, they rearrange themselves according to certain rules when they lose those elements. If this is true, Anna is convinced that even every useless byproduct can be reproduced in Lucia's hands. The scene transitions to a black boat sailing across the sea. The boat captain inquires about the type of business the onboard merchant intends to conduct in the western region. He warns that the area once produced jewelry and furs, but such industries have long since disappeared. The merchant speculates whether the population there might have turned to banditry, but the captain dismisses the idea as outdated. Ever since the fourth prince took over Border Town, the western region has been really strange. No one knows what he's doing there all day. Still, any merchant traveling there seems to do well. Whether it's food, clothing, or anything else, everything sells. Hearing this, the merchant hopes he won't return empty-handed. However, even if he does, he doesn't mind much. After all, the main purpose of his trip is just to meet the leader of Border Town, Roland Wimbledon. His identity as a rebel makes it inconvenient for him to travel openly as an ambassador. To circumvent this gentleman, who goes by the name Otto, disguises himself as a merchant. The disguise, however, comes with its own challenges. Otto must abandon his expensive attire, blend in with the crew, and endure the cramped quarters below deck, sharing the same utensils and living conditions as the sailors. Before embarking on his journey, Otto sought information about Border Town by questioning local informants. From them, he learned that, on paper, the king would have to harbor deep animosity toward Prince Roland Wimbledon to assign him to a place as desolate as the western region. This theory aligns with Roland's tarnished reputation. However, the reality presents a stark contrast. Despite all of the shit and warfare that followed the former king's royal decree, Roland has secured an unshakable grip over the western region, and now poses a significant threat to the new king. Among the common folk, some claim that Roland has fallen to the devils, others say he actively recruits witches. Yet for Otto, neither of these allegations matter, so long as Roland holds a grudge against the church. In that regard, Roland is far more palatable to the Kingdom of Dawn than Timothy. As soon as the ship reaches the shore, Otto is utterly baffled by the sight before him. He can hardly believe his eyes, questioning if he has indeed landed at Border Town's piers. The structures before him dwarf even the piers of Grey Castle's capital, which are only half as large. Furthermore, the enormous ships docked there seem far too massive for traditional rowing. The sight is nothing short of extraordinary. Beyond that, Otto notices organized cargo checkers at work and discovers that there are no toll fees, a concept that seems entirely absurd to him. As the carriage makes its way through the bustling marketplace of Border Town, Otto's astonishment only grows. Among the stalls, he notices peculiar products that he has never encountered, not even in the Kingdom of Dawn. While Otto marvels at the market's unique offerings, the scene shifts to Ash and Andrea walking through the same marketplace. Andrea appears indifferent to her surroundings and pays no attention to Otto. However, Otto immediately recognizes Andrea and calls out to her. Hearing her name, Andrea turns around and upon seeing him, recognizes him just as quickly. Later, the group heads to a nearby motel to catch up. Otto is overwhelmed to meet Andrea again, having believed for years that she was dead. While they talk, Otto notices Ash and inquires about her. Ash promptly introduces herself and, with curiosity, asks Otto how he knows Andrea. The man formally introduces himself as Otto Lux from the Kingdom of Dawn, explaining that he has known Andrea since childhood. He reveals that his sister Belinda, a member of the Toccata family, and the Prince of Dawn, His Highness Appen Moya, were all close friends with Andrea. Upon hearing these notable names, Ash quickly recognizes that Otto must belong to a privileged class, and asks why he had assumed Andrea was dead. Before Otto can respond, Andrea interrupts. She firmly states that Belinda and Oro were correct. The young lady of the Quinn family is, in fact, dead. Otto is left bewildered, unable to comprehend why Andrea would say such a thing. To understand her statement, it is crucial to know the context. In the city of Glow, the top three noble families, Toccata, Quinn, and Lux, were considered the king's most trusted partners. For generations, these families held key ministerial positions in the royal court, shaping the kingdom's governance and legacy. The Quinn family's daughter, Andrea, was renowned for both her beauty and her prestigious background, making her the object of many suitors. Otto and Oro were no exception, each vying for her attention in their own way. But everyone was taken by surprise when Andrea's horse-drawn carriage lost control and tumbled down the mountain during a spring vacation. After a long and arduous search, they finally found her broken and battered corpse. However, Andrea quickly interrupts, revealing that it wasn't an accident. She then promptly discloses what happened 5 years ago. Apparently, the carriage accident was orchestrated by the Quinn family. Her father had discovered her identity as a witch, and once he learned the truth, he immediately arranged the staged accident to fake her death and smuggle her out of the kingdom. Eventually, Andrea settled in the northern region of Grey Castle, where she met Tilly. After hearing the truth, Otto reflects that the accident may have been for her own good, as it ensured her safety, given that the church was actively hunting witches. But Andrea does not share this view. She is annoyed that her father never bothered to ask her opinion. He didn't care about her feelings. His only concern was to dispose of her as quickly as possible. With that, Andrea decides to leave. After all, the Quinn family's young lady died 5 years ago, and she no longer knows anyone named Otto. However, Otto reminds her that Oro still places flowers on her tombstone every year, as he is unable to forget her. But for Andrea, this is simply emotional baggage. She believes that Oro will eventually move on, just as she has. Despite this, Otto doesn't want her to leave just like that. The scene then transitions to Bordertown Castle, where Anna reveals to the prince that Tilly's 20th birthday is approaching. She asks the prince what he plans to gift her. Unsurprisingly, the prince doesn't even remember that Tilly's birthday is coming up. The fourth prince's memories are mostly filled with mischief, and he has never bothered to retain any memories of such occasions. You see, Tilly represents a dark period in the fourth prince's history, and anything related to her is buried deep in his memories. This is likely because she was the youngest child, and the king always held grand ceremonies for her birthday when he was alive. Even Timothy, who was spoiled the most, did not have that luxury. When Tilly came of age, all 4 regional leaders rushed to the capital to honor her. She even received gifts from Dawn Wolfheart and Eternal Winter. Timothy and Garcia were envious and wanted to teach her a lesson. Of course, the fourth prince was too cowardly to participate with his older siblings in this mischief, so he has no real memory of what happened. In the end, the older siblings poisoned the bear, and it died. Ironically, it was her favorite gift. Since he has no memories of her, the prince isn't sure how to approach the situation. But there is one thing on his mind. He decides to draw a bear and hopes to use Anna's abilities to pull off the gift he wants to give her. When the day of Tilly's birthday arrives, the prince shows up at her room with a giant gift box in his hands. Not only that, but he is also preparing to host a grand feast for her birthday celebration. Tilly is quite bewildered by this gift, as Roland has never given her anything before. He admits this is true, but quickly reminds her that he once gave her a goose feather quill. Regardless, he urges her to unwrap the gift. As soon as she does, she finds a cute panda inside. For some reason, she calls it a bear, so for the sake of it, we'll call it a bear too. Tilly gives the toy a hug, sinking into its softness and feeling incredibly cozy. If you want to know the story behind this creation, here it is. The fur of the toy was crafted by Soraya, and its canvas was made from a wolf cub's hide from the north. It is incredibly soft, and the design was entirely inspired by pandas from the prince's past life. You see, pandas are an ancient creature that has survived solely due to their cuteness. They are a common, universally beloved gift, and their charm is unparalleled. Well, it indeed looks like a panda, but since Tilly has never seen one, she assumes it's just a bear with unusual colors. The prince asks her if she finds it ugly, to which she quickly replies no. The prince then reveals that it's called a panda and is very popular. Tilly curiously asks if it's from another world. The prince agrees and explains that it's more than just a huggable plush. He urges her to pinch its neck, As soon as Tilly does, the panda activates. Its limbs begins to move, and she falls flat to the ground. The prince swiftly deactivates the panda and apologizes, explaining that he implanted an electric motor and gears inside to power its movements. He further elaborates that the motors inside are miniature versions of the Dawn 1 motor. Even if Tilly doesn't use it frequently, the panda can continue moving for 3 to 4 months on its current setup. He adds that the toy will stop moving once she pinches its neck again, making it perfect for her to take back to Sleeping Island. Although Tilly is fond of the gift, she can't help but ask why he would give her something like this. The prince responds with a question of his own, asking if she remembers what happened when she came of age. Tilly quickly remembers the incident and questions her brother if he poisoned her bear. The prince reassures her, saying it wasn't him, but rather Timothy and Garcia who were responsible. He admits, however, that he also bears some responsibility. If he had reported their mischief to his father earlier, it might never have happened. As the two siblings are catching up, a knock sounds at the door. Before opening it, the prince wishes Tilly a happy birthday and encourages her to put aside any unpleasant memories. This gesture leaves Tilly feeling slightly flustered. Meanwhile, on the other side of the door, Andrea and Ash are butting heads, each arguing about who arrived first to greet Tilly for her birthday. When the prince opens the door, he interrupts their bickering by breaking it down to them that he is the first to arrive, which naturally deflates both of the girls' moods. We then switch back to Otto, who is sinking into despair somewhere in the town. He's visibly upset by how Andrea dismissed their feelings, calling them nothing more than emotional baggage. It's been 2 days since their last encounter, and Otto has walked through every corner of the town in search of her. He even spent the rest of the day wandering around the market, hoping to catch another glimpse of her, but to no avail. Despite his search, Otto hasn't forgotten his original purpose. While looking for Andrea, he's also been observing the miracles created by the prince. The black machines in the mines, towering metal structures by the Redwater River, and the canals that seem to flow everywhere. The entire town is incredible, and Otto can only record as much as he can for now, planning to pore over the details later. Suddenly, someone approaches Otto and questions whether he's a merchant. The dejected man is clearly not in the mood to respond, but the knight sternly states that they've received reports suggesting he might be a spy. They request that he put his hands behind his back and follow their instructions. He's warned that if he resists, they cannot guarantee his safety. When Otto reveals his true identity as an aristocrat from the Kingdom of Dawn, it's already too late for him. He receives a hard punch to the gut. However, the knights don't continue the beating after hearing the mention of his noble status. Still, they kick him again for resisting. Desperately, Otto tries to explain that he is indeed an aristocrat, and he is willing to show the documents he has in his bag. The knights, gritting their teeth, know that only the prince will hear his explanation now. If Otto reveals everything, there's a chance he might get out of this alive. Well, it was a rough experience, but at least Otto finally ended up in front of the prince. When the prince takes a look at the notes Otto had been preparing about Border Town, even he finds them unusual. It's not surprising that Otto was misunderstood, as many citizens didn't know where he came from, and it was his order to report anything out of the ordinary. The prince admits that Otto's arrest was rougher than it should have been, but emphasizes that most criminals immediately retaliate with weapons. Since the start of winter, 2 police officers have been injured in Border Town, and they were all Timothy's spies. While Otto understands the need for security and stability, he raises a valid point. This approach might hurt innocent travelers. Most people, unlike him, may not be able to produce documentation to prove their identity. The prince reminds him that he need not worry about that. He explains that the Justice Department's verifications have nothing to do with documents, and he has many methods to ensure the safety of innocents. It's the best of both worlds. Otto then goes on to explain that while passing through the capital, he overheard rumors among the merchants that Prince Roland is planning to overthrow Timothy. The prince stresses that Timothy should never have come to power. He killed their father, executed the first prince, and kicked the third princess out of the Grey Castle. The entire southern region is now devastated by warfare, and refugees are scattered everywhere. These are all Timothy's crimes. Only his departure will restore Grey Castle's brilliance. Otto can see the determination in Prince Roland, a drive to actually make a difference, something he never saw in Timothy. Otto then addresses the prince, stating that as a friendly neighbor, the Kingdom of Dawn wishes for Grey Castle to regain stability as soon as possible. He has come to deliver a request for an alliance from the King of Dawn. He didn't bring an official letter, fearing it might be leaked, but his king has granted him full authority on this matter. If their kingdoms can unite and become the 2 horns pushing back the church's assault, they will avoid the fate suffered by Eternal Winter and Wolfheart. But the prince points out that this plan doesn't seem very useful. The church's determination to swallow all 4 kingdoms is far stronger than Otto realizes. The prince begins to believe that Otto doesn't fully understand their ambition. However, he's willing to share everything he's gathered about the church, hoping that Otto can bring this information back so his king can reconsider the alliance. Defeating the church will require retaliation at full power, not just overwhelming intimidation. Shortly after, once the prince has finished revealing everything from A to Z about the divine warriors, pure witches and devils, Otto looks absolutely boggled. The amount of information he's just received is overwhelming, and he just wants to report it all to his king as soon as possible. The prince reminds him that this information is closely tied to the life and death of both kingdoms, so it's incredibly important. He further stresses that they don't have a lot of time. The scene then shifts to Andrea, where Xavi reports that Otto is about to set sail soon. She suggests that Andrea should at least send him off, considering he's her childhood friend. But Andrea refuses to meet him. This also triggers a memory when Princess once asked her if she wouldn't meet Otto, as it seemed like he cared about her. As the chill breeze continues to make Xavi shiver, they notice that the boat is about to sail off. Although Andrea is visibly upset to see him go, she still believes it's for the best. She is sure that both Otto and Oro will find more suitable women through their families, and she believes her relationship with them was destined to end. With that, she silently says goodbye to him without meeting him for the last time. Later, the prince walks into the facility where Anna is experimenting. He's finally here to see how much progress Lucia has made with her abilities. While Anna warms his hands, she reminds him that she's already successfully fractured new gun barrels and interlocking mechanisms based on his blueprints. However, she thinks some of the designs could still be improved, particularly one part. Prince expresses his appreciation for her hard work, genuinely pleased with her results. He's especially happy that despite only providing theoretical blueprints for the firearms, the practical application Anna has implemented has turned out so well. It's natural to have imperfections in such designs. Moreover, Anna's talent and analytical skills far exceed his own. He believes that one day, her work will surpass his own achievements. Anna then bows her head, hoping for a pat on the head, and the prince fulfills her request with a smile. Next, Lucia reports her progress. She explains that it will take her longer to work with the steel alloy, as there are simply too many elements to separate. As the prince reads her notes, he's pleased to learn that the superior steel she created by controlling its purity and carbon content is only the beginning. With the various elements now at their disposal from the northern mines, he knows the work ahead will be difficult, but he's willing to try whatever it takes. He then asks to see the tests Lucia conducted, and she promptly presents them. I have already dragged this part out a bit, so let's summarize the next part. Agatha is also working on her project. She's in the process of creating nitrogen, while Soraya's task is to make containers to seal it. With all these components, the prince is planning to eventually create a light bulb. It's the dead of night, and everyone has gathered outside in the courtyard, yet no one seems to have any clue what the prince is planning. Wild guesses float through the air as the crowd murmurs in confusion. Then, with a single press of a button, the prince debunks all the wild guesses when the bulb lights up to life. The sudden brightness is blinding, and even lightning has to shield her eyes from the sharp glare. The crowd gasps in awe, and the prince explains to everyone that this is a light bulb. Unlike candles, it won't be extinguished by the wind, and unlike bonfires, it requires no maintenance. From this day forward, the entire town will have access to lights like this. Anna then announces Sister Moon is the true hero of the hour. It is thanks to her efforts that they are able to see light in the night. Some days pass, and the town is bustling with activity despite the harsh winter. The townsfolk are busy clearing snow from the roads, and life seems to move forward smoothly. However, beneath the surface, shady dealings take place as goods are exchanged illegally in secret corners of the marketplace. In the middle of one such illicit transaction, the town's officers raid the scene. One of the shady businessmen is quickly captured, but the other attempts to flee with his goods. His escape is short-lived, however, as he stumbles upon Wade, who promptly arrests him. Later, the two men are brought before the prince. With a cold, commanding tone, the prince demands they reveal their schemes. He warns them that any attempt to lie will result in harsher punishments. The bald man is the first to speak. Nervously, he admits that he had taken some wheat he purchased from the city hall and ground it into rough flour. He then mixed it with wild vegetables and baked it into bread to sell at the market. He insists that he was trying to stay within the law, as the prince had allowed the sale of foodstuffs other than staples. It was a small business that earned him a few silvers each month, just enough to get by without starving. The older man further explains that he couldn't afford to spare any more grains, so he sought out farmers who hadn't sold all of their produce to the city hall. Desperation drove him to buy directly from them, skirting the centralized distribution system. The guy with the yellow head quickly admits to his crime as well. He confesses that he sold grains illegally because he had no other choice. He claims that the city hall officials refused to purchase all of the wheat as promised, leaving farmers with surplus grain and no income. Selling the excess was the only way he could survive. This seems like a serious matter for the prince. Despite the repeated warnings about the illegality of privately selling staple food, some people still take the risk for extra money. However, the prince is more concerned with the city hall officials not buying up all his crops. To address the issue, the prince directly questions the city hall representative, asking if they refuse to buy the crops. The representative respectfully explains that City Hall didn't stop purchasing after the harvest, but prices were adjusted based on the quality of the wheat. At first, the price was nearly identical to the old rate. But when winter set in, most farmers didn't have proper storage facilities and were living in temporary shelters. As a result, the quality of the wheat they had plummeted, often becoming moldy, so the price had to be reduced. Most of the grain City Hall received was either wet or moldy, making it impossible to store further. As a result, City Hall halved the price. Yellowhead's face goes pale. In a panic, he tries to justify himself, claiming that getting half the price is basically the same as getting nothing. He complains that he worked all year only to receive such a low rate. To him, the situation felt worse than dealing with the black market. As far as he can tell, prices were supposed to be fixed and stable. That's when Old Man Barov steps in, sternly scolding the farmer. He points out that the farmer would have received the full price if he had sold the wheat on time. Barov accuses him of hoarding and asks if he really thought City Hall wouldn't notice his scheme. Barov explains that hoarders like him gamble on the town's food supply running low so they can sell their stock at 3 or 4 times the price. Now that the prince has heard both sides, he declares both of these guys guilty. The farmer, Soya, privately sold crops with malicious intent, so he'll be sentenced to 10 years in the mines. If he shows good behavior, the punishment could be reduced. As for this bald citizen who was also involved in the crime and used subpar grains to bake bread and sell it, he'll face 10 years of labor and a fine 3 times the profit he made from selling the bread. This will take effect immediately. The prince then addresses Sirius, the city hall representative, and instructs him to turn this into an announcement, pin it on the bulletin board. The prince wants all citizens to know every detail to prevent something like this from happening again. Finally, the prince turns to his knight and asks if it's true that Wade was the one who caught them. The knight confirms this, but explains that Wade went a little overboard. He pursued them without his uniform, and a passerby reported him for assault while the suspects were being transported. Knight Carter mentions that he's planning to reprimand Wade later. The prince reminds his knight that reprimanding Wade is unnecessary. In fact, he believes Wade deserves recognition for his actions. Wade had been operating as a plainclothes officer this time, which explains how he was fully aware of who the criminals were and how to reach them. Given his past experience as a patrol guard, Wade's familiarity with the streets and his natural aptitude for detective work made his approach effective. The prince is already considering inviting Wade to join the public security department in the future. Nightingale could use an extra hand, and Wade's skills would be a valuable addition. The scene then transitions to the deep tunnels of Hermes, where Archbishop Tayfun is accompanied by a witch. It is Tayfun's first time in these depths, and he wonders if the Pope truly intended for him to be here. The witch reassures him, reflecting on Tayfun's tireless work for the church and suggesting that the Pope must place complete trust in him. She explains that the rules of the past are no longer suitable for the war that lies ahead. The will of God, she believes, should no longer be reserved for a select few, but must inspire every believer, preparing them for the final challenge. Typhoon, however, finds himself concerned about the adjustment of the 2 newly appointed archbishops. It had already taken them a long time to accept the existence of pure witches. The 2 guys he is talking about are Solidare, a member of the Divine Punishment Army, and Edward, from the Justice Court. The witch explains that if it weren't for pure witches, who else would be able to carry out black operations for the archbishops? She continues, suggesting that, besides their usefulness in such tasks, witches can also offer other forms of relief, whether it's through intimacy, releasing anger, or satisfying different desires. The feeling of a witch, she claims, cannot be compared to that of a mortal woman. Tayfun gets uncomfortable with her words, and quickly tells her to stop making such jokes, especially to someone his age, who already has 1 foot in the grave. Finally, they reach the dead end of the chamber, where a witch with a veil over her face awaits. She informs them that the Pope is currently experimenting with magic stones. She warns that if they are carrying any stones of divine judgment, they must hand them over, as they could interfere with the magic inside. Reluctantly, Tayfun hands over his stone of divine judgment. The gate leading to Pope finally opens. As soon as he steps inside, he meets Maine, or rather, he meets Zero, who is impersonating Maine. The fake Maine quickly tells Tayfun to make himself comfortable, but the old man refuses. He insists on maintaining formality, as he is bound by the church's rules. However, Maine reminds him that he is giving the order. Reluctantly, Tayfun finally sits across from Maine, the 2 men facing each other. Tayfun reports that he has captured 3 witches, as Maine had ordered the capture of any witches. However, during the extraction of one of them, she managed to escape and killed the entire squad in the process. Since then, no one has been able to track her down. Because of this, They've lost 16 followers to this witch, 4 of whom were in training to become divine punishment soldiers. Taefun warns that if this happens again, the members of their order will begin to fear participating in such operations. Main reminds his old junior that combat witches are rare, and most of the fallen witches lack the power to resist. He assures Taefun that incidents like the recent one are unlikely to occur frequently. He explains that every fallen witch represents the potential creation of 2 divine punishment soldiers, which are desperately needed. The pressure on the Hermes perimeter increases every day, and the church urgently requires more soldiers to defend against the demons. Taefun is surprised by the logical and pragmatic demeanor Main is displaying, noting how much more mature he seems since his inauguration as pope. Shifting the focus, Taefun shares some good news. Most of Wolfheart and Arista now support the church, excluding a few resistant cities. Eternal Winter, as expected, remains as weak and uncooperative as ever. Taefun reports that the Holy City's resources are projected to double by next summer, along with a significant increase in the size of the Divine Punishment Army. He also notes that the Kingdom of Dawn is facing riots, sparked by the royal court's crackdown on church followers. Despite the pressure from their aristocrats, Taefun is confident the church's supporters in the kingdom can hold out until the end of winter. Main is pleased with this report, and announces plans to adjust next year's priorities. Grey Castle will take precedence, while the Kingdom of Dawn will be deprioritized and addressed last. But Taefun reminds his senior that the church's resources are currently focused on the Kingdom of Dawn. Shifting their efforts to Grey Castle would require significant effort and time to reorganize. Main, however, counters by stating that Grey Castle is already in ruins. The royal decree for the throne and the distribution of berserker pills have fulfilled their purpose, plunging Grey Castle into chaos. In contrast, the turmoil within the Kingdom of Dawn is internal, driven by their own instability. It is only a matter of time before they destroy themselves, so the order of their priorities is less critical. What concerns Maine the most is the western region's Roland Wimbledon. Over the past year, Maine has gathered detailed reports and uncovered something alarming. Apparently, every operation against Roland, whether orchestrated by the church or by Timothy, has failed. Individually, these failures might not seem significant, but when viewed together, the pattern is deeply concerning. Roland Wimbledon has not lost a single battle. His victories stem from his rapid growth, both in military power and influence, and he is continually expanding his reach. Maine warns that if given another year, Roland might secure control over the entire kingdom of Grey Castle. By that point, reclaiming the land would become far more difficult and costly for the church. There is too much to be done in Hermes, and Maine doesn't have the time to concern himself with the church's internal planning and maintenance. He decides to leave those responsibilities to Taefun. After the brief meeting, the witches escort Maine out. Once he is out of earshot, the fake Maine calls over a witch named Black Veil and praises her for how much stronger her illusions have become. As Maine transforms back into her true form, it is of course Zero. Black Veil accepts Zero's gratitude with utmost respect. At this moment, Isabella, a blonde witch, joins the conversation. She remarks that Roland Wimbledon, the 4th prince, seems like an intriguing guy, and might even have a better chance of defeating the devils than the church does. Black Veil immediately questions Isabella if she is considering betraying the church. Isabella calmly dismisses the accusation, because betrayal sounds ugly to her. She explains that the church's ultimate purpose is to ensure humanity's survival through the divine war. If someone else can achieve that, she doesn't mind who it is. Zero quickly silences them both. She acknowledges Isabella's argument, but stresses that the divine war is about more than survival. It is about becoming God's chosen child. To earn God's smile, Zero declares that she must win this war herself. The scene transitions to this bearded old man of the Eltec family, whom I forgot the name of, but he is father of Frieren, and he claims to be a descendant of Agatha. He questions his son, Miso, about where he is headed while wearing armor. Miso confidently replies that he is going to join Lord Mead EE in his campaign to earn glory and secure territory. He explains that Lord Mead E has gathered most of the western region's aristocrats at his castle, where he presented King Timothy's decree. The decree promises an increase in both status and land to anyone who aids in taking down Longsong Fortress. Miso lists several notable families who have already pledged their support without hesitation. The first is Lady Millicent of the Wild Rose family, the second is Lord Cavan of the Maple family, and lastly, Lord Manoa of the Leaping Wolf family. The fool of a son assures his father that he will prove himself to be better than his brothers by bringing glory to their family. However, his father quickly reminds him of Duke Ryan's crushing defeat. But Miso seems indifferent, and confidently states that this time is different. Timothy has provided them with snow powder, a weapon just as powerful as the one used by the 4th prince. He also mentions hearing rumors that Lord Mead E has something even stronger in reserve. Miso declares that the battle will begin soon. With that, the fool of a son departs, hoping to bring glory to his family, unlike his brother Frieren, who is now a puppet of the fourth prince. The father can't help but feel disappointment. No matter how strong Timothy or his armies may be, they're no match for Roland. The old bearded man learned this firsthand when he met Prince Roland recently. Roland is an intelligent and compassionate leader, unlike the rest. The old man reflects on his own family, Frieren, Eileen, and Lady Agatha, all of whom live in Border Town. He orders his butler to leave for Border Town immediately and report this news to the prince. He doesn't care how the butler gets there, he just wants the message delivered as soon as possible. A few days later, we meet an angry Roland, who has just received a distressing message from Ambassador Petrov, who is currently stationed at Longsong Fortress. Apparently, the four families of the western region have rebelled, and Roland isn't sure who is backing them up. Knight Carter explains that these families must have been planning this for a long time. The aristocrats likely have a new patron or leader, one who has united them for the first time. Iron Axe suggests that it must be Timothy backing the rebellion, but Prince Roland is also certain that it wouldn't be surprising if the church is involved instead. Looking at the Dragon Cliffs, Roland notes that an attack on the western region is only a matter of time. Carter explains that, according to the letter they received, the enemy seems to have significant firepower. Roland points out that both the church and Timothy are not strangers to snow powder, but it will still take time before it becomes practical for them. Roland is confused. Even if they have a powerful patron, there's still the issue of distance. Border Town is the closest to Longsong Fortress, so why would they think they can defeat the First Army? Nightingale also adds her 2 cents, suggesting that the enemy's confidence likely stems from the ongoing demon months and the major roads being shut down due to the weather. They're still facing constant demon attacks, and to them, this chaos is the best guarantee for success. Prince Roland commands Iron Axe to mobilize the First Army, taking 500 soldiers and leaving tomorrow morning immediately. He orders Iron Axe to bring 6 cannons, and gives him full discretion to make further plans as he sees fit. He then instructs Carter to stay behind and defend Border Town. Naturally, this suggestion doesn't sit well with Carter, but Roland reminds him that the demons are a bigger threat than the aristocrats. He needs Carter to hold the town while he's away. This time, Roland plans to bring the witches with him. Nightingale quickly pledges to go anywhere he leads. Roland explains that his original plan was to expand slowly, gradually absorbing the elite territories. But the rebellion has given him an opportunity to seize land and labor beyond the fortress, and this time, he won't be lenient. The scene cuts to the butler of the Eltec family, who instructs the boatman to take him to Border Town, promising a handsome reward from the Eltec family. However, the boatman simply replies that it's not about the money. His boat is just a simple hull with no roof to block out the snow. In these temperatures, it will take him several days to reach Border Town, as they will freeze in the boat long before they arrive. The butler asks if there is anyone who can take him instead. The boatman clarifies that only a large sailboat from the fortress is capable of handling such a journey. Just as the butler begins to despair, a giant boat looms in the distance, followed by a whole fleet of ships, all led by Prince Roland himself, making his way to Longsong Fortress. Lightning appears and reports to the prince that the enemy is mainly concentrated in the ruler's castle. There are still some guards fighting, but they can't hold out for much longer. She reports that there are around 200 enemies, and the first wall has already been lost. The enemy seems to have something similar to muskets, but they are completely different from their own. She also informs the prince that Ambassador Petrov is frightened because his family was attacked, and he quickly pulls his father into the castle for safety. However, the rest of his family is gone. The Duke's wife and the rest were captured and killed to force his surrender. Lightning had assured Petrov that the prince is on his way, but Petrov made only one request. When the prince asks what the request is, Lightning replies that Petrov wants to make the enemy pay with blood. The prince is unsettled to hear this. The aristocrats have an unspoken rule never to harm a duke or someone of higher rank. But now, the 4 rebelling families seem to have shattered that pride. It must be because of the Honeysucker family's support for him, along with orders from their patron. Prince Roland instructs Lightning to relay his orders. Aside from the witches who will be fighting at the walls, everyone else will rush directly into the city and seize the piers. While the soldiers at the fortress are doing their best to fend off the enemy, the invaders continue to infiltrate the walls. Longsong Fortress soldiers try to shoot their bullets, but the enemy soldiers are equipped with bulletproof shields, and the poor soldier is quickly overwhelmed and defeated. Just when it seems like they're done for, someone crashes through the enemy ranks like a meteor, and it's none other than Maggie and Ash, ready to lend a hand to the struggling soldiers. The soldiers, still terrified by the sight of the witches, are taken aback. Maggie notices the injured soldiers and immediately takes one to Nana for healing. The soldier on the ground, still in disbelief, wonders if this witch is really here to save them. Ash responds positively, stating that she's here under Prince Roland Wimbledon's orders. The soldiers remain stunned, still processing the fact that it would have taken at least 3 days for them to get here from Border Town. How did the prince know the aristocrats were attacking? Ash, however, states that she doesn't have time to answer his question. In front of her are the enemy soldiers, and she's itching to obliterate them. The enemy soldiers laugh, amused by the sight of a woman defending the wall. But their laughter is quickly silenced when Ash swings her heavy blade and cleaves through several soldiers in a single swing, taking their heads with it. The soldiers watch in absolute awe as Ash continues to obliterate the invaders, cutting them down left and right. Once the area is cleared, Ash orders one of the surviving soldiers to gather the rest of his comrades at the wall, assuring him that someone will pick them up later. With that, Ash leaps off the giant wall, crashing down on the soldiers below, sending them scattering like matchsticks. As soon as she starts swinging her sword, it's clear that the soldiers' fate is sealed. Meanwhile, Jacques Meade, who is leading the rebellion, is fascinated that the Honeysuckle family has retreated to the topmost floor of the fortress. Despite being under constant attack for a full day, they're still holding out. He's confident, however, that Petrov will eventually have to give up. After all, how long could he keep avoiding starvation? Jacques Meade reflects on the secret letter from Timothy, which mentioned that if they can capture Longsong Fortress, the royal army will join them and destroy the traitorous King Roland. Once the snow melts, the western regions would be left for him to manage once Roland is defeated. One of his knights reports the state of the battle and asks if they should switch to phalanxes. Of course, Jacques Meade quickly gives the green light. He's sure that the small muskets Longsong Fortress is using will be useless against Timothy's phalanx. Jacques Meade imagines how satisfying it will be to send Petrov's head to Roland, but it looks like his dreams are going to be just dreams at the end. Another subordinate reports to Jacques Meade that something strange is happening at the West Piers. He claims to have heard chugging noises, and when he sent 2 teams to investigate, neither has returned. Jacques Meade, still as arrogant and blinded by his misplaced confidence, dismisses the report with a mocking tone. He asks if it's not just some hobo snoring or something. But his subordinate tells Jacques Meade that only a titan as tall as a wall could snore that loudly, making it clear he's not joking. Meanwhile, at the piers, one of the soldiers looks around with the fire torch in his hands. He can't see anyone around, and worst of all is that the entire area has plunged into darkness with no torches burning. But soon enough, the air is filled with the sounds of bullets, and enemy soldiers drop like flies. Leading the charge is none other than Prince Roland Wimbledon, and his face is a mask of pure fury. When one of the soldiers returns to Jacques Meade to report what's happening at the piers, the poor man is stomped on by Jacques Meade in a fit of rage. The stubborn leader refuses to take the situation seriously. He dismisses the idea that the Prince Roland is marching with thousands of soldiers. The soldier tries his best to convince Jacques Meade, explaining that Duke Rampart's men were hit by a relentless barrage of gunfire. He points out that the darkness was filled with countless sparks, and the shooting didn't stop for even a second. Jacques Meade asks where Duke Rampart is and what happened to the Wild Rose and Leaping Wolf families. He demands they be brought here immediately. But then, the soldier delivers more bad news that those families have already retreated from the battlefield along with their men. Jacques grits his teeth in sheer frustration. He's so stubborn that he refuses to accept the truth. Instead, he convinces himself that the soldier must be exaggerating, likely shaken by the barrage of gunfire. Jacques reasons that muskets might be powerful, but their range is no more than 40 paces, and their reload speed and accuracy should be pretty slow. Even if the enemy troops are equipped with those weapons, he's confident that if they gather all their knights and charge during the reloading phase, they could overwhelm them. The remaining soldiers and servants could then swarm the enemy forces, giving them a chance to defeat them. Jacques orders his knights to call in the phalanx team, planning to advance behind their shields while the musket infantry follows. Not long after, a horde of enemy soldiers marches against our side of soldiers. The firearms enemy is equipped seems massive and terrifying at first glance. But as terrifying as it might be, it's clear their weapons still rely on outdated methods. Each shot takes forever to fire because the fuse has to burn completely to trigger the explosion, just like an old-school bomb. Time isn't something these guns have, and our soldiers take full advantage of that. With just a press of the trigger, they unleash a barrage of bullets, mowing down all the enemy soldiers in the front line. The enemy keeps getting hit, one after another, while Jacques Meade can only watch the scene in front of him, seething with anger. But anger doesn't win battles. In the end, he meets his fate, dead on the ground, surrounded by the soldiers who followed their foolish leader to their death. The prince makes his way to Petrov and his father in the castle. As soon as they see him, they drop to their knees in respect. But the prince quickly tells them to rise, praising them for holding out until the last minute against the 4 rebellious families. He promises that those families will pay dearly for their betrayal. Petrov, however, is consumed with guilt. He's deeply disappointed in himself for failing to protect the fortress for the prince, and the weight of this failure brings him to tears. But the prince simply tells Petrov to rise, emphasizing that he has done nothing deserving of blame. Deep down, the prince acknowledges the truth. You see, Petrov isn't cut out for battle. This rebellion and the earlier loss of the fortress only prove it. But that doesn't make Petrov useless, far from it. He's a natural when it comes to management, business, and seizing opportunities. While Petrov may not be a commander or capable of defending himself against military schemes, that doesn't mean he isn't a good ruler. In fact, the prince is already thinking of giving him a place far from the bloodshed of battle, where his talents for leadership and commerce can truly shine. The prince tries to reassure Petrov, explaining that this rebellion had to have been orchestrated from top to bottom. The enemy disrupted the order in the western region to steal what wasn't theirs. They committed horrific crimes, killing civilians from every class. Today, countless citizens have lost their families and homes. But the prince makes it clear that he doesn't plan to let those bastards win. He acknowledges that Petrov's resistance kept the fortress from falling into an even greater disaster. The bravery and courage of everyone here are worthy of the highest praise. However, the prince reminds them that the battle isn't over. The rebels are running as fast as they can, and now is the time to strike back. The prince vows that no enemy will escape justice, whether they're hiding in the territories of the four families or even in the capital. The mastermind behind this rebellion will be held accountable. Starting tomorrow, the prince declares, the First Army will march to conquer the rest of the western region outside Longsong Fortress. Any aristocrat who dares to resist will be dealt with on sight. He orders his army captain that he wants the western region to be unified by next week. Iron Axe salutes the prince, acknowledging his orders. And it's not just him. All the soldiers stand tall and salute their lone prince, recognizing him not just as a leader, but as their king. The scene transitions to René Meade, the younger brother of Meade Jacques, the same cocky sucker who got killed because of his cockiness in the battle. René has been locked up behind bars by Jacques because he refused to rebel against the prince. René is also Petrov's closest friend, making it impossible for him to attack someone he holds so dear. Years ago, when Duke Rayan was defeated, it was Petrov who saved René from prison. From that moment on, René abandoned any ambition to challenge Jacques for the position of family head. All he wanted was to become one of Prince Roland's knights. Now, trapped in the cell, René sees clearly the mistake his brother has made by rising against the prince. Suddenly, his sister arrives, carrying food for him. Her first question is about Petrov, especially since she has feelings for him, so naturally, she's worried. But before René can answer, the entire palace begins to shake. Moments later, soldiers from border town barge in. Standing before the siblings is Iron Axe. He looks directly at René and asks if he is René Meade, the second son of the Elk family. Before René can respond, his sister answers the question, confirming his identity. Iron Axe then reveals his purpose. He has been sent by Prince Roland Wimbledon to find them. He adds that Petrov has personally requested to see both René and his sister. The scene shifts to Longsong Fortress, where the prince is inspecting the firearms used by the enemy soldiers. As far as he can tell, these so-called guns don't even qualify as firearms. They lack a trigger or firing mechanism, and are little more than metal pipes with open ends. As the prince reflects on this, Iron Axe enters the room, accompanied by René Meade and Aurelia Meade. The siblings promptly bow to pay their respects to the prince. The prince quickly commands them to rise and begins by revealing something important. Before he ordered Iron Axe to march on the Elk family's territories, Petrov had assured him that René would never participate in Jacques Meade's rebellion, so the prince is relieved that this turned out to be true. He reminds René of the devastation caused by his brother's rebellion, which was supported by the other families. Countless civilians were killed, 2 cities were destroyed, and Petrov's family was murdered to force him into surrender. The prince sternly tells René that if he had stopped his brother, Longsong Fortress might have been spared from this tragedy. He makes it clear that everyone who participated in the rebellion will face justice, and every rebel will be punished for their actions. However, the prince reassures René that no harm will come to those who are innocent. He also promises that the Elk family will not face extinction as long as they remain loyal. First, the prince informs René that Jacques Meade has perished during the rebellion. He then asks René if he would like to inherit the title of Earl and serve under him. René bows his head without hesitation and pledges his loyalty right away. Turning to his friend Petrov, René apologizes for the pain caused by his family's actions. However, Petrov quickly reassures him that none of this was his fault. René reflects on earlier times from the earlier chapters, the time when he once proposed that Petrov marry his sister. René is fascinated that the bond they share as friends has not weakened in all those years. Afterwards, the mission to unite Western Region continued. The rebels stood no chance against the prince's first army. The outcome of most battles was decided in a single firefight, with the rebels crumbling before they could even reload their primitive weapons. They fell apart like a sack of potatoes. The First Army spent most of its time pursuing the rebels and conquering territories. They captured one stronghold after another, day by day. The Elk, Leaping Wolf, and Wild Rose families were the first to fall. However, the campaign stalled when the army reached the Maple family's palace. The soldiers encountered an unexpected obstacle: a moat surrounding the palace. 2 soldiers were injured in an initial attempt to approach, and it became clear they couldn't fight effectively while the enemy maintained the high ground. If they wanted to breach the gate, they would have to attack from the bridge, but that was heavily guarded and under constant watch. The commander, whose name escaped my head, lamented not having the artillery team with them. A few well-placed cannonballs could have easily shattered the gates and resolved the siege. Iron Axe highlights an important detail. Reports indicate that the Maple family didn't contribute many soldiers to the rebellion, and their earl didn't even show up. This means their forces are still at full strength, making it unlikely they'll succeed without heavy weaponry. Reflecting on the past, Iron Axe notes that if this had been during his time in Iron Sand City, he wouldn't have hesitated to lose hundreds of soldiers to fulfill his chief's orders. But now he's watched his soldiers grow and become who they are today, and he refuses to risk even a single life unnecessarily. With no artillery or heavy weapons available, the only viable option is to ask for the witch's help. A few days later, Maggie appears soaring through the skies, heading straight toward the Maple family's castle. The soldiers on the walls fire arrows at her, but her massive body renders them completely ineffective. In the next moment, Maggie drops a giant TNT onto the palace. The explosion is immediate, and takes the entire structure in flames, reducing it to a charred ruin in a single swoop. Iron Axe stood watching as the Maple family fell, and with their defeat, he gave the final signal for his soldiers to charge forward. The Maple family was taken down completely. By the time Iron Axe returned to Longsong Fortress, it was the 6th night, and the entire western region was finally under the prince's control. Petrov then came to meet the prince, carrying the completed reports and estimates. He had organized the remaining aristocrats of the western region into categories, and even listed them in alphabetical order by name and criminal status. The findings were staggering. 64 aristocrats were found guilty of participating in the rebellion. 137 aristocrats either refused to participate or were unaware of the rebellion. The rest were knights, nobles, or other non-participating aristocrats. The highest-ranking guilty party was Roman Camellia, the Earl of the Maple family, who had already been captured by Iron Axe. The rebellion had wiped out the 6 prominent families of the western region. The Lion, Leaping Wolf, Maple, and Wild Rose families were now effectively extinct. The Honeysuckle and Elk families had been spared, but their influence and power had been reduced to nothing. With the rebellion crushed, the entire western region was now firmly under Prince Roland's command. Petrov reports that Iron Axe has provided him with a list of criminals, but he's unsure if he should hand it over. He worries that Iron Axe may have made a mistake in his judgment. However, the prince assures him that Iron Axe is incredibly skilled at interrogations. The prince trusts Iron Axe's final ruling. In fact, every aristocrat prisoner had been verified by Nightingale, ensuring that no innocent person was punished. Petrov then asks the prince what he plans to do with the guilty aristocrats. Seeing the hesitation on Petrov's face, the prince asks if any of his friends are listed among the criminals. Petrov replies that none of his friends are involved, but he's concerned that executing the criminals might pose a risk to his rule. He worries that doing so could stir unrest and opposition among the citizens, leading to potential rebellion against his leadership. The prince, surprised by Petrov's political maturity, realizes that Petrov has thoughtfully considered the consequences. He's impressed by how Petrov has set aside his personal feelings, weighing the outcomes of such a decision. Instead of growing bitter and cynical about the violence, Petrov has learned and matured from it. The prince reveals his plan to Petrov, explaining that he intends to publicly announce the entirety of the situation. He will list the names of the rebels, including aristocrats, soldiers, servants, and guards. The organizers who directly instigated the rebellion will be executed, along with others who committed murders. The remaining rebels will be sent to other mines for labor. In the end, only 5 or 6 aristocrats will be executed. The public will likely assume that the rest were spared because of their expired privileges. The prince believes that, after this, no one will consider the actions cruel or unusual. After all, rebellion is a grave offense. With the obstacles in the western region now cleared, the prince is confident that the new laws and systems will be respected and implemented without hindrance. He sees this as a significant step toward building a true city, where order and structure prevail. The prince plans to begin the renovation of his fortress, starting with the installation of French windows. 3 days later, the prince gave a speech at the Longsong Fortress Theater. First, he offered condolences for the rebellion's casualties and distributed a pension. Then, he made some announcements about his new policies. The theater's audience was smaller than he expected, and the snow had discouraged most people from leaving their homes. Those who were present were skeptical of these promises. After all, corruption had led to famine in the past, and even emergency rations were mixed with sand and leaves, so receiving golden royals seemed too good to be true. Of course, when he actually did distribute the golden royals, the atmosphere changed drastically. Many more people showed up for the aristocrats' trial, and the entire theater was packed. Some even sat in the corridors. Criminal trials and executions still served as common entertainment for people everywhere. In the end, 132 people were sentenced to execution, and the other 900 or so had participated in the rebellion, but didn't kill anyone. As a result, they were sent to the northern mines. The power of the western region's aristocrats was finally wiped out. However, clearing these obstacles was just the beginning. Creating a new order was the most important condition for true governance. To lighten their moods, the prince prepared a grand banquet. Since the large families like Honeysuckle and Elk were all on the prince's side, the remaining smaller families tripped over themselves to praise our prince. Even at this small banquet, they praised the tiniest things, like the chopsticks and the food. Now, it's safe to say they were trying way too hard. The prince then grabbed everyone's attention and announced that he would like to share an art album with them. When they saw the drawings, their eyes widened. The images looked incredibly realistic, and it didn't seem like they had been drawn by hand. No pigments could express such detailed colors. Seeing this, the prince was pleased that the city's upper class had an appreciation for art. He then corrected them, explaining that the drawings were indeed created by hand. But the distinction was that the artist was a witch, and her pigments were made with magic, which was used in every image. As soon as the mention of witches came, everyone's mood dropped faster than the guy who always make dad leaving me jokes in the comment section. The church's influence has been eradicated long ago, and the prince assures them that witches are not much different from normal citizens, something he has emphasized many times. Of course, they believe the prince and are ready to place their faith in his words. He then shows images of former aristocrats from the western region in the album, such as Tegu Pine, whom he believes most of them would even personally know. He currently lives in Bordertown, and this album serves as a record of his life there. As they can see, Tegu Pine is an aristocrat living under the new order. He is currently training in marksmanship to protect Bordertown, and once the turmoil settles, he plans to take his daughter and servants hunting in the misty forest. Ever since selling his territory to the prince, he has settled in Bordertown. His noble rank has been raised by 1 level, and his family's assets have grown many times over. The prince then reminds them how he has already revealed his plans to build a city in the western region. So Bordertown, Longsong Fortress, and the land in between will become one. Of course, this unification will be in terms of administration. In other words, the new city will follow the same laws and policies the prince has set up. This is part of the reason why he needs to collect aristocratic territories and assume bureaucratic powers. One person questions what will happen to their lands. The prince assures them that the land will still belong to them. Under this new order, any invasion attempt will be dealt with by the military. As long as everyone follows the law, there will be more opportunities for them to profit than they could ever imagine. The principle is similar to the cake he is cutting right now. Why settle for a small slice now when they can have a much bigger piece? None of them have been to Bordertown, so it's normal that no one knows just how much bigger it can be. During the 2 previous quarters, Bordertown income has reached 30,000 golden royals. Of course, this revelation boggles everyone's mind. The prince continues explaining that if it weren't for the month of demons, that number would have grown by another 10,000 by now. Since aristocrats will manage their own business, these numbers will come to them soon. One of them asks if the prince is basically implying that they will have to run the fortress. The prince responds with a yes, but also with a no. You see, the fortress will become a region of the city, governed by the general city hall. The prince will build a branch of the city hall at Longsong Fortress, and it will follow the Bordertown's format, creating many smaller departments. Each of them will work at these departments and handle their respective operations. Managing a region is an incredibly complicated job, and while it can bring huge benefits, it's not easy to handle. After everything settles in Longsong Fortress, all of the new aristocrats will come to Bordertown in order to gain experience firsthand how an effective city hall is run. Everyone present here will also have to take classes on management. For now, this is all the prince has to share. The next topic is about rats, and he wants to ask what everyone knows about these shady people. Renee reveals that rats collect intel on the streets, and that he used to be affiliated with them. The prince curiously asks what kind of relationship he had with the rats, to which Renee hesitantly admits that he used to be the leader of the Blazing Fire Gang and had helped other gangs fight for territory before. The other representatives choke on their tea upon learning that Renee, from the Earl's family, had once been a rat. Even the prince is disturbed by this revelation. But before anyone jumps to conclusions, Petrov decides to clear the air. He explains that a few years ago, the rat presence at the docks was at an all-time high, with civilians and visiting merchants being attacked every day, yet the city guards did nothing. Petrov could not stand it, so he brought his own guards and recruited people from the slums to drive the rats out. Renee even sent Petrov daily letters when Petrov was in the capital, claiming that it was a glorious battle, one on par with fighting demons. While Renee is dying of embarrassment, the prince expresses his plan to remove every rat from Longsong Fortress so that civilians can live in peace. But Renee objects to this idea. He acknowledges that while rats are just everyday people, they wouldn't stand a chance against knights. However, if rats are labeled as criminals in order to get rid of them, there won't be many people left in Longsong Fortress. He explains that people often change from civilians to rats, or vice versa, and many become desperate when the months of demons are prolonged. It's why many rulers allow black markets and criminal activity to exist. They prefer the rats to fight among themselves rather than risk creating a huge riot. The prince then inquires who organizes the rats, to which Renee reveals that some are local aristocrats, while others are foreign criminals. The prince is glad that no one present here owns a gang. However, it would be fine even if they did, as the prince wouldn't mind as long as they cooperate in clearing out these bad nests of rats. He then addresses Renee and assigns him the mission to put an end to all illegal activity in the fortress within the next month. Renee will need to cooperate with the First Army and eliminate various gang leaders to crush all rat organizations. He also commands Petrov to open the fortress's food inventories and distribute more rations. Some present there quickly object to this idea, arguing that if they coddle the public, they will only demand more, and by then, everyone will become beggars in the city. The prince finds himself disappointed that these aristocrats could only think of the negative all the time, which makes him believe they are lazy and foolish. He is certain that all these commoners need is a good role model and proper direction, and they will become the real backbone of the world he is trying to create. So he declares that he has made up his mind, and this will be his first lesson in teaching how to run a proper city hall. Every citizen needs to understand every detail of public policy. He wants everyone to answer the public's questions and listen to their feedback, because this is how an administration avoids becoming an empty shell. You see, new ideas, unified laws, enforcement, and political transparency are everything the prince is preparing for his new order. The scene then transitions to Sister Echo, followed by Iron Axe, who reminds her that the fortress is not as safe as Border Town, so she shouldn't wander alone. The prince had also asked him to guard her if she left the castle without any other witches. Every time Iron Axe talks to her, he refers to her as Chief. After all, she was the chief of the Osha tribe under her former name, Drow Silvermoon. She doesn't like being called by this title, but Iron Axe continues to do so because this is how he sees her, even to this day. The other citizens begin to stare at them, so she decides to wander off to the other side of the shore. As she walks around, Echo points out how Iron Sand City was nothing like this. Before leaving the southern region, she thought the entire continent looked the same and never expected anything other than sand. Water and oases were precious resources that people would die for, but here, no one would bleed for the Redwater River, and water is available everywhere. But Iron Axe reminds her that people still fight for other things, such as golden royals, jewels, pride, and status. He believes that battles are everywhere, no matter the circumstances. Echo, however, still believes that the prince could stop the war. Even Nightingale told her that the Sand Tribes, Grey Castle, mortals, and witches, all of them would enjoy resources equally and live as they wish. She then questions Iron Axe if he wants to return to Iron Sand. The big guy responds that he has already sworn allegiance to the three gods and will serve Roland Wimbledon forever. However, she doesn't need to worry, as the prince promised her revenge, and he won't go back on his word. When the day of their return comes, everyone will respect them. But Echo doesn't want to be the chief of the Osha tribe anymore. She likes to stay near trees and greenery, and she enjoys being with Wendy and Nightingale. She also likes to learn the songs that the prince teaches her. While she does wish to go back and visit one day, she doesn't want to remain in the desert and endlessly quarrel for water. She decides to start practicing her voice here, as no one is around and she won't be disturbing anyone. She tells Iron Axe that she has made a song for her home and wants him to hear it. She explains that she used the techniques the prince taught her, advising her to mix different instruments together to create a layered tune. But the names were strange. She is sure that only the prince would come up with words like techno and heavy metal. Iron Axe just smirks, believing that the prince is naturally different, and in fact, he is the child of God. Echo then begins her singing, and as she sings, the atmosphere around her begins to shift. Since this song is directed at her home, the entire mood changes, and the scene starts to transform into a sand-filled landscape, even though it's the dead of winter. Once Echo stops singing, everything returns to normal. However, Iron Axe notices that the sand that appeared during her singing is still present on his hands. Later, he reports this to the prince, explaining that he saw the desert in Echo's voice, and even found specks of sand. He emphasizes that he didn't find them intentionally. He was completely immersed in the moment, and didn't even consider if what he saw was real. The prince is unsure of what to make of this, while Iron Axe continues to convince the prince that what he is saying is the truth. Although when she sang other songs, he did not see much, but the experience was surreal. The prince then presents the sand to Nightingale, asking if she can tell whether it is the product of magic. However, even Nightingale has no clue what is going on, as there is no trace of magic on the sand. But when she looks at Echo, she can see that her magic has solidified. Sister Echo seems glad to hear this happy news, while Nightingale reports that Echo's magic is like a blue jewel, as clear as water, and she is just as strong as Maggie. The prince then suggests that although sand is everywhere, Iron Axe wouldn't claw through the snow and dig some out to trick him. With that in mind, he wants to test her abilities himself, and tells Echo to sing the tune she created for her homeland. As soon as she does, the entire building begins to echo with her sweet voice. After hearing her tone, Nightingale reports that she heard the sound of wind through the trees, and the temperature rose slightly. But the prince states that he didn't see a desert, which means perhaps her magic didn't work as expected. Iron Axe continues to insist that he indeed saw the desert. The prince then decides to conduct another test, telling Echo to just sing the song he taught her. Echo begins singing again, and it seems like the experience is different for everyone. For instance, the song Gorillas that Echo played makes Sylvie remember the fear she felt when she first saw a cannon fire. The prince has also started to figure out that a song becomes more significant if the audience has a personal memory related to it. Only then can they truly sink into the illusion it creates. Iron Axe relates to the southern region's culture and environment because he grew up there, and that's why he can feel the desert in Echo's song. Since the prince himself hasn't been there, he can't experience the same thing. However, the prince doesn't have the means to test the full extent of Echo's abilities for now, but he is very curious. He wonders if, when the audience is fully immersed, the illusion could actually become reality. He has high hopes for Echo's new ability. He sees the potential for her to motivate soldiers, calm crowds, and perform in the theater, using her magic to influence those around her in powerful ways. Her influence over emotions would be a priceless asset for our prince in the coming days. The scene transitions outside, where Renee delivers an announcement on behalf of the protector of the Western region, Roland Wimbledon, and the minister of Longsong Fortress, Petrov. Starting today, the Fortress City Hall will purchase any extra grain from citizens. However, beginning next month, all private sales of food will be considered a crime. Only the City Hall will be allowed to buy and sell grain. Anyone caught committing this crime will be severely punished, and anonymous reports will be rewarded with 25 silvers. The announcement sparks an uproar among the citizens, who find it ridiculous that Petrov is planning to ban private food sales. Renee tries to calm the crowd, assuring them that he will address all their questions one by one. Meanwhile, the scene cuts to this shady hobo kid, who looks like he's on a mission. From his perspective, he believes that what Renee just announced will cause chaos. If the aristocrats and merchants hoard all the food again, a massive riot is inevitable. After all, most people depend on the rats for their food supply. In a back alley, this blonde teenager meets with a group of his fellows and quickly reports what he overheard. He expresses his confusion about what the wealthy are thinking and shares his concern about how they'll manage to get food now. This group of hobos begins to worry about their future survival. They mention two witches, Paper and Fang, who used to help them earn food. While we haven't met Fang yet, we know Paper has already been escorted to Border Town by Petrov. Kanash, the local underworld boss who dominates shady dealings in this particular area, becomes their main concern. They fear he'll use this food crisis to blackmail them at every turn, further tightening his grip on their lives. But their worries are eased right away when they hear the announcement that everyone will be entitled to 2 bowls of hot porridge per day, served at noon and night. The initiative is presented as an act of generosity from Prince Roland. The scrawny and sickly boy in this group feels relieved at the news. For a brief moment, he wonders aloud if this might mean they no longer have to worry about being threatened by Kanash for food. However, his more cautious friend quickly clamps a hand over his mouth, because speaking ill of Kanash in public could lead to serious trouble if overheard. Meanwhile, Renee continues with the announcement, revealing more about the City Hall's plans. Alongside the porridge distribution, Prince Roland intends to crack down on criminal activities that threaten the lives and properties of the citizens. Renee warns everyone to steer clear of black markets, pubs, gambling houses, and other places associated with trouble during this time. He assures them that the prince has provided public safety officers and police to maintain order and protect the people. The group of hobo kids begins to worry again. They fear they might be forced out of the city entirely, and if that happens, they have no idea where they would go or how they would survive. The scene then shifts to Kanash, who is shown smirking wickedly. He appears unfazed by the City Hall's measures. In his view, no aristocrat, no matter how influential, can truly maintain control in foreign territory. What truly matters, he believes, is who controls the local power. Even the King of Grey Castle, in his opinion, rules in name only. In simple words, Kanash basically thinks that rats are the need of the filthy rich, otherwise they won't be able to run their business. Though Kanash is confident in his own perspective, he finds the second part of the announcement strange. Normally, if those in power wanted to issue free food to gain support, they would inform the rats first, ensuring the system worked smoothly. Yet this time, it seems like the food distribution plan is being presented as something meant for the entire city. To him, this approach seems excessive and unusual. He resolves to consult his boss, the leader of the Bloodhand gang. Only his boss knows the full extent of what's really happening behind the scenes. It turns out the information about the City Hall's announcement was brought to Kanash by none other than the blonde kid and his hobo friends. However, instead of rewarding them for delivering such crucial news, Kanash reacts with cruelty. He completely bans them from ever tasting the porridge offered by the City Hall. Moreover, he threatens that if they are caught sneaking out to eat the free food, they should consider their mouths sewn shut as punishment. Later, as the group walks through the grimy streets, the blonde kid is determined to taste the porridge despite Kanash's warning. His cautious friend reminds him of the threat they were given, but the blonde kid brushes it off. He reassures them that their friend Sunflower is keeping watch, and that right now, and Kanash's closest followers are currently all huddled by the fire, so no one will notice they've slipped away. But the scrawny friend they are carrying, whose name is George, is in worse shape than ever. His condition is rapidly deteriorating, and anyone suffering from the freezing sickness won't survive without food. The black bread Kanash gave them is nowhere near enough to stave off hunger, and George needs something more, and a bowl of hot porridge might be the only thing that can give him a chance to survive. As they arrive at the city hall to receive the porridge, the blonde kid is actually surprised that food is actually being served. The line stretches long, and as they try to sneak into the front, one of the city hall officials warns them not to push or cut the line, or else they'll be disqualified from receiving food. The blonde kid insists that his friend is sick and urgently needs food to survive. George has been starving for days and is now suffering from the freezing sickness. City Hall Officer Wade quickly gestures to his fellow officer to take the sick boy and tells the other two kids that they can find their friend here once he has been cured. Instead of waiting in line for their share of porridge, the blonde kid decided to return to their camp. If they stay here, it would take at least half an hour to get the food, which could put Sunflower in danger. However, when they arrive, they find that their worst fears have already come true. She is already in danger. The filthy scumbags have strung her up with a rope around her neck. She's barely surviving, desperately balancing on her tiptoes on a short bench to avoid suffocating. She is getting brutalized because the others snuck out of the place. Before the two boys can intervene, the thugs cruelly kick the bench out from under her feet. The real horror begins. The blonde kid and his friend rush to save Sunflower, but the thugs are quicker. They strike the two boys over the head, knocking them unconscious. With the boys incapacitated, the scumbags turn their sadistic attention back to Sunflower. One of them decides to pry out one of her teeth, while another thug viciously pounds on the blonde kid, who is starting to stir. But suddenly, the rope around Sunflower's neck is severed, cut by someone or something unseen. This familiar purple mist starts to fill the area, and before the attackers can understand what's happening, shit goes to hell. In just a matter of seconds, two guys have been taken down. That is when someone crashes down from the rooftop, and it's Ash, the mad lad lady. More and more of the thugs swarm the area, but Ash swings her blade and sends everyone scattering in every direction. Nightingale is also present, having taken care of the other attackers with equal skill. The blonde kid rushes to tend to his injured friend. It's then that Officer Wade arrives, raiding the scene with her team. He demands that everyone drop their weapons, declaring the arrest is being made in the name of His Highness Roland. Seeing the overwhelming power of the City Hall forces, the blonde kid is left stunned and overwhelmed. The announcement turned out to be true. These officers, sent by Prince Roland, are indeed here to arrest the rats. By the way, as I mentioned earlier, he is the same kid who used to be with Paper, and he was devastated that Petrov took her away from him. But right now his eyes fill with tears when he realizes that the promises made by Petrov and the prince are not shallow. All the rats at the scene are arrested, including the group of kids. Nightingale approaches the blonde kid, telling him to answer truthfully. She asks him if he has ever killed anyone or robbed anyone. The kid quickly responds with no. Since he is spitting the truth, Nightingale tells him to go get some porridge. She then turns to the other two kids, but before she continues, the blonde kid asks her if she's a witch. Nightingale responds affirmatively, and the kid reveals that these thugs are Kanash's underlings, and that Boss Bloodhand is the true leader of the rat faction in the fortress. He believes that catching them is key to eradicating the entire rat faction. Nightingale reassures him, promising that no criminal will escape justice. This assurance brings a small, hopeful smile to the kid's face who were brutalized by these bastards. The three kids rush to join the queue, feeling a sense of happiness and relief now that they've been saved by a witch. They're excited about the possibility of meeting Paper someday. After standing in the line for a while, they finally reach the front and get their turn to receive food. As they collect their bowls, Renee announces that once the months of demons come to an end, Longsong Fortress and Border Town will combine to form a new city. The land in between will need to be developed, which means new jobs will be available for everyone. For the blonde kid, this means he won't have to live like a rat anymore, and with his new opportunities, he'll have a better chance of meeting Paper one day. But that's a story for later. We transition back to Border Town, where Wendy and Sister Scroll are sitting down for some tea, trying out a new blend from the City of Dawn. It's a peaceful moment, and they're enjoying the warmth of their drink. Meanwhile, Paper is in a different part of the town, focused on trying to ignite the stones in the divine sigil. Unfortunately, she's still not strong enough to light them all. After her little cute struggles, she turns to Wendy with a curious look and asks when she'll be able to ignite the second stone. Wendy, in her usual calm and wise manner, reminds her that she can only ignite the second stone once she's older and more powerful. In the meantime, Wendy suggests that Paper should just enjoy her hugs and focus on her growth. That is when the scene pans towards Spear Passy, who is sitting nearby. Passy appears to be somewhat jealous as she watches Paper and Wendy interact. The kind of bond and support Paper receives at such a young age is something that Passy realizes she missed out on during her own childhood, and it stirs up some emotions in her. Wendy then inquired of Passy about her recent experiences at the City Hall, as she had been visiting there frequently. Well, her visits were quite interesting. It is a place where there's much to learn. She remarks that it's the first time she's seen such a strict, orderly management system in place. It's far more efficient than the old ways, where just a few high-ranking officials dealt with everything themselves. The City Hall ensures its continued efficiency even if some employees leave, always keeping positions open for citizens to join. Passy is especially impressed by the regulations and laws Prince Roland has enacted, noting that they are very unique, something she has never seen anywhere else before. Just as they're discussing this, a City Hall officer enters and interrupts their conversation, reporting that a villager has come forward with a troubling claim. Apparently, the villager says that her daughter has just become a witch. Since Prince Roland isn't present at the moment, the officer explains that the prince had previously instructed the Witch Union to handle matters like this when he is not in the castle. Later, Wendy and Sister Scroll arrive at the registration hall. There is a mother along with her daughter, who is supposedly a witch. The mother claims that they are immigrants from the southern region, and they moved here like a month ago. Wendy inquires this supposed witch and asks her for her name. The timid young girl doesn't respond, so her mother beside her pushes her forward. Hesitantly, the girl introduces herself as Summer. The old hag then explains that her husband is still working in the boiler rooms, so she brought her daughter here on her own. She excitedly explains that she's heard witches receive a golden royal every month as salary. Wendy confirms this, and the woman becomes even more excited, practically pushing her daughter forward as she insists that they are ready to sign any necessary contract. Of course, both Wendy and Sister Scroll can sense that this mother is up to no good. Wendy calmly explains that joining the Witch Union requires an evaluation. Since Prince Roland is not present, Summer will need to stay at the castle for now, and the contract can be signed once the prince returns. The mother agrees without hesitation, and promptly begins to walk away, leaving her daughter behind. The poor girl looks visibly anxious. Sensing her unease, Wendy gently explains to her that there's nothing to worry about. She adds that the Witch Union isn't anything like the terrible rumors people might spread. Later, Agatha joins them and hands Summer a magical stone. Wendy reminds Agatha that Summer isn't yet familiar with her magic, as it's only been 3 days since her awakening. Agatha assures her that there's no cause for concern. The stone she's provided is a balanced magic stone, designed to measure the overall level of magic within someone. While it's not as precise as Nightingale or Sylvie's abilities to sense magic, it's the best tool they have available to determine if Summer truly possesses magical powers. After the little test, Agatha confirms that Summer does qualify as a witch, specifically a summoner type, but her level is extremely low. Agatha further explains that it's not unusual for magic to be this weak early on since it hasn't fully gathered yet. It's still in a juvenile stage. They decide to figure out what kind of ability Summer has, so Wendy asks her to demonstrate. Without hesitation, Summer uses her magic, quickly forming a mirage. The illusion offers a glimpse of the past, where we see Sister Scroll and Wendy having that tea time. Everyone watching is left awestruck because the scene Summer creates looks incredibly lifelike. Agatha notes that while the ability to create illusions is rare, it's not unheard of. She recalls at least 2 other people in the Alliance with similar powers, one of them being a high-tier witch from Falling Star City. Meanwhile, Summer feels drained, having used up most of her mana. Wendy then asks her how many times she can use that ability in a day and whether she can control the illusions more specifically. The girl reveals that she can use her ability about 2 or 3 times a day. She hasn't tried going beyond that, but it gets increasingly tiring each time. Hearing this, Scroll explains that it sounds like magic depletion, which is pretty natural. Magic flows like water or swirls like fog. It's the source of her power every time she uses it. Scroll assures her that they'll slowly teach her about the other attributes of magic over time. Later, Summer demonstrates her ability again. This time, the scene she creates shows an event from about a day and a half ago, when the witches were having dinner together. Scroll records everything to share with the prince. Few days pass by, and Sister Scroll decides to send Summer back until Nightingale does not verify her identity. After all, they can't afford to take any risks when it comes to Prince Roland's life. So because of that, Summer had to leave. But she seems much more energetic when she leaves the castle after staying for a while. She asked lots of questions about the witches and the prince, clearly excited to learn more. Initially, Summer thought the prince was a scary guy who kept many women around him, but she soon realized it was just a misunderstanding. However, things didn't go as smoothly when Scroll took her back home. Summer's mother didn't take the news well. All this old hag seemed to care about was money. To resolve the issue, Scroll ended up giving her 1 gold royale to keep her quiet. Wendy isn't sure if giving Summer's mother money was the right decision. However, Scroll reminds her that if paying off that old hag can keep Summer safe from her mother's harsh treatment, it's a small price to pay. Scroll points out that there are many days ahead of them, and if 1 gold royale can buy Summer a more comfortable life at home, it's worth it. After hearing this, Wendy agrees. She actually hadn't thought about it that way before. She then reflects on how much better the prince understands the value of witches' abilities compared to her. Wendy admits she's neither as logical nor as calculating as Scroll when it comes to weighing risks. This realization makes her doubt whether she's fit to lead the witch union at all, but Scroll voices her opinion as well. She believes that no one cares more about the witches than Wendy does. Scroll explains that it was only after her time with Kara's Witch Association that she truly understood this. A witch who genuinely considers the well-being of her sisters, regardless of their powers, is the kind of person who deserves to lead. According to Scroll, that quality is Wendy's greatest strength. While the both ladies are having their conversation, they hear that the prince has returned, and a grand feast has been prepared to celebrate his arrival. The first thing the prince does is hold his most cherished waifu close to his heart. Of course, there are also the overly excited girls who rush in to hug him uninvited. The entire palace feels alive with joy, and the prince feels a deep sense of homecoming, finding solace in the warmth of these familiar smiles compared to the cold atmosphere of Longsong Fortress. Later, the prince makes his way to the library, with Anna quietly following him. He's pleased to see her there and quickly shows her the gift he brought back. It's a collection of historical records and legends, along with some secret lore about the western region, which he retrieved from the Duke's office. Before he can finish explaining, Anna closes the distance, and they share a heartfelt kiss. For a while, they decide to just savor the moment together, letting the world fade away. The next day, Wendy reports to the prince about the newly awakened witch in Border Town. After reading through the report, the prince agrees to take her in, and they decide she can sign a contract that very afternoon. After that, Wendy hesitantly brings up a matter that has been weighing on her. She admits that she doesn't feel capable of managing the witch union. In her view, Scroll is far more experienced and mature, making her a better candidate for leadership. The prince listens patiently, but already knows Wendy had shared this concern with Scroll. He also knows what Scroll's response was. He gently reminds Wendy of something important. Management techniques can be learned, but personalities are much harder to change. He points out that, aside from Maggie, she's the only one who truly adores all of the witches equally. Besides, the prince reminds Wendy that Scroll is already in charge of the education department, and her workload is only increasing. She wouldn't have enough time to focus on the new witches properly. He shares his vision of making the witch union self-sufficient, with minimal input needed from him. He wants the organization to be well-known and respected by everyone. To achieve this, he tasks Wendy with creating a proper management system to determine witch assignments. As for him, his role will focus only on guidance for evaluations and abilities. He also suggests that Wendy consult Miss Spear for specific advice on management. Additionally, she's free to recruit assistants or city hall workers to help her with administrative tasks. Wendy acknowledges her role with a little dose of confidence and decides to leave to start working on the system. Now that Roland is done with his paperwork, he decides to sort the books he had been working on yesterday. While doing so, he reflects on his romantic moment with Anna from the previous day. He notices how she's become more openly affectionate with him lately, a change that's impossible to miss. Feeling moved by her affection, Roland resolves to reciprocate her feelings more actively, deciding to take the initiative with her moving forward. As Roland sorts through the books, Nightingale suggests him not to keep Anna waiting. With those words, she disappears. Her words leave the prince with a lot to think about. He wonders if the best approach is simply to follow the social rules of his old world, to avoid hurting Nightingale and Anna any more than he already has. Just then, Summer arrives in front of the prince after passing Nightingale's test. Since the prince has already heard about her from Wendy, he hands over the contract papers. Summer quickly grabs the pen to scribble her name, but then hesitates. She gets embarrassed as she admits that she doesn't know how to write. The prince reassures her that there's nothing to be embarrassed about. He suggests she just press her fingerprint instead, which she does. Once done, Summer asks the prince why he decided to take her in, especially since she feels her ability is practically useless. The prince smiles and assures her that her ability is far from useless. In fact, it's something that any detective would dream of. Solving mysteries or crimes will be a piece of cake for her, and she'll come to understand that soon enough. He adds that, starting today, he assigns Nightingale as her boss to guide her. The scene transitions to somewhere in Border Town, in the room of the performer's crew. Here we meet Furlan's wife, Eileen, and Miss May, the star of the West and the object of Night Carter's affections. Miss May appears to be getting ready for a trip to the fortress. She's double-checking her bag to ensure she has everything she needs. Eileen suggests she pack an extra set of pillows, blankets, and sheets, but Miss May brushes it off, saying she doesn't really need them. Carter has also promised to buy her new clothes at the market. Apparently, the new stocks in the market come from raids on the 4 great families. While Eileen is delighted at the idea of getting high-quality fabric, Miss May feels proud knowing that the set Carter plans to buy is supposed to cost 5 gold royals. Hearing this, the people in the background are awestruck. For them, that amount is like 2 years' salary. But then again, it's not entirely surprising after all. Miss May used to perform in the capital, and her fame as the star of the West precedes her. As they continue chatting, Miss May asks Eileen about recent events, specifically recalling that Sir Eltek, Furlan's father, had come to Border Town recently. She's curious about how he's doing. Eileen quickly explains that the bulletin announced the prince had cracked down on all illegal activities in the fortress. The Maple Leaf, Leaping Wolf, and Wild Rose's families have been dismantled, and the Eltek family was dragged into the aftermath as well. Most of their troubles stemmed from Furlan's brother, Miso. Miso had been arrested by Prince Roland's soldiers after the failed rebellion. Since he hadn't harmed anyone and voluntarily surrendered, he was only sentenced to 10 years of labor. However, once he chose to rebel, he was no longer considered part of the family. In the end, Sir Eltek still wanted Furlan to be the heir. He believed the family could be great again in Furlan's hands. But Furlan just wanted to become a knight, and Eileen supports him no matter what decision he makes. At that moment, Night Carter unexpectedly shows up, leaving everyone a bit surprised since they weren't expecting him today. He explains that the prince had given him permission to leave early. He then presents a gift he bought for Miss May, which lightens the mood of everyone in the room. The side characters quickly catch on to the situation, so they excuse that they have work to do and eventually leave, giving the sweet couple some much-needed time alone. And as for the last time, I skipped over their relationship moment where they were all lovey-dovey and you guys grilled me hard for it. I did that because I know not everyone wants to stall the story. I've even seen people criticize me for throwing in a joke here and there, so I've been avoiding it. Honestly, no matter what you do, you can't please everyone. Carter apparently has brought new clothes for Miss May, and he specifically asked the prince to design them for him. Carter had told the prince about their upcoming engagement, and so the prince quickly suggested a type of clothing that would be perfect for a wedding. However, it was also quite difficult to make. To get it done, the prince hired Miss Soraya and had to use ice cream bread as the payment. Carter gave Miss May some time to wear the outfit. Later, he entered into the room back once she was ready. She looked absolutely stunning. This left Carter blushing so hard his cheeks turned as red as tomatoes, and everything felt so sparkling and fresh, like spring had already arrived. Carter then recalls that the prince had promised they could create a new type of wedding ceremony after the months of demons. He was really looking forward to that special day. The scene transitions to a conference room where representatives from every department have gathered for a meeting. The prince begins by explaining his plans to build a new city in the western region. Holding up a book titled Basic Kingdom Laws, he declares that everything written in it will serve as the foundation for this new city. The laws and systems outlined in the book will be implemented to ensure proper structure and order. He encourages everyone to read the book and freely ask questions or voice any doubts they might have. To get things started, he instructs Barov to read it aloud for everyone. Barov picks up the book and decides to begin with the abstract, which summarizes the proposed structure and organization of the new city. Barov begins reading aloud the key points of the Basic Kingdom Laws. The first is, all territory under Roland Wimbledon's control belongs to Roland Wimbledon. Second, the City Hall is the highest authority in the territory, and under Roland Wimbledon, it will be responsible for all management and maintenance in the Western region. Third, there are various ways for foreigners to become citizens, and the City Hall will offer at least 3 methods. Fourth, no civilians will be bound to a caste system. There will be no more slaves, servants, or serfs. Men and women will be equal, and civilians will be protected by law, with rights to protections and benefits through taxes. Fifth, aristocrats will be on the same level as any other citizen. Nobility will no longer have any authority. though it may still serve as an honorary title. Sixth, the safety and priorities of civilians will be ensured by Roland Wimbledon, and any violation of this is strictly prohibited. Seventh, the territory will support legal businesses and a free market. Civilians will have inalienable rights to education, careers, and marriage. Eighth, the new flag will be based on the towers and spears of the Grey Castle Royal Crest. It will feature a large 5-pointed star above the tower and 3 smaller stars below. The large star symbolizes Roland Wimbledon, while the smaller stars represent the City Hall, the military, and the Witch Union. Ninth and the most critical point. The territory's name will be Neverwinter City. The months of demons finally come to an end, marking a day of grand celebration for the entire town. Prince Roland addresses the citizens, expressing his pride in their collective efforts. He emphasizes that the victory belongs to everyone who has contributed to the growth and defense of Border Town, regardless of where they come from. This success stands as a testament to their unity, resilience, and hard work. He reminds them that the threat of evil still lingers and will inevitably return. However, with their combined strength, victory will always be within their grasp. He encourages the townsfolk to embrace the moment and calls for everyone to celebrate their achievements and look forward with determination. The festivities include an elaborate stage show and a grand feast for all. The townspeople enjoy free meals, and for many, the abundance of meat is an extraordinary treat. The joyful atmosphere underscores their shared triumph and the bonds that hold the community together. As night falls, the focus shifts to the castle courtyard, where the witches hold a private celebration away from the townsfolk. However, not everyone is feeling these party vibes. Agatha, in particular, finds the festivities misplaced. She sees them as a distraction, convinced that preparation for the inevitable return of the devils is far more critical than celebrating. Prince Roland notices her unease and takes a moment to address her concerns. He tries to reassure her that one day of rest and celebration will not undermine their readiness for future battles. Offering her a glass of wine, he gently encourages her to relax and join the others, reminding her that victories, no matter how small, are worth acknowledging. As much as Agatha resists the idea of celebration, she reluctantly grabs the glass of fine wine from Prince's hand. Despite her stern outward mood, she allows herself to partake in the moment. The mood lightens further when Wendy unveils the highlight of the event, the giant cake especially produced for this very occasion. After the arrival of the cake, laughter and joy fill the courtyard as everyone indulges in the rare luxury. It becomes a night to remember, a heartfelt celebration of their shared efforts. After the festivities wind down, Prince Roland retreats to his room, only to find Anna waiting for him in the corridor outside. Prince then reveals a special gift he has prepared for Anna, which is a sigil crafted with 2 magical stones. One is a pathfinding stone, and the other a waypoint stone. When combined with magic, the sigil becomes a tracking device, allowing Anna to find him no matter where he is. With nervousness and sincerity plastered all over his face, Roland finally confesses his feelings and proposes marriage. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the moment we've all been waiting for has finally arrived. As for Anna, she's overwhelmed with emotions. She had dreamed of this day for so long, and now that it's a reality, tears stream down her face. It goes without saying that she says yes and reciprocates his feelings. In the quiet of the night, they spend some intimate time together, but since we don't need to get age-restricted, we'll skip ahead to the next morning. The prince wakes up, clearly disoriented. He's alone in his room and has no idea where Anna went. For a moment, he wonders if what happened last night was just a dream, but when he spots Anna's hair over the bed, he's convinced it was real. He quickly rolls over onto the blankets, hoping to catch her scent, but just as he starts to get a little creepy, Anna appears behind him. She scares him as she brings in some food. After setting the breakfast down, she tells him to eat well to regain his strength. But the prince insists on taking a few more days off for some extra fun. Anna shuts that idea down quickly. Like Agatha, she reminds him that they still have to fight the devils. Soraya and Agatha are working hard for this very reason, and she doesn't want to fall behind. Later, Princess Tilly comes to visit the prince. Seeing how cheerful he looks, she can't help but tease him, thinking he must have had a pleasant dream to be so happy. However, she quickly moves on to the real reason for her visit. Sadly, she is here to say farewell because it's finally time for her to return to Slumber Island. She has stayed here long enough and has kept in touch with the island only through letters. Now that the months of demons are over, her mission is complete. The prince suggests that she consider moving to Western Region instead. With the large expanse of land on the southern bank of the Redwater River, there's more than enough space to house all her witches. But Tilly reminds him that they've already discussed this, and her decision to return to Slumber Island hasn't changed. Despite this, the prince asks her to stay at least another week. He wants time to prepare something for her and the witches, a collection of books, study guides, and practice problems to help improve their learning and save them time. He also suggests she take some revolvers for protection in case they run into enemies wielding stones of divine judgment. He promises to send her steam engines as well, explaining they'll be useful for everything from irrigation to desalination. But the biggest reason he wants her to stay is so she can witness the grand opening of Neverwinter City with him. He hopes she can be there for the creation of the city, something he's been waiting to share with her. Later, Wendy comes across Nightingale sitting in a quiet corner, looking completely dejected. It's clear she hasn't slept at all. The expression on Nightingale's face is so full of devastation that it reminds Wendy of the day they first met. The cause of Nightingale's heartbreak is quite evident. It's troubling her that the prince is now finally with Anna. What makes it even harder to bear is that Nightingale herself had encouraged the prince to take that step. Although she insists she was prepared for this and always knew it was inevitable, the weight of reality has hit her harder than she expected. Wendy feels deeply concerned for her friend. Nightingale's broken state reminds her of the past, of the times when they had faced so much together. Nightingale had always been so brave, fighting countless battles without flinching and never showing fear, not even before Kara, as terrifying as she was. Yet now, this pain has completely shattered her. Wendy knows her friend needs comfort more than anything. She gently urges Nightingale to cry as much as she needs, letting her release the pain she's been holding in. Wendy then reflects on their shared reality. They have nowhere else to go and no one else to turn to. Staying by the prince's side is their only option, even if it comes with its challenges. Wendy reflects aloud that while everyone can enjoy the warmth of the sun, the closer you get, the more you risk being burned. It's a bitter truth they both must live with, but she promises to stay by Nightingale's side, offering whatever support she can. Wendy urges Nightingale to give up and move on, reminding her that she already has her sisters to support her. But Nightingale refuses, making it clear that she won't let the prince go so easily. No matter what, she is determined to protect him until the very end. This is her decision, and she won't back down. As spring blooms in full swing, people gather to celebrate the wedding of Miss May and the prince's knight, Carter. The couple looks stunning in their outfits, radiating joy as they make their way to the beautiful gazebo. Once they arrive, Bravo officiates the ceremony and prompts them to exchange rings. When they do, the moment becomes electric with emotion, and the crowd erupts in happiness. Carter, however, hesitates when it's time for the kiss, his nervousness causing him to tremble as he inches closer to Miss May. But Miss May takes the lead, and leaps forward to kiss him and save him from further awkwardness. Among them, Soraya busily paints each scene, determined to immortalize the memory through her art. After the ceremony, the prince offers his congratulations and announces a small but thoughtful gift: 2 days of vacation for Carter. He assures him that he'll take care of any pressing work so Carter and May can enjoy their time together. The wedding concludes successfully, with everyone showering the couple with blessings and happiness. The prince stands close to his beloved, holding her hand tightly as he quietly expresses that he too dreams of the day they'll share such a moment. Though surrounded by joy, Nightingale watches from the sidelines, her heart heavy and broken. All she can do is endure the pain in silence as the world around her celebrates. The scene transitions to a few days later. While the prince is busy shaving his beard, Barov reports that the messenger pigeon has been sent to Longsong Fortress and is expected to arrive at their castle within half an hour. The prince inquires about the preparations for the upcoming event. Barov informs him that everything was completed yesterday afternoon, and the venue is large enough to accommodate everyone in town. Apparently, this event is no ordinary gathering. The prince plans to announce the establishment of a new city. To emphasize the significance of this milestone and how it will affect the citizens of both sides, the announcement will be coordinated with Longsong Fortress. Both locations will deliver the news simultaneously, highlighting their unity and shared progress. The prince expresses hope that Petrov will receive the letter promptly. As expected, the messenger pigeon eventually reaches Longsong Fortress, delivering the message to Petrov. With everything in place, the simultaneous announcements begin in both Longsong Fortress and Border Town. The prince steps forward and formally greets the gathered crowd. He begins by expressing his belief that everyone present understands the significance of today's event. The small town, built on the slopes of the northern mines, will soon transform into a real city. He reflects on the past, reminding everyone of the annual nightmare that the months of demons once brought to Border Town. However, they proved that they could stand their ground. He recounts their triumphs over their enemies: Osmond Ryan, who sought to disrupt the peace of the western region and met his downfall; the Church, which tried to oppress witches and enslave the people but was ultimately banished; and even Timothy Wimbledon, whose schemes failed to defeat him. The prince points out that Timothy set the southern and eastern regions ablaze, yet Border Town remained unharmed, a living proof to their strength and resilience. He also speaks of the new king's atrocities, such as the sacking of Golden Wheat City, and the knights who acted no better than bandits. But the prince promises that such tragedies will no longer happen. This new city they are building represents their unity and strength. As long as the people stand together, no enemy will dare step foot in their lands. The prince vows to make their enemies pay for their wrongdoings. With pride and conviction, the prince announces that this place will become the new capital of Grey Castle. A new kingdom will be born here, one that will thrive even in the harshest winters. He assures the crowd that this city, no matter the season, will remain as warm and vibrant as spring. Finally, he declares that starting today, Border Town and Longsong Fortress will unite as one, Neverwinter City. The crowd erupts in cheers, their voices echoing across the square as they wave the flags of their new city high in the air. Princess Tilly is also present in the ceremony, witnessing the grand inauguration. She feels a deep certainty that the spark the prince has ignited today will one day grow into a roaring flame, spreading across the entire continent and reshaping its future. The scene shifts to the filthy witch, Zero. She's apparently been learning all about the prince's exploits so far. Against all odds, he escaped the royal decree for the throne, managed to defend himself against his better-prepared siblings, and even came out on top. It's all pretty intriguing to her. Zero also learns from the fourth prince's memories that she tried to kill him by poisoning his food. The poison was colorless and odorless, definitely fatal, but it didn't affect him at all. His leadership has drastically changed since then. He's won the favor of all his citizens and has even transformed the western region on his own. If he weren't the fourth prince, she wonders what he could have become. This is all getting pretty interesting, and she's absolutely looking forward to acquiring Prince Roland. She wants to absorb him, make him part of the church, just as it should be. That's when Isabella shows up. When Zero asks how her meetings went, Isabella mentions that she had a hard time befuddling those old men again, plus one geezer and 2 lunatics. Zero reminds her that it's not just about befuddling them. This connects to the church's entire lower system. Witches may be the core of the church, but they can't gather all the resources they need without the mortals helping them achieve their final objective. Isabella finally relents but says that, according to the others, it'll take until the second month of summer to move the resources needed for an attack from Dawn to Grey Castle. She then reveals, rather disappointedly, that they have only about 400,000 pills left in their warehouse. On top of that, Isabella isn't sure if it's a good idea to let mortals fight the devils. They're talking about millions of people, and using the pills would quickly deplete Hermes' entire stock. She worries the church might not even win. Once mortals take the pills, their value only lasts a day. They're useless if they don't take enough, but they die faster if they take more. Zero feels a little disappointed that Isabella doesn't seem to understand her point. She explains that she never intended to use their berserker army to defend Hermes. The final battle, she says, will most likely take place at the ruins of Tequila. When Isabella questions whether Zero is planning to attack first, Zero reveals her reasoning that time is their most precious resource. She never thought sweeping all the devils at once was possible. It's simply unrealistic. The divine texts mention that when the underworld gate opens during the red moon, the devils will build a towering black structure. However, this tower isn't built, it grows. The material used for this construction was only referenced in the readings of the Alliance's third seat, and the expansion of devil territory requires these towers to produce red mist. Past towers have always been built in locations rich in stones of divine judgment. An enormous monster lives beneath each tower, its body even thicker than Tequila itself. This monster digests the stones of divine judgment, turning them into black crystals that diffuse red mist. Isabella finds it disgusting, while Zero points out that she doesn't know how long it takes to digest the stones, but it definitely doesn't happen overnight. During this time, the devils can't build their tower here. They can only ship it from their homeland. Zero wants to carve a bloody path through the devils with the berserker army, and then kill the buried monster with the divine judgment army. And if they're lucky, they might gain another 4 centuries of time. You see, the berserker army just can't replace the divine judgment army. The drug they use also affects the mortal's consciousness, but it won't touch their emotions. Against a truly terrifying enemy, they'll still feel fear, or even retreat. A broken army of millions will leave them defenseless. Of course, it won't be that easy. The berserker army will mostly be the lower followers of the church, but they'll be led by divine judgment soldiers. Unifying the kingdom is the only way to gain that many followers. Zero knows she has to gamble with humanity's fate and gather as many chips as possible. She tells Isabella not to fear the battle, because it's the unexpected rewards that are the sweetest. Their intelligence, bravery, belief, and sacrifice will determine their future, and this is what God wants to see, because the weak will never earn his smile. Isabella hopes for the best, though she is still curious about one thing. She wonders what would the fourth prince do if he were standing here right now. Zero dismisses the remark coldly. She's sure she won't fall against a mere human like Roland. But Isabella presses on with reason, pointing out that, according to Archbishop Taefun, the pure witch he sent to Grey Castle still hasn't returned. She simply disappeared without a trace. Not only that, They also lost a Fura in the capital, Archbishop candidate Mila, and the Longsong Fortress Cathedral. She tries to give Zero a wake-up call, reminding her that this is one of their biggest losses. It's as if, ever since they started meddling with the Western region, they've never won, as if God himself is protecting it. Although Isabella didn't want to say this, the word slipped out anyway, and this only serves to enrage Zero beyond belief. She quickly shuts Isabella up, reminding her that mortals know nothing about God. Mortals can only rely on knowledge and tactics, and those will all become a part of her. She believes that even if Roland has a method to defeat the devils, the Alliance will do better. When the Church conquers Grey Castle, the Western region will witness who is truly God's child. Isabella grows concerned, seeing how much her friend has changed. Zero is beginning to resemble the Pope in some ways. On the other hand, Zero is still shaken by the unsettling thought that Roland might actually be under some form of protection by the gods. As Isabella leaves the room, Zero reflects on how, no matter who the Pope is or who came up with the idea, anyone who enters the prayer room will drastically change. The highest level in the temple is the closest to God. She then walks into the temple, and after standing beneath the gazebo, she reveals that this is the only place where she can witness God's messages. She clasps her hands and begins her prayers. Her entire body begins to shimmer, and before her appears a demonic red eye. But according to her, this is supposed to be God's true form. The magic surrounding this supposed God is larger than the ocean, and its brilliance is brighter than the sun. This only reinforces her belief that only someone who wields such power could be God himself. This, she claims, is the red moon mentioned in the holy books. Through premonitions, she understands that humanity is weak and cannot protect anyone. The end of the Divine War is illustrated in 4 paintings. Once she enters the first picture, we see this throne, adorned with skulls. In the next picture, the city she wanders through is the origin of the devils, where they first appeared, on the northern peak of the Realm of Dawn. As she gazes at the throne, she reflects that she was supposed to find the protector of devils sitting there. But it's empty. It guards the secret of God. There are paintings, and according to the ancient records, it has been said that the contents of the second painting are subject to change. Some mention that it depicts a huge eyeball, while others say they saw bubbling volcanoes or an endless pit glowing at the bottom. No one sees the same thing, but as far as she can see, there is nothing. The Church's secret records once mentioned that in the early days of the First Divine War, there was something inside the other painting. When the war ended centuries later, the image faded to black. It makes her wonder if it's the aftermath of those rejected by God. Perhaps they are hiding something. As for the last painting, it's never been mentioned. If even the popes don't know about it, this secret could be lost forever. She starts to feel exhausted as she prays, and sadly for her, God did not respond today. She had thought that there would be nothing more to care about until she became pope, but her understanding of this world only skims the surface. There is a brand new secret in front of her, and her immortality is the perfect resource to chase it. She is truly the child chosen by God, and she can get closer. Centuries, even millennia, won't matter, because it will be worth it. I've got no clue what in the hell she just talked about all, but let's hope to soon get some context and figure out things. It's finally time for Tilly and her party to return, and the ship has arrived to take them. Andrea turns to the prince before boarding and says that she had a great time in the border town, but she's not sure if she'll be able to make the same ice cream bread when she gets back. In return, Prince promises to make even tastier food when she returns. That's when Ash chimes in with a verbal jab, telling the prince that they wouldn't mind if he kept Andrea for himself. After all, one less loudmouth on Slumber Island won't hurt anyone. Of course, both ladies immediately throw their usual jabs back at her, while the prince turns to his sister and tells her that if she runs into any problems on Slumber Island, she can let him know, and he'll do his best to help however he can. And, he adds, the city of Neverwinter will always welcome her return. Tilly thanks the prince and says she's also looking forward to him visiting Slumber Island as well. With that, the witches begin boarding the ship, and both Xavi and Andrea wave their hands for the last time. The prince seems quite dejected to see them go, and Nightingale quickly picks up on it, asking if he doesn't want to let them leave. The prince expresses how a bit jealous he feels. There are over 300 witches living on Slumber Island, and he wishes they could all move to the western region. But they shake off the gloomy thoughts and decide to move forward. On a sunny day in the Neverwinter, we meet the prince and Nightingale inside the office. Nightingale reports that the fortress rats are scuttling around again, which could push things out of control. The prince had expected this. Eradicating the rats will be a long process, with occasional surges, but as long as pressure is maintained while offering them better ways to live, they'll eventually disappear. That's the reason Petrov had mentioned he hoped the prince could provide help with skills and labor. Nightingale then asks if he intends to send her, as she doesn't seem too keen on leaving him alone behind. The prince reminds her that she is in charge of the security department, and she'll need to frequently travel between locations to oversee various jobs. But Nightingale worries that their enemies might send a witch assassin, and in that case, only she can protect him. The prince believes she's just overthinking, but Nightingale stubbornly sticks to her guns. No matter what he says, even Wendy and Scroll will stand by her side. That's when the prince reveals that he's going with her too. This finally calms Nightingale down, and the prince adds that she should bring Summer along as well, so she can learn how to use her abilities in practice. He also tells her to bring Sylvie and Soraya as they'll need to investigate the fortress mines and create an identification system. With that, the prince leaves Neverwinter with a select group of witches. Once they arrive, Petrov reports that they have a bigger issue at hand than the usual robberies and small crimes. There have been incidents that are more public, and they're happening against the police force the prince had deployed. According to Officer Wade, this should be called the Northern Outer District serial killer case. Renee further reveals that, starting 3 days ago, a civilian has been murdered every night. The victims were all male, lived alone with no family, and most importantly, all had received jobs from the city hall. A symbol was also painted in every room with blood, resembling a crown with an X later crossed over it. Since there was a symbol, Renee tried investigating the city hall and discovered that they were about to begin construction in the Redwater district. News of this had already spread through the northern streets, and people now believe that they will be killed once they accept jobs from the city hall. The number of applicants was already low, and now no one dares to sign up. In fact, a number of citizens want to quit their jobs as well. If this spreads to the other districts, it will be detrimental to their expansion plans. There were no witnesses, and no one knows where to begin the investigation. The prince questions Renee, asking how he solved something like this in the past. Renee reveals that the patrol never had a solid protocol. If it was a big problem, the victims' families would appeal to the city lord, and the lord would promise justice for the people. Only then would the patrol be pressured to make the criminals hand themselves over. The patrol, however, never cared if they were scapegoats or not, and they ignored victims who were foreigners or loners. That sounds quite horrible to the prince. You see, from what he's heard, this means almost everything is under the rats' control, so it's no wonder they were considered vital to the city. The prince has also observed that this world doesn't seem to have investigators. If there are no witnesses, it always results in a cold case. The prince quickly gives Petrov good news, telling him that the Department of Security will handle the case tomorrow. All he wants from Renee and Petrov is their cooperation. Nightingale then asks about his plans for this, to which the prince explains that he's not going to be directly involved. He needs to supervise the aristocrats on building the second city hall. The sooner he can finish that, the sooner Soraya can start making the ID cards. So the case is up to her now. He tells her that she will be in charge of the Department of Security and needs to decide how to crack the case. The entire police force of Neverwinter will eventually be hers to control. Wade, Renee, and anyone else will answer to her. But Nightingale reminds him that he was the one who told her that departments need to be balanced in power, and she doesn't fully understand how the city hall works. Wouldn't the Department of Security be lower in rank than the city hall? The prince places his hand over Nightingale's, startling her a little. He reminds her that the security of their land is more important than anything else, which is why she answers directly to him. It's also why she will control both the police force and any investigations involving the city hall or the military. All of their departments need to be tightly connected by a big net to prevent internal corruption. There's a saying that the strongest defenses always start to decay from the inside, and she will be the one to shield them from that happening. Seeing him putting so much faith in her just makes her feel flustered, and now she is looking forward even more to live up to his expectations. Later that night, overcome with excitement, she practically strangles Summer as she tells her they're going to catch all the criminals and make sure they never return to Neverwinter again. As Nightingale begins to plan their next steps, she tells Summer that her job will be to recreate the crime scenes. However, Summer objects, pointing out that she won't know what time of day the crime occurred, so how can she accurately recreate the scene? Also, after a week of practicing with Miss Wendy, she can only use her abilities 4 times a day. If she extends the duration of the illusions, that number goes down. Furthermore, she can't keep it up for more than 2 days at a time, or her exhaustion becomes overwhelming. Nightingale grows concerned. It'll be a problem if their recreations don't accurately reflect the criminal's presence at the crime scene. She then asks Summer if shortening the duration of her recreations would allow her to use them more frequently. Summer responds in a roundabout way that her magic drains quickly, and it won't make much difference. This makes Nightingale appreciate Spearpassy's power transfer ability even more. But since they don't have another option, she decides to take a gamble, predict a time, and hope for the best. She claims that her luck has always been good. After all, it's how she met Prince Roland. With that, the both ladies settle into bed. Morning arrives, and Renee formally introduces himself as Earl Renee Mead, at Nightingale's service under Prince Roland's orders. Nightingale reciprocates the gesture, introducing Summer as her assistant and witch. Renee expresses his eagerness to work with the two witches to find and capture the criminals. With that, the investigation begins. Nightingale requests that Renee take them to the crime scene. As Renee leads them toward their destination, Summer feels nervous being around someone of Renee's status. Nightingale reassures her that in Prince Roland's territory, titles don't carry much weight. She should not be afraid, as Renee would not belittle her. Moreover, the Department of Security is more important than the City Hall, making them his superior. As they walk, Renee shares that there was another victim last night, this time at the intersection between North and West Street. This marks the fourth murder, with each location being different. The killer appears to understand that staying in one area would be risky, especially now that the rats are no longer present. Once they enter the restricted crime scene, Summer is horrified by the sight of the old man's body brutally killed and lying on the ground. She trembles, feeling sick, and Renee suggests she step outside for some fresh air. Nightingale asks Renee when the body was discovered. Renee explains that it was this morning, when civilians came to fetch water. They found the corpse and noticed the door was left open, almost as if the killer wanted to make sure everyone saw it. In the past, it might have taken 2 or 3 days to report. But thanks to the City Hall offering rewards for information, someone immediately reported it. The victim's name is Pickaxe, a free citizen with no known ties to anyone or anything, which underscores that he might have been a rat in a past life. Nightingale then inquires if anyone saw him the previous night. Renee confirms that he asked around, but no one saw anything, and no one heard anything either. After thinking it over, Nightingale concludes that killing an adult like this would have made noise. Pickaxe didn't die immediately from a slit throat. He must have struggled or at least thumped against the floor, making a significant sound. She then questions whether the witnesses could have lied. Renee doesn't believe that's likely. The civilians are too fearful to lie, and since anyone who helps the police is rewarded, they don't have a reason to do so. Nightingale decides to call everyone who is nearby and conduct her own questioning. She then turns to Summer, instructing her to go to the castle and bring Soraya. Later, we find Nightingale standing in frustration, because not only Soraya but also the other 2 girls have barged in uninvited in the midst of such a serious criminal investigation. She scolds Lightning sharply while asking whether she isn't supposed to be protecting Prince Roland while she's away. Lightning explains that Prince Roland is engaged in a conference with the elites in the Grand Castle Hall, so he's not in any danger. Furthermore, Sylvie is still present, and with her around, no one would dare approach the prince. Despite this, Nightingale fumes with anger and orders them to return to the prince before the conference concludes. Back to the investigation, Nightingale gives Soraya the task of drawing the killer. Summer replay the murder, and Soraya will use her abilities to produce the visuals of the killer's face. Renee believes that if they can obtain a clear image, they should plaster it across the billboards in the fortress, as that's the fastest way to catch the criminal. However, Nightingale points out that it may not work as planned, especially considering the limitations of Summer's illusions. They will need to be lucky for it to find the exact time when the crime took place. She then tells Summer to replay the events between midnight and dawn. When Summer begins to replay the events, they see the old man sleeping peacefully in his bed. Nightingale instructs Summer to extend the timeline slightly after midnight, as the killer would have needed extra time to draw the symbol after the murder. As soon as Summer does this, the killer materializes, who is busy drawing the symbol on the wall with the old man's blood. However, they can only see the killer's back since he is facing the wall. Nightingale instructs Summer to replay the events just before the man was facing the wall. After doing so, they finally get to see the killer's face. Well, it seems like Bro has been caught in Ultra 4K. The story continues, and thanks to Summer, everyone at the crime scene finally sees the criminal behind the murder. Poor Summer feels exhausted after pushing herself, but once again, because of her efforts, we get a clear look at the person responsible for these murders in this joint. They notice that the victim didn't resist at all, as if he had been asleep the whole time. This leads Renee to believe he was possibly drugged with dream water. Soraya agrees, as it's the only explanation for why Pickaxe didn't even make a sound. His throat was slit, but only enough to draw blood, because Pickaxe had already been dead long before. Suddenly, a police officer reports back, claiming to have found out the murderer's identity. The officer states that the killer's name is Manes, and that he used to be part of the patrol. This officer knows this because he had worked with that killer before. Manes lives in the inner city district, near West Street and the Sheep Pub. Nightingale is pleased with the report. Now that they know who the criminal is, they won't have to waste time searching for him. With that, Nightingale decides to raid his house. Later, they arrive at his place and find him sleeping soundly. But his sleep is quickly interrupted when the officers arrest him and tie him down. Renee breaks it down to this bastard that he's under arrest, then grabs him by the hair and slams him to the ground. Renee is absolutely furious to see this traitor who is plotting against Prince Roland's plans. He wants this bastard to hang at the city gate as a clear warning to other criminals who might harbor ill intentions. But the bastard tries to run his mouth, denying the accusations. That's when Renee punches him hard enough that teeth fly from his mouth, sending him crashing down. Renee lets him know that they've seen everything with their own eyes, so there's no room for argument. This is when Nightingale steps forward to continue the interrogation. She asks him about the mastermind who wants to kill the rats who applied for jobs, and the meaning behind those paintings on the walls, the crown marked with a cross. Not to mention, the dream water mains fed to the victims isn't cheap, and it's even harder to buy now that the rats are gone. Renee roars at the bastard to start spilling everything, or else he'll face the wrath of the elites. But the bastard stays silent, so Renee keeps punching him. Finally, Mayonnaise speaks up and owns up to all the atrocities he's committed. He claims that someone in the inner district had tasked him with the job. The mastermind offered him 4 golden royals for every person killed, and further assured him that civilians would end up hating the police for it. If they killed enough people, the common folk would start believing that the police didn't have enough power to protect them, and the patrol would make a comeback. Mayonnaise admits he doesn't know exactly why the mastermind chose him for the job. They had met at the pub, where the mastermind handed him a bottle of dream water and told him he'd strike it big if he followed the instructions. Mayonnaise claims he had no savings, and after his application to the police force was rejected, he was left jobless, filled with resentment toward the police. That's why he did something he clearly shouldn't have. Nightingale then questions the bastard, asking if he knows anything else about the mastermind. He denies it, pretending he has no idea. This gets Nightingale worked up because she's sure he's lying. That's when Renee warns the bastard that Nightingale is a witch and can easily see through lies. Mayonnaise insists that the mastermind never told him his name, so he can't confirm anything about him. However, he admits that the mastermind didn't seem like an elite. When they met 2 days ago, the man was in a rush. Then, he suddenly remembers the uniform the man was wearing. It had a symbol that looked like a flower petal. The mention of a flower petal instantly reminds Renee of the honeysuckle crest. The man claims he doesn't know the full details, which is why he was trying to avoid spreading any misinformation. After all, why would the honeysuckle family harm the prince when they are his protectors? Renee is also sure that Petrov wouldn't do something like this, so it has to be someone else. He then decides to wait for the next meeting between him and the mastermind. When that happens, they'll capture the person behind these killings. Meanwhile, Nightingale notices that Maines doesn't seem to be lying about anything. That's when Detective Lightning and Maggie arrive on the scene, informing them that the prince's meeting with the fortress officials is over, so they should be heading back. The mention of the meeting jolts Nightingale out of her thoughts as a realization sinks in. She reflects on the fact that the prince is currently meeting with the elites to discuss the new city hall. That means no one is guarding him. He's been left inside the conference room with no guards. If the killer is really the member of Honeysuckle family, he would definitely have access to approach the prince. Seeing the urgency of the situation, she quickly tells Lightning to take her to the prince immediately. And so, they speed through the sky above the streets, confident they'll arrive within 3 minutes. Nightingale feels tense with each passing minute. The murders started 3 days ago, the same time Petrov's letter arrived at Bordertown. It all feels suspicious to her, as if they had always been waiting for the perfect opportunity to catch the prince alone, with no one around. And so, as we see, Roland has been pierced by a sword. Nightingale rushes to the scene, but when she gets there, she finds a body on the ground. Tears well up in her eyes as she thinks that Roland is dead. She watches as the officers arrive and turn the body over, only to reveal that it's actually the assassin who got screwed instead. He was a guard from the Honeysuckle family. Just then, Prince Roland catches everyone's attention, and without a second thought, Nightingale throws herself into his arms, hugging him tightly. Roland then turns to the panicked crowd in order to calm them down. He instructs everyone to carry on with the lunch and stay inside the castle, as the meeting will continue in the afternoon. A while later, Nightingale fills Prince Roland in on everything. How the serial killer, Maines, was linked to this assassination attempt. She explains that they found out a guard from Honeysuckle was behind the attack, which is why they rushed over immediately. Their plan was to create a diversion, giving the assassin a perfect chance to strike the prince. She's relieved beyond words that he's safe. Roland, however, is visibly disappointed. Petrov, standing nearby, looks equally guilty, admitting that he had no idea something like this would happen. The prince reassures him and tells him to rise, stating that he doesn't like placing blame. However, he does point out that it is Petrov's fault for leaving holes in security and failing to properly vet his personnel. He then orders Petrov to investigate the assassin's identity and origins, and he wants answers as soon as possible. Once Petrov leaves, Roland explains that it was thanks to Sylvie's immediate warning that he was able to escape in time. He also admits that the assassins made a dumb mistake attempting the attack inside the conference hall. Even though no weapons were allowed, the assassin was still a guard, and he managed to hide a dagger in his clothes to bypass the pat-down. Another misstep on his part was carrying a stone of divine judgment. While it was common for guards to wear one while patrolling outside, it made him stand out too much in the room, especially since no elite was allowed to carry a stone. The slight gap in the crowd gave Sylvie just enough time to notice him immediately. With her warning, Roland drew his revolver and flicked the safety off. Though the prince was stabbed, the blade failed to pierce Soraya's special cloth, which saved his life. Wasting no time, Roland fired at nearly point-blank range. Two 12mm bullets tore through the assassin, killing him instantly. The situation was over before it could spiral out of control. But Nightingale still feels uneasy about all of this. If he hadn't managed to flick the safety off in time, or if the revolver had malfunctioned, Roland would have been doomed. Her frustration shifts to Lightning, who had left the prince alone in the first place. Poor Lightning, who only wanted to play detective, nearly bursts into tears as she apologizes over and over. She swears she'll never leave the prince unguarded again. Next time, she'll stay at her post, no matter what. But Nightingale still insists that the prince punish Lightning and Maggie for failing to carry out their assigned duty. If Lightning had been there, she could have picked him up and flown him away. However, Roland doesn't believe strict punishment is necessary. Still, Nightingale keeps pressing the issue. Eventually, the prince gives in and decides on a punishment for Lightning. She will have to complete 3 exercises in math and science after lunch. Of course, this punishment is as brutal as it gets, leaving poor Lightning completely shocked. The aftermath of the shock is so severe that her muscles stop working from sheer disbelief, forcing Sylvie to drag her away. Later, Nightingale starts feeling remorseful that she wasn't there to protect the prince herself. But Roland reassures her that she did everything perfectly. He gives her a different perspective. He points out that the only reason the assassin, Sheo, attempted to kill him in the conference hall was because there was a powerful witch protecting him. Diverting her was the only way for the killer to even have a chance. But Nightingale still doesn't like the fact that the killer almost succeeded in his assassination attempt. Roland, however, doesn't see it that way. He believes failure is failure, and the only reason the assassin failed was because of her. He thanks her for all the effort she has put in, and tells her that he truly appreciates her concern. Finally, Nightingale feels at ease. She smiles, acknowledging his words. The investigation concluded that the assassin, Sheo, was not from the Western region, and used to be one of Duke Ryan's patrol soldiers. But Petrov and Nightingale theorized that this assassination wasn't out of Duke Ryan's revenge. Sheo's residence was locked down, because only Summer's replay magic could reveal the truth. He had asked Maggie to bring Miss Spear Passy to the fortress castle. Later, Maggie brought Spear Passy there. After dinner, they followed the Elk Earl to Sheo's house, which was a normal townhouse in the inner district. It had been completely cleaned out, not even a single piece of paper was left behind. The criminal had obviously prepared in advance to destroy all evidence. The prince told Summer that Sheo was usually out during the day, so she only needed to replay what happened at night. He needed to see everything that took place in this room, starting from when Sheo contacted Mayonnaise. Every moment was important. Spear Passy then began her mojo, borrowing Maggie's magic and transferring it to Summer so she could hold her magic longer. The prince was sure that with Maggie's extra magic, Summer wouldn't miss a single detail, and Soraya's real-time drawings would keep a record of everything in case they forgot. In the replay, the prince notices a piece of familiar jewelry, and told Soraya to draw it because he had seen it before. It might be something special. After painting it, she shows it to the prince. It turns out to be a jewel, engraved with the Star Tower and spears, which is the crest of the royal court. This leads Nightingale to believe that perhaps Sheo was sent by Timothy. But Prince Roland believes this jewel actually belonged to the king, Wimbledon, his father. Nightingale reminds him that Wimbledon was supposed to have been killed by the first prince, Gerald. However, the prince claims that he has seen this before in his father's office. When he asked about it, his father explained that every jewel represents a brave warrior loyal to the castle. The more jewels there were, the more stable the Wimbledon throne was. This means Sheo was probably a sleeper agent appointed to Duke Ryan's side, monitoring the entire western region. Renee then questions why Sheo would try to kill him. In response, the prince theorizes that Timothy likely found the list of rings. Once he had a ring that represented Sheo, Sheo had no choice but to carry out Timothy's order, even if it was meant to assassinate Prince Roland. The crest means everything to them, and they would do anything for it. In the end, Sheo throws the crest away and destroys it, because in his eyes, if there is no crest, then there will not be any orders either. Later that night, Nightingale sneaks out of her room and quietly lays beside the prince. She feels guilty coming here, especially since Anna has a relationship with him, but she can't resist anymore. The next day arrives, and Prince Roland wakes up, totally tired. He notices that breakfast is already there, and it seems Nightingale was the one who brought it. Seeing how Nightingale is in an unusually good mood, he asks her out of curiosity, wondering if she had a sweet dream. Well, what she did last night was nothing short of a dream, so she confirms his guess. He then reminds her that she will be accompanying him today. He argues that if Timothy really used the list of rings, there may be sleeper agents elsewhere in the western region, and he can't interrogate everyone himself. Not to mention, some of these sleeper agents should not be wasted on Timothy's orders, as they have higher potential than that. Nightingale is ready to follow him wherever he wants to go. That's when he shares with her that they're heading to the mines and the salt wells, and it's one of the main reasons he came here. Later, they arrive at the mines, where they meet a man named Denver, who acts as their guide. He reveals that many generations have worked around these mines, and the hunters who first discovered them were his ancestors. The Kelly family has served 3 dukes, and their maps are as tall as a person, and no one knows the mines better than they do. The prince then inquires about why no one is working now. Denver explains that it's because of the months of demons. Since they only recently ended, the snow around the mountains has melted into the tunnels, flooding the deeper sections. Though the mines have drains and wells in place, they fill up too quickly for them to siphon the water away, so operations are temporarily shut down. According to precedent, they can only start working again in the summer. The prince is confident that a few steam engines would be enough to siphon the water. Since Denver doesn't seem to know about steam engines, the prince elaborates, explaining that a steam engine is a machine that can keep the mines running all year round. With that settled, the prince decides to proceed further. But before they go deeper inside, Denver stops the prince and presents him with a gift on behalf of the Kelly family. The box contains an exquisite rainbow stone, selected from the purest crystals. Its history stretches back centuries. When the prince opens the box, the brilliance of the object inside shines brightly, leaving him in awe. Then, suddenly, it dawns on him that this crystal seems familiar, something he had seen in his previous world. He remembers that this crystal was called diaspore. When diaspore reaches the quality of a jewel, it becomes incredibly shiny under extreme heat. Its mix of red and green is striking, which explains why people likened it to a rainbow. When diaspore loses its moisture, it transforms into corundum, which can then turn into valuable gems like rubies and sapphires. The prince then questions Denver about the remnants surrounding the stone when they dug it up. He wants to know what they did with the rocks, mud, and everything else they extracted along with it. Denver reveals that they simply piled them up at the foot of the mountain after sorting them out, discarding anything too impure or cracked to be made into jewels. But the prince confidently tells him that this is where they've been mistaken. If he's being honest, what they threw away is actually the real treasure. You see, diaspore is mostly made of aluminum oxide, and since it's a byproduct of bauxite, that means this place is rich in aluminum. The discarded rocks and mud are actually the raw materials for smelting, and aluminum is infinitely useful. Compared to iron, aluminum's low density and anti-corrosive properties make it a vital material in industry and transportation technology. Aluminum is also promising as a weapon material in this world, particularly for large airships. While the prince originally planned to prioritize other iron mines, this tunnel has been an unexpected surprise. So, he decides to adjust his plans and explore this one first. The scene then transitions to Slumber Island, where the ship carrying Princess Tilly and the other witches has finally arrived at the dock. To welcome her, the witches of Slumber Island excitedly rush toward her, jumping into her arms in order to exchange warm hugs, as they had missed her dearly. As Tilly shares warm hugs with her sisters, she has a profound realization. No matter what happens, this will always be her true home, a territory created by witches for witches. Then, a green-haired witch, Camellia, steps forward to greet her. Princess Tilly is glad to see her as well and thanks her for managing the territory in her absence. Camellia assures her that everything has gone smoothly. She believes constructing the slumber spell was definitely a great idea. While she plans to report the details later, for now, she insists that Tilly get some rest. As the witches begin unloading all the souvenirs Tilly brought from Border Town, they also find a stash of books among the cargo. The witches aren't exactly thrilled to see these thick books, especially since they had been expecting gifts like soap, perfume, or something more exciting. Camellia then turns to Princess Tilly and questions if she intends to teach everyone from these books. To which Princess Tilly responds positively. After all, gathering knowledge and broadening one's horizons is the only way to grow stronger. That's when Thunder speaks up, pointing out that widespread education isn't a simple task. It requires a lot of money and time, and when people put down their tools to study, a portion of the labor force is temporarily lost. Unlike business, the results aren't immediate. It requires patience and consistency. But Tilly firmly believes that education can bring incredible change, even for commoners. The two then exchange greetings since they haven't seen each other in a long time. Thunder takes the opportunity to ask about her trip to the western region, curious if she found the answers she was looking for. Princess Tilly admits that she still hasn't gotten the answers she sought as the prince remains very secretive and omits information very carefully, but she was amazed to see how the western region is flourishing under his rule. Meanwhile, the witches discover the stuffed toy Roland had gifted to his sister, and they all swoon over how soft it is. Wanting to avoid being bombarded with endless questions from the other witches, Tilly decides she'd rather hear Camelia's report first. In the office, Thunder also gets the chance to read all the valuable information Tilly managed to gather. It contains everything, from the existence of devils to the revelation that the ruins were actually created by witches. Not only that, but Border Town also discovered an ancient witch who has been alive for 400 years. The sheer amount of information is overwhelming, and Thunder is forced to admit that Tilly has learned more on this trip than he has in his entire life. Tilly then asks for Thunder's thoughts on the devils, wondering if he finds anything particularly frightening. He admits that he does feel a little spooked, but compared to his burning passion for exploration, that fear is nothing. Being an adventurer and explorer through and through, he's now itching to see that so-called living fossil from 400 years ago. Tilly finds it ironic that this guy wants to visit Border Town not to reunite with his daughter, but to meet Agatha instead. Thunder then proceeds to share his latest exploits from his recent expedition east of the sea line. There, he witnessed a cliff formed entirely by seawater, where ships could somehow sail on vertical water. What's even more incredible is that he managed to climb the cliff and watch the entire process of the tide in action. As the current sped up, the ship started plummeting toward the lowest point of the cliff. If Molly hadn't protected it, the impact alone would have snapped the ship in half. He kept turning the wheel, trying to steer toward the rushing water. Coincidentally, a strong wind was pushing against it, creating a fascinating balance between the two forces. The ship couldn't move forward another step, yet it wasn't being pushed down the cliff either. But based on his observations, even if the ship had been pushed off, it would have been just like climbing up, but in reverse. It would have simply landed at the lower part of the cliff. The whirlpool eventually filled up, and from the top of the sea line, they were able to witness the entire phenomenon unfold. The height of the sea line shrank while the sea level rose, and that, Thunder reveals, is the truth behind the tides. The sight was extraordinary. From a distance, it looked as if they were stuck on the side of a cliff, with their sails perfectly parallel to the sea's surface, like they could fall at any moment. Tilly struggles to make sense of it, but Thunder insists he saw everything with his own eyes. Half a month later, the tide began to recede at the same time as Phantom Island did. He asks if she remembers that place where the sea level drops rapidly, as if there's a massive hole at the bottom swallowing all the water. Tilly, however, dismisses it as just a theory. No one really knows what the seafloor looks like. But Thunder pushes forward, asking her why she thinks this part of the ocean is called the Whirlpool Seas. He reminds her that she mentioned how the continent was ruled by witches 400 years ago, so maybe the name itself comes from an even earlier time period. Tilly has to admit that he's making some solid points, but she argues that they don't have the means to explore the bottom of the ocean. No one on Slumber Island can do something like that, and proving such a theory would be incredibly difficult. But Thunder claims he knows someone. There's a witch who lives in the bay, one who hasn't interacted with humans in a long time. She was once a good friend of his, helping him during his expeditions. But ever since her abilities awakened, she bid farewell to the land. Sometimes you can hear her song drifting through the fog out at sea. This jogs a memory for Tilly. She wants Thunder to confirm it if he's referring to the rumors about a mermaid who guides ships through the ocean. Thunder confirms this. He further admits he's not sure if she'll be willing to help, but they have to try. He might also need the assistance of his old friend, Margaret. For this expedition, he wants to hear more about the new ships in Border Town. He's heard they don't require wind to sail, which would be incredibly useful for his expeditions. Money isn't an issue, and the sooner he gets his hands on one, the better. So he asks Tilly if she can send a letter of purchase to Prince Roland on his behalf. He also makes one more request. He doesn't want his daughter finding out about his adventures. Tilly understands his reasoning and assures him she won't say a word. The scene transitions to Longsong Fortress, where a newly revolutionized ship designed by the prince is docked. Thousands of people are lined up, eager for a chance to board and sail to Border Town. Some hesitate, uncertain about moving to such an unfamiliar place. But many see it as an opportunity of better jobs, higher wages, and the chance to earn more silver. And who wouldn't want extra money? Some dream of making enough to buy themselves a bicycle. Meanwhile, Prince Roland is busy guiding Petrov before his departure for Border Town. He goes over the assignments Petrov needs to handle and, after ensuring all responsibilities are properly handed over, he finally boards the ship. With only a week left until the spring assault, Roland feels relieved knowing Iron Axe is taking care of the military preparations in advance. Their main focus right now should be on crop production. If they plant their spring seeds diligently, they will have enough food stockpiled to feel secure. Nightingale also expresses her confidence in their agriculture efforts. With both their agricultural director and Leaf's Gold 1 ability, she believes they are set for a successful harvest. Roland, however, reminds her that their spring assault has another surprise in store, one that will be revealed soon enough. Once they return to Border Town, we find Anna working on the construction of a new ship. She is pleased to see Roland back and, naturally, he asks about the progress of the project. Anna describes the numerous challenges they faced during construction, but confidently states that she has resolved all of them. This leaves Roland genuinely surprised. The issues she mentioned were far too complex for the average person to solve, yet she handled them effortlessly. She then asks him if he has a name in mind for the ship, but Roland admits he hasn't thought of one yet. The reason Anna asks about the ship's name is that First Army soldiers have been coming by every few days to admire the vessel. Some of them even argued about engraving their names onto the hull, claiming that Roland had promised to name a warship after the best artillery soldier. However, Roland dismisses the idea, stating that this particular ship will not be named after an individual. The first warship's name will not only symbolize itself, but also represent its entire class. He refuses to grant such a significant honor to a single person. With that settled, they decide to simply call it Roland, officially naming it Roland 1 Warship. The scene then shifts to the capital, where a group of men, including this guy in a red coat, and he is always staying in the capital in order to keep an eye over any move Timothy makes, and report it to the prince as soon as possible. Everyone refers to him as Tassa. The discussion revolves around Timothy's latest move. It seems Timothy has begun his offensive, sending a fleet of 500 men to blockade the Redwater River, aiming to cut off border towns' trade routes. The fleet consists of 4 battleships and 200 fully equipped soldiers, reinforcing the blockade. Tassa is determined to report this development to Prince Roland as soon as possible. However, before doing so, he takes a moment to read a message he has just received from the prince. After reading it, he reassures his fellow members that they no longer need to worry. Prince Roland, along with the First Army, has already set sail, and their target is none other than the capital itself. The scene transitions back to Prince Roland. Nightingale appears, immediately noticing how unusually happy he seems. She assumes that his good mood must come from the fact that he will finally see his home after such a long time. But Roland denies it, stating that the western region is his only true home. He insists that his happiness comes from knowing that he will soon be able to end this conflict with Timothy once and for all. Of course, Nightingale, with her ability to detect lies, knows better. A faint blush creeps onto her face as she calls him out for lying. Exposed, Roland finally admits the real reason for his happiness. He is simply satisfied with the fact that he managed to establish so many warships in just 1 month. Nightingale then shifts the conversation. She sincerely thanks him. She is grateful that he is bringing an end to the conflict and stabilizing Greycastle. Under his rule, both mortals and witches will finally be able to live in peace. She had always believed in him, but she never expected this day to come so soon. However, Roland reminds her that victory will not come instantly. Even if he defeats Timothy, there will still be remnants of the elite who resist or struggle against his rule. Fully unifying Greycastle may take years. Hearing this, she quietly worries that she might not live long enough to see that future. But before she can dwell on the thought any longer, Roland swiftly flicks her forehead. No talk of dying is allowed here because he would never let her go so easily. Nightingale argues that as a battle witch, she is always on the front lines. The possibility of dying early is something she has already accepted. Proudly, she reaffirms her commitment, stating that she has already pledged her loyalty to Roland, and would willingly sacrifice herself for him if necessary. But Roland immediately dismisses such thoughts. He assures her that the only ones who will be making sacrifices will be their enemies. Just then, Lightning arrives in order to report urgent news. She reveals that 4 sailboats are approaching from 20 kilometers away. With oars on both sides, it is highly likely that they are the eagle-headed boats mentioned in the letter. Roland gives her an approving pat for her surveillance skills. He also corrects her that the word eagle likely refers to a battering ram hidden below the waterline. Feeling proud of herself, Lightning cheekily demands a reward for her efforts. She wants one of her school assignments to be excused. After some back and forth, Roland reluctantly agrees, but with one condition: she must not slack off like last time. As Lightning beams with joy, Nightingale thinks that he should not have given in so easily. But Roland simply smiles. To him, small acts of mercy are what make people remember kindness. With that settled, he turns serious once more. There is work to be done. According to Tassa's reports, Timothy has sent 4 galleys. Their speed is roughly the same as Roland's concrete ships, but they have the advantage of agility. These ships are designed for ramming and boarding enemy ships, and they could also potentially be used for suicide attacks. Given that the enemy is trying to blockade their waterways, Roland dismisses the second possibility of a suicide attack. He firmly believes that this will be everyone's first naval battle, so he's open to any strategic suggestions from his commanders. One of the officers in the conference speaks up, pointing out that cannons are not very accurate against moving targets. Since both sides will be in constant motion, he recommends opening fire only when they are within 50 meters. He assures that his platoon can sink an enemy ship with each cannonball at that range. Another platoon leader counters this, explaining that cannon fire consumes a lot of ammunition, and only Miss Anna can manufacture it. He suggests waiting for the enemy to make the first move, and when they attempt to board, they can retaliate with heavy machine guns. Prince Roland, carefully weighing both opinions, turns to the captain for his perspective. The captain's response surprises everyone. He proposes a direct collision strategy. The other commanders are taken aback, but the captain elaborates. Our ships are large, fast, and made of steel. A wooden enemy ship would likely collapse from a simple collision or lose its mobility due to heavy damage. It looks like Roland is absolutely loving the idea, and he eventually locks on it. He commands them to sound the horns, ready to implement the daring plan. On the enemy side, Duke Eden and his crew begin to notice a strange black smoke rising on the horizon. At first, they assume it's a fire somewhere along the river, perhaps a merchant ship caught in flames. These idiots just can't make sense of it, especially since they don't understand the concept of engines or the source of such smoke. As they continue to observe, they notice the ships traveling far too quickly for merchant vessels. There are no flags to identify them, which adds to the mystery. The speed at which they're moving along the river, effortlessly defying expectations, only deepens their confusion. Soon enough, the ship Roland 1 comes into full view. The enemy soldiers and commanders are left utterly stunned, their minds struggling to comprehend the massive, imposing steel vessel barreling toward them. It's unlike anything they've seen before. A ship of that size, that fast, and made of steel is a monstrosity in their eyes. The massive chunk of steel collides directly with the wooden ships in the blockade, and the results are catastrophic. The wooden boats, unable to withstand the sheer force of the collision, begin to sink rapidly. Duke Eden panics as he frantically orders the ship's captain to head for the shore. While running away, he dreads his fate and the severe consequences that will follow if he turns tail and flees. If he enters the capital like this, he'll have no chance of getting promoted. His only opportunity is to seize the traitor's warship and bring it to King Timothy. Even if it was created by devils, as long as it's manned by humans, he's convinced they still have a chance to win. So, he yells at his men to bring out the bows and torches. They're going to kill that bastard hiding in that metal shell. Whoever helps take down Roland and his ship, Eden promises them a gold royal. The offer is just as lucrative as it can get, so they charge full speed at our hero's warship once again. The bastards are armed with their long-range weapons, feeling smug, thinking victory is theirs. They start firing arrows and throwing bombs with everything they've got. But sadly for these primitive suckers, their arrows are utterly useless against the thick steel of the ship. Iron Axe quickly fires the machine gun mounted on the warship, and those bullets literally tear through the shields those bastards are holding. The barrage of bullets starts disintegrating the wooden boat structure, ripping through it like paper. As the relentless rain of bullets continues, all Eden can do is stand there, completely frozen. By all common sense, a massive weapon like the one our party has should have horrible reload speed and accuracy. So Eden has no idea how in the hell Prince Roland managed to create such a terrifying weapon. The only explanation he can think of is that this must be an invention of the devils. In the end, he gets drilled by a bullet too and sinks down along with his ship. The boys on the warship feel disappointed that the enemy got obliterated so easily. They were looking forward to flexing their muscles and showing what the artillery squad is made of. But their commander quickly reminds these idiots that they can't afford to waste ammo, especially considering how much effort Anna puts into making them. He assures them that everyone will get their time to shine, so they shouldn't feel too salty about it. The boys then start discussing among themselves how amazing it would be if they had a warship named after them. 2 days pass since that successful subjugation, and it looks like their warship is finally nearing the capital. But Lightning reports that the port appears to be heavily guarded by at least 100 men, and they look like civilian soldiers. Prince Roland is surprised to hear that only 100 men have been deployed at the port. You see, he had predicted that the first battle would happen near the port. To prevent his army from disembarking, soldiers with crossbows and hand cannons might be surrounding them at the riverbank. They could even have catapults ready. But now, Roland is starting to believe that the enemy has abandoned their huge advantage of the shoreline. He does admit that it was a wise move, but he also acknowledges that Timothy doesn't seem to understand the range and power of 150-55mm shells. He then asks Sylvie if any of the civilian soldiers are equipped with berserker pills, to which Sylvie replies that she didn't find anything like that, and they aren't even fully equipped with weapons. However, she notices something strange beneath the dirt. Apparently, the enemy has buried something down there. She can see canisters and barrels hidden under the port, filled with a black and gray powder. It doesn't take long for Roland to realize that it must be gunpowder. Now everything makes sense. The civilian army of 100 is simply disposable. Timothy wants Roland's soldiers to disembark and attack the port. And once the explosives are detonated, everyone, including Timothy's own men, will be blown to pieces. Since Timothy isn't capable of remote detonation, those poor soldiers are there to do it manually. Roland immediately instructs Sylvie to locate the fuses and the soldiers manning them. As for Nightingale, Roland gives her the task of sneaking in, taking out the fuse operators, and watching the gate to prevent anyone else from detonating the gunpowder. Later, he plans to destroy the fuses using their cannons. Now let's switch to the enemy's perspective. The captain of the soldiers, Duke Thames, is quite fascinated by the fact that that idiot Roland actually decided to attack the capital. You see, the royal city has never been attacked in its 200-year history. No one has ever had the courage to challenge its mighty bluestone walls. So, to him, it's ridiculous that Roland would choose to attack despite being at such a disadvantage. With the enemy almost at the port, he addresses his soldiers. He orders them to relay his commands. He wants the 1st and 2nd Cavalry squads on standby behind the gate, with mercenaries stationed alongside them. The bastard is feeling pretty smug about their plan. They're convinced that Roland's forces won't stand a chance against the surprise they have in store, gunpowder buried beneath the ground, ready to be detonated. But then, as he observes the battlefield, he suddenly notices something odd. Roland's warship is leaving the fleet. Now that he thinks about it, he realizes something strange. Roland's warship doesn't have oars, which makes him wonder how the hell is that ship even sailing. But in the end, it doesn't really matter. No matter how strange their ships are, the Duke is sure that his enemies are going to die, though for some reason, they aren't docking at the port. For a moment, these overconfident bastards think that maybe, just maybe, the tiny civilian army managed to scare the shit out of Roland, and he's running for his life. And that's when our warship fires its first 150-55mm shell, obliterating everything where it lands. Those idiots have no clue what the hell just happened. Duke Thames assumes for a moment that the gunpowder they buried must have detonated by accident. But then, a soldier frantically reports that the attack came from the warship. Of course, the Duke gets annoyed. What the soldier is saying is completely bullshit. How the hell could a warship nearly a mile away launch an explosion like this? Before he can even process it, more devastating news arrives. The fuse locations have been destroyed. The bastard starts trembling. This means Timothy's ambush plan has completely tanked. At this point, he's certain that the enemy is going to reach the city walls. And then, another explosion erupts as the gunpowder buried beneath the ground ignites, wiping out all the soldiers standing nearby. They literally have no idea who is detonating the damn thing. And just when they think things couldn't get any worse, another bad report comes in. The main capital gate is in danger. The Duke is completely lost. How is this even possible when the enemy is still miles away? But we can clearly see that it's Roland's artillery who obliterated the gate. The soldiers stationed there are all smoked. At this point, the only thing running through their minds is that the enemy is downright diabolical. Panicking, the Duke quickly orders his soldiers to control the cavalry and not let them scatter. But before they can even react, something appears in the sky. A hot air balloon. Wendy doesn't waste a second before deploying one of the bombs. Lightning ensures the bomb lands in the perfect spot, and in an instant, it crashes down right over the main gate. The wall crumbles, burying the soldiers beneath it. In a matter of minutes, Roland's strategic prowess has completely wiped out the enemy's defenses, without even stepping foot on the port. Sylvie is somewhat horrified by all the destruction, and the enemy is now completely defenseless. But Nightingale believes that these shitheads deserve every bit of it. If the roles were reversed, the enemy wouldn't have been any less ruthless. But Prince Roland believes that no matter who wins, war always comes at a price. Right now, though, he has no time to brood over the horrors of war or the virtues of pacifism. This isn't just about survival. It's a battle for power, ideals, and most importantly, a war of eras. When an inferior era is replaced, it never fades quietly. Massive bloodshed is inevitable, and if someone has to suffer, Roland would rather it be his enemies than himself. With that, he orders his soldiers to sound the horns and take the city. Iron Axe and his 1st Army platoon are ready to comply. A while later, the entire city is in shambles. Our soldiers have infiltrated the streets, pushing deeper into enemy territory. Right now, they're facing mindless berserker-pilled soldiers. The platoon commander orders Squad 4 to retreat and instructs Squad 3 to stand by, ready to engage. Suddenly, an enemy soldier lunges forward and kills one of our men on the spot. Turns out, berserker soldiers were waiting in a nearby shack, lying in ambush. They launch a surprise attack, but as soon as our troops start firing, the tables turn fast. One of the soldiers grabs the heavy machine gun, unleashing a relentless barrage of bullets. The mindless bastards drop like flies. Once the massacre ends, the soldiers sweep the area, finishing off the last surviving berserker troops. Let's not forget the balloon, which is also wreaking havoc, dropping one bomb after another. Meanwhile, a soldier rushes into Timothy's chamber, where the so-called king sits slumped on his bed, completely devastated. The soldier reports that the enemy is at the castle gate. They need to escape before it's too late. But it looks like Timothy has already given up. He is lost in thought, remembering how his father ended his life right in this very room. His father had used his own death as a trap to kill Gerald, Timothy's greatest obstacle. That moment had given Timothy the opportunity to climb to the peak of power. In just 1 year, he had cleaned up the eastern and northern regions, exiled his sister, and stood unrivaled. He had believed that unifying Greycastle was only a matter of time. But in just 3 days, just 3 goddamn days, everything he built has been shredded to pieces. He throws a tantrum, raging that Roland would never have won if he hadn't collaborated with witches and devils. And now, he's furious at the church for failing to eradicate witches from the world. If it weren't for them, Roland wouldn't have had access to these ridiculously powerful weapons. After venting his frustrations, Timothy finally makes his decision. He won't die here. That fool of a brother should be the one to go to hell, not him. He heads for the secret tunnel, his last hope of escape. The tunnel has a hidden entrance and a permanent locking mechanism. Once it's sealed, it's impossible to break through. Lined with stones of divine judgment and deadly traps, he's certain Roland won't be able to track his movements. Timothy just needs to make it to the northern and eastern aristocrats who still support him. After all, he promoted a few dukes there, surely they'll shelter him. However, Timothy doesn't know if the northern or eastern aristocrats will still take him in now that the capital has fallen. He thinks maybe the church might, but he's also aware that while those fools may be arrogant and inefficient, they're surely not going to let Roland tighten his grip on the kingdom. If the church grants him the revenge he deserves, Timothy is ready to hand them his father's kingdom. All he wants is Roland's execution, and then he plans to torture those cursed witches to death. But when he finally reaches the other end of the tunnel, all he finds are soldiers waiting for him. The siege of the royal city has finally come to an end. As Prince Roland marches through the city, the soldiers welcome him with cheers. The captain of the Second Army approaches, bringing good news. The castle road has been secured, and the city now belongs to Roland, making him the new king of Greycastle. Well, Prince also can't shake off the sacrifices it took to reach here. This has been the fiercest battle for the First Army. Their casualties haven't been fully recorded yet, but over 20 bodies have been counted, after Nana's healing, that is. The royal decree for the throne has finally been sealed. As King Roland enters the palace, he notices a few familiar faces standing respectfully in line to welcome their new king. The first in line is Treasury Minister Lauren Muir, followed by the old Foreign Minister, Brent Fellon. There's also Judiciary Minister Paul, the current Prime Minister Duke Wake, and Communications Director Marshall. All of them had served the late King Wimbledon, and some of their families can trace their roots back to the founding of the Wimbledon family, the time when Timothy Wimbledon inherited the throne. These men all served him faithfully. Prince Roland can tell that they seem willing to pledge their loyalty to him as well. However, he doesn't need them. This won't be a conference, it will be a court of justice. He addresses everyone present, declaring that Timothy Wimbledon murdered the first prince, Gerald Wimbledon. He instigated riots, allied with the church, and is now imprisoned, awaiting his punishment. Soon, his crimes will be known in every corner of the continent. He then questions if anyone has anything to say. The current Prime Minister, Duke Wake, steps forward, admitting that Timothy's crimes cannot be ignored. He claims that he had tried to convince Timothy to reconsider his actions, but to no avail. He expresses relief that Prince Roland has finally cleared the dark cloud that hung over the castle. But Roland knows better. Everyone standing here played a role in enabling Timothy's atrocities. There is no excuse for that. He makes it clear that whatever they say now will not be of any use. However, Lauren Muir reminds Prince Roland that when Timothy rose to power, he promoted many of his personal allies, such as Langley Scar and Duke Mollis. The knights and the army were under their control, leaving little room for opposition. Another official quickly agrees, and the mustached man even claims that when Timothy executed Gerald Wimbledon, he also purged the court. With the knights holding all the power, no one had any way of stopping him. Prince Roland acknowledges this. In their regard, what they are saying is true. But to separate those who were merely caught in Timothy's rule from those who were truly devoted to him, Roland decides to play a little game, one that will allow everyone present to prove their innocence. Prince Roland states that it is a simple interrogation game, he asks, and they answer. If anyone lies, they lose. He further clarifies that each person will only have one chance. If they lose, they might face the guillotine, slave labor, exile, or property seizure. The game follows the rules of the court, making it entirely fair. First in line is Duke Wake. Prince Roland asks him a single question. When Timothy forced the refugees to attack the western region, did he participate? Wake hesitates before answering. Eventually, he admits that he followed Timothy's orders to gather refugees from the eastern and southern regions, but he claims he had no knowledge of Timothy's true intentions. However, Prince Roland can tell he is lying. Declaring him a liar, he sentences Wake to prison for the rest of his life before demanding the next person to step forward. The other officials tense up at the sight of their fellow being condemned so easily. Prince then warns them further. If they think they can outsmart him, they should reconsider. Lying will not help them because he can see through lies effortlessly. His words send a chill through the room, and panic sets in. One by one, the officials begin rattling out every detail of the atrocities they committed, desperate to prove their innocence. After an intense interrogation, the game finally comes to an end. Those who are found guilty are thrown into the dungeon, while the remaining ones are allowed to leave the castle. With the matter settled, Prince Roland now turns his focus to restoring order in the castle. Once stability is ensured, he will summon the people back to the city. Prince Roland wants to make it clear that his governance will be unlike that of his father or Timothy. To drive the point home, he reminds everyone of the game they just played and warns them that there will be more like it. Sorry for calling Roland a prince, since he is now a king. I will try my best to not call out him with his previous title. Then we hear Roland's thoughts. He voices his frustration. He does not wish to stay in this place longer than necessary, but he has no choice. The capital still needs to be managed, and for now, he must rely on smaller aristocrats with clean backgrounds until the city hall's trained officials take over. After spending a day sorting out the mess, it is time to meet his brother in the dungeon. As he descends, he notes that this dungeon is far better than those in the outer districts. No leaking water, no rats or cockroaches scuttling around, and no stench of mold and moisture. Finally, he arrives face to face with Timothy. The moment Timothy lays eyes on him, he is left questioning if this imposing figure is even the same Roland Wimbledon he once knew. But Roland makes it clear that he is indeed Roland Wimbledon. Timothy keeps denying it, insisting that the brother he knew would never look at him like this. Roland merely smirks and responds before sharing a memory from their childhood, like how Garcia and Gerald had once dared him to go into the chapel's basement when he was 12. Timothy had stolen a key from the guards and used it to lock him inside, leaving him trapped until morning, only to return and mock him. Back then, Roland had neither the courage to fight back, nor the bravery to face his older brother. But now things have changed. Timothy begins blaring, claiming that Roland is a devil, and some foul creature has taken his appearance to steal the kingdom. But Roland calmly reminds him that he is no better than any devil himself. He murdered their father and pinned the blame on their brother just to seize the throne. He reminds Timothy that their father despised the church, yet Timothy allied with them. He used innocent people as pawns to invade their siblings' territories. Now, in just a year, the kingdom is in complete ruin, cities are burning, refugees are everywhere. Even a devil would not have been so cruel. Timothy shouts in response, insisting that he did not kill their father. Their father committed suicide, he was possessed by the devil, just like Roland. This unexpected claim catches Roland off guard. Timothy further comes clean that he is telling the truth. Their father was lying in bed as usual, but then, out of nowhere, he took a dagger and stabbed himself, all while smiling. He had even been wearing a stone of divine judgment. It happened so suddenly that no one had time to stop him. This revelation gives Roland pause. If the king had been wearing a stone of divine judgment, then how could he have been controlled? Nightingale, standing nearby, offers a reminder. There exists a type of pure witch who can take on the appearance of anyone. The pieces begin to fit together. If the church was behind this, it would make perfect sense for them to use the throne decree to throw the kingdom into chaos. However, speculation is not enough. They need proof. And the only way to get the truth is from a church archbishop. Nevertheless, Roland confronts his brother one last time, making it clear that there is no escape from the consequences of his actions. He reminds Timothy that he murdered Gerald, spread violence throughout the kingdom, allied with the church, and used berserker pills. His reckless rule has led to the deaths of countless people. There will be no cover-ups, no fabricated trials like Gerald's. This time, everything will be real. Timothy's crimes will be publicized for all to see. He will be put on trial, and then, just like Gerald, he will face the guillotine. But Timothy refuses to accept his fate. He keeps ranting about Roland being a pawn of devils, insisting that he will not allow a demon to rule the kingdom. He argues that even if Roland becomes king, he will never be able to stand against the church. Only he, Timothy, truly understands what they are capable of, because he has read their father's notes. But Roland reminds his dumb shit half-witted brother that he knows far more than Timothy could ever imagine. He doesn't just understand the church's schemes, he also knows what the future holds. He is well aware of the difficulties ahead, and he knows that Timothy does not have what it takes to lead their people through the trials to come. For Roland, this is not just about punishing a traitor, it is about preparing for the greater challenge ahead. Timothy's rule has ended, and so must his life. Still, he assures Timothy that his journey to hell will not be a lonely one. Many of his loyal followers will accompany him, so he can rest easy, knowing he won't be alone. With that, Roland turns away, having nothing more to say. He leaves the rest to Fox. Timothy, meanwhile, continues his tantrum, screaming and struggling against his fate, but his cries go unheard as Roland descends from the dungeons. Fox then introduces himself to the fallen king, calling himself Hill Fox, a former member of the Pigeon Hat Circus group. Timothy may not recognize him, But this man remembers this shit of a king all too well. Fox claims that because of Timothy, he lost his wife and was forced to become a rat. He has always tracked Timothy's movements, reporting them to Prince Roland. Timothy's plans to manufacture snow powder and forcibly deploy civilian troops into the western region, all of them were leaked by Fox himself. Timothy, of course, starts ranting again, insisting that Roland is the real devil and that Fox shouldn't serve him just for the sake of a woman. But Fox doesn't give a damn who he serves, as long as he can get his revenge. If it meant serving a devil and going to hell with him, so be it. And now he's more than happy to help stoke the fire that will burn Timothy to ashes. The scene transitions to Nightingale and Wendy, getting ready for bed. Wendy feels exhausted after dropping all those bombs from the balloon. Maggie and Lightning have already fallen asleep. Wendy then questions Nightingale if she plans to visit her old home in Silver City. She figures it would only take half an hour if she takes Maggie with her. She also reminds her about the little brother she left behind. But it's clear Nightingale has no desire to see the people who abandoned her. So she makes an excuse, claiming that this is a time to keep the city in order. Enemies are lurking everywhere, and she can't afford to leave King Roland even for a single step. Once things stabilize, she'll have plenty of chances to go. Well, Wendy had thought she would emphasize her severance from the Glenn family like she always had, but it seems she doesn't hate her brother anymore. Nightingale believes that if it weren't for his betrayal, she wouldn't have met Wendy or King Roland. She chooses to cherish her current life and forget the old one. Later, Wendy falls asleep, while Nightingale remains awake, reflecting on the situation. She recalls how the kingdom has finally come under Roland's control, and how witches can now live openly, like normal people, in the light. However, she herself has no intention of abandoning the dark either. She finds solace in the shadows, the only place where she can have time to herself. Time to admire Roland from afar, without interfering in his life. The next day arrives, and Margaret, Roland's old friend, comes to visit him. It looks like she's here to share something of utmost importance, as she insists on meeting Roland privately. First, Margaret apologizes for barging in like this, but she explains that her friend Thunder wishes to meet the king. Naturally, Roland is startled, because as far as he remembers, Thunder was supposed to have died in an exploration accident. But Margaret reminds him that Thunder is the kind of guy who never leaves a trail. He especially didn't want Lightning to find out. And that's precisely why Margaret is here, sharing this in secret. Thunder had initially planned to contact Roland through Tilly, but the sudden attack Roland launched on the capital caught him off guard. Margaret explains that Thunder also saw something incredible at Phantom Island, something that might be closely related to the ruins. That alone makes him very interested in meeting Roland. He's currently in the capital, having just arrived yesterday. Roland takes note of how Margaret doesn't seem all that surprised that Thunder is still alive, which makes him suspect she already knew. Margaret doesn't deny it. She admits that she was aware and apologizes for not telling him sooner. She also reveals that the magic stone Lightning wears on her necklace is how Thunder has been tracking her location. She goes on to explain that Thunder was the one who sent her to Border Town in the first place, to make sure his daughter was doing well. When Lightning chose to settle there, Thunder decided to hide his whereabouts, hoping it would dissuade her from becoming an explorer. Upon hearing the truth, Roland feels like a fool. He had almost believed Margaret was genuinely fascinated by Border Town and all the business opportunities it had to offer. But back to the main topic. Roland states that the kingdom is still a complete mess right now, so there's no way he can leave the castle. Instead, he gives her permission to bring Thunder here if he truly wishes to meet. And he promises to keep it a secret from Lightning as well. Once Margaret is gone, Nightingale reappears, teasing Roland about how he failed to see through her lies back then. She reminds him that Margaret was wearing that huge stone of divine judgment at the time. Before Roland can respond, a soldier rushes in, reporting that an aristocrat claiming to be an old friend of the king has arrived. The supposed friend's name is Yorko. The moment the name sinks in, Roland nearly chokes on his tea. And just like that, the aristocrat in question barges inside. Yorko is quite the charming figure. He is full of admiration for how King Roland managed to defeat his demonic older brother so quickly. It's been a whole year since they last met, yet Yorko notes that Roland hasn't changed at all. For some backstory, Yorko, also known as the Magic Hand, was once on good terms with Roland. Back when the fourth prince was shut out by the Big Three and even rejected by his own little sister, Yorko took him under his wing, introducing him to a life of drinking and partying. It was Yorko's presence that pulled the old Roland out of his misery, giving him a ragtag group of friends, something he never had inside the castle. At that time, the fourth prince considered Yorko to be his best friend. With his sharp taste in clothing, refined manners, and skill in gambling, Yorko easily won the hearts of many rich young ladies. And as usual, he's here for one reason, to invite Roland out for a drink. The man of culture even leans in and whispers in Roland's ear, casually asking if he'd prefer to spend the night with Madame Ross or Miss Kingfisher. Of course, Nightingale, listening from the shadows, begins to exude such a menacing aura that the air around her starts to freeze. Sensing danger, Roland quickly tries to escape her wrath, insisting that he never did anything with any of those girls and has no relationship with them whatsoever. Technically, this isn't a lie, especially since the current Roland never had any romantic entanglements, so Nightingale wouldn't be able to detect anything off. But Yorko, being Yorko, keeps insisting otherwise, making Nightingale grow even more suspicious. Eventually, Yorko lets it slide, deciding to just hang out like old times. He excitedly tells Roland about the new spots that have opened up in the city, places they could go and enjoy themselves. But Roland quickly shuts that idea down, making it clear that he no longer has such worldly desires. They go back and forth for a bit, but Roland firmly reminds him that he's a king now. He can't afford to be as careless as before. Besides, he knows Yorko didn't come all this way just to reminisce about the past. So he wants his old friend to cut to the chase, as there's no need to dance around the real reason he's here. Finally, Yorko comes clean. He wants to work in Roland's government. Roland is caught off guard by this, but Yorko continues, saying he'd like to be one of his ministers. He doesn't need an important role like managing the treasury or judiciary. He'd be fine overseeing the patrol or something, like Knight Ironheart. Roland can hardly believe what he's hearing. If he hands over the patrol guard to Yorko, the capital's reputation might be in ruins. But Yorko seems unusually confident that he can keep all those rats in check. While Roland understands that giving him a governmental position is fine, he still needs to work it out with City Hall and figure out a suitable role for him. He assures Yorko that he'll get a letter soon enough. With that promise made, Yorko leaves. Once Roland is alone, Nightingale reappears, immediately teasing him about Madame Ross and Miss Kingfisher. She wants to know who they were exactly. Roland tries to brush it off casually, explaining that they were just two women he met once. He wasn't familiar with them and didn't even know their real names. That's just how it is with aristocrats. Everyone wears a false mask, putting on a show, and once they part ways, no one bothers to remember anything. Nightingale continues her interrogation, but eventually, Roland manages to convince her to drop it. Now that he's free from Nightingale's scrutiny, it's finally time for him to meet the legendary adventurer, Thunder. When Thunder appears before Roland, he pulls back his hood and greets the prince with proper manners. Roland thanks him for helping Tilly after she moved to Sleeping Island. Thunder assures him that it was no problem at all, as she provided great support during his expedition. In fact, if it weren't for the witches, Phantom Island would have been the limit of his team's range. He then asks if Tilly mentioned the sea line to Roland in her letters. But Roland has no idea what that is. Seeing his confusion, Thunder proceeds to explain everything about the sea line and his recent exploits. After explaining his situation, Thunder expresses his desire to purchase a ship capable of sailing against the wind and currents. Money is not an issue, and he's willing to pay any price Roland asks. Roland accepts the request, stating that money isn't important to him either. He assures Thunder that he'll calculate the price fairly and build the ship using the best technology available. He promises that the ship will go far beyond his own sphere of influence, and he genuinely wants to support Thunder in this endeavor. Exploring the unknown could change the fate of humanity, so he'll fully back Thunder's expeditions, on the condition that Thunder reports any new discoveries to him immediately. Thunder acknowledges this and promises to do as instructed. After their conversation, Roland reflects on everything Thunder revealed about the sea line. Seawater that defies gravity, flowing upwards like a wall, and a ship traveling vertically while everything appears level as usual. If this wasn't coming from the most famous explorer in the world, Roland wouldn't have believed a word of it. This suggests that something is interfering with gravity, creating a unique magnetic field. But since the true nature of gravity itself isn't fully understood, he can't reach any conclusions just yet, as it might even be related to magic. Nightingale reappears after quietly smuggling Thunder out of the castle. Noticing Roland's contemplative mood, she questions him about it. Instead of answering directly, he asks her an odd question. Does she know what elves are? They're mythical humanoid creatures with pointy ears, known for living in forests, elegant, agile, and immortal. Well, Nightingale admits that she's never even heard of elves. In response, Roland explains that he's seen them in storybooks. They are fictional creatures that were once spread across the continent but were eventually pushed deeper into the forests by humans, to the point of extinction. They were intelligent, but their numbers were far smaller than those of humans. The elves never stood a chance against the overwhelming human armies. Forced to retreat into barren lands, their civilization began to decline, and eventually, humans surpassed them in technology. In the end, the elves were completely subjugated, enslaved, with no way to fight back. Right now, Roland warns, humanity is in the same position as the elves once were. The technology humans currently possess is primitive. They are confined to a corner of the continent, knowing almost nothing about the outside world. He fears that if humanity doesn't broaden its vision, if people don't seek to understand the world around them, They will eventually be overpowered, just like the elves. The two divine wars have already cost nearly 1,000 years of progress, and he can only hope there's still time to change the course of history. The scene transitions to Border Town, where Sister Soraya is using her paint magic to help the neighbors. After finishing up, she hops onto her bicycle and makes her way toward the castle. Upon arriving, she finds her fellow sisters already gathered, prepared for their afternoon tea party. As they sit down to eat, Soraya begins to doze off in the middle of the meal. She quickly snaps back to attention when Sister Scroll calls for everyone's focus. Today's class has been cancelled. Instead, they will be testing Echo's abilities. Sister Echo steps forward, standing above the rest, ready to begin her song. The moment her voice fills the air, a shift takes place. Out of nowhere, the entire group finds themselves enveloped in a warm, cozy hot spring. The sensation is so soothing that all the witches are completely entranced, basking in pure bliss. For the first time, they experience the true power of rejuvenation, and it feels absolutely euphoric. The scene transitions to King Roland, waking up in his castle. The sky is clear, and the sun shines brightly. A perfect day for an execution. And we already know who the sacrificial goat will be. After a week of preparation, the evidence of the church conspiring with Timothy to overthrow the late king is now irrefutable. Not many aristocrats are being executed today, aside from Timothy, his underlings, the former prime minister, and the head judge. The rest of the condemned are all church followers. By the end of the day, the capital's church will be uprooted completely. No one who participated in the plague has been spared. When these criminals meet their end, the crowd will likely erupt in cheers. As Roland stands by the window, Nightingale asks if he isn't going to watch the execution take place with his own eyes. But the prince replies that Iron Axe and Tassa have it under control. He has more important matters to deal with. This morning he arranged for the Central Command to return to Neverwinter, and Barov will be arriving soon to help manage the aristocrats. He also believes Kyle Sichi will be eager to present his latest research progress to the Royal Alchemy Society. Just then, Yorko barges into the room, carrying his usual charismatic demeanor. He's here to pay his respects to Roland, because, like many others, he hadn't initially believed that the church was responsible. But now that Bishop Philip has confessed, the truth is undeniable. Before Yorko can start rambling any further, Roland silently hands him a letter. As Yorko reads it, he finds out that it's a job offer from the prince. A long-term ambassador position, stationed in Radiant City, the capital of the Kingdom of Dawn. Roland explains that an appointed ambassador holds a much higher status than a regular one. The foreign king will treat him as an equal. But of course, Roland has chosen this post for a reason. In Dawn, Yorko can rampage as much as he pleases. The aristocratic ladies there are famous for their beauty. Perhaps this will be the perfect place for him. Yorko naturally accepts the offer without hesitation. Now that it's settled, Roland insists on teaching him proper etiquette before he departs for his new position. The prince hopes Yorko will settle in quickly and ensure the alliance remains strong. They will be fighting against the church together, after all. Yorko acknowledges this and leaves in a noticeably good mood. With that done, Roland turns to Nightingale. He instructs her to bring Sylvie, Lightning, and Maggie, because he plans to visit the astronomers. They finally arrive at their destination in the balloon. Once Roland steps onto solid ground, he finds the army captain and Renee already waiting. The captain promptly reports that the perimeter is secured. Nothing is getting in or out, not even a mouse. Renee also reassures him that the astronomers' stones of divine judgment have been confiscated, so Miss Sylvie's surveillance won't be interrupted. With that, they introduce the scholar, Missan. The old man steps forward and bows respectfully before the prince. Roland immediately questions whether Missan is his real name. The old man responds positively and explains that it is a title awarded by the Astronomy Society to those who have discovered new stars. He named the Missan star, which forms the Missan halo with 3 others, following a cycle across the sky. He introduces the rest of the astronomers, 8 masters in total, each with their own discoveries. They express their willingness to share their knowledge with King Roland, teaching him all they know about the stars and the cycles of day and night. But Roland has little interest in learning about the stars themselves. He promptly requests to see all of their constellation maps. Once inside, he meticulously examines the maps. However, after reviewing them thoroughly, he fails to find any trace of the North Star or Sagittarius. A troubling thought crosses his mind. Perhaps this is not Earth at all, but a different world entirely. There is a sun and a moon, yet the sun is just one of countless stars in the vast Milky Way. The universe holds billions of galaxies, each filled with their own celestial bodies. It wouldn't be strange for this world to exist in some stable foreign solar system. Still, something feels off. The materials found here are so similar to those on Earth, but the evolution of life is a product of chance. A similar environment wouldn't necessarily produce identical results. Even more troubling, devils and demons don't seem like a natural product of evolution at all. And unlike Earth's astronomers, the scholars of Grey Castle have no concept of a zodiac. They don't recognize the 12 constellations. In fact, the stars in their maps appear far more concentrated than those seen from Earth's night sky. This would only happen if they were located closer to the galaxy's center, where stars are more densely packed. That realization only makes the possibility of this being Earth even smaller. Roland then asks how many people are part of the Astronomy Society. Misan responds that they have 12 astronomers, 156 students, and 67 craftsmen. Hearing this, Roland wastes no time making his decision. He announces his plan to shut down the observatory. He orders them all to pack their belongings and relocate to Neverwinter City with him. Naturally, the old scholar immediately raises his voice in protest. But Roland doesn't believe in fortune-telling or the idea that stars can predict the future. He makes his own decisions, and as the king of Grey Castle, he has the authority to shut this place down. In the western region, he declares, they will learn the true knowledge of the stars, not use them as mere tools for divination. Yet the old man refuses to back down. He insists that their work must not be interrupted, that they must continue to watch the sky at all times. And his reasoning is that this is an order that came from Roland's own ancestors. Roland quickly shakes his head, dismissing the old man's claim. There's no way to verify if any of this is even true. But the old coot, Misan, suddenly reveals that he does have proof, something meant for the king's eyes only. Curious but skeptical, Roland follows him into a secret chamber deep within the observatory. Once inside, Misan finally reveals the truth. He explains that he is merely carrying out an order from one of Roland's ancestors. The rulers of the past knew that a future descendant would one day attempt to shut down the astronomy tower. This, he claims, is not the first time it has happened. While alchemy and astronomy are both advanced sciences, they cannot be compared. Alchemy is a significant source of income for the kingdom, generating wealth through its discoveries. In contrast, astronomers require heavy investments, craftsmen, crystal lenses, and time, while producing nothing of immediate value. To prevent future rulers from dismantling the astronomy tower for the sake of saving money, the ancestors established an unbreakable rule. This rule was engraved onto a golden brick, ensuring its preservation across generations. Misan presents the ancient relic and reads aloud the inscription, "No one shall interfere with the astronomy tower's duty to watch the skies, for within them lies the fate of the universe." He then reveals that the Wimbledon family has been entrusted with a mission that spans centuries. It began when the very first Wimbledon set foot on this continent. This message is not hidden from the throne, yet there is a condition. A successor may only learn of this truth upon reaching the age of 30. The ancestors believed that if a ruler learned of this too early, he might panic, leading the kingdom to ruin. Misan then delivers the most shocking revelation of all. For generations, their true purpose has not been merely to chart the stars or study their cycles. All this time they have been searching for the Star of Doom. He describes it as a crimson star, or rather, a red moon. When it descends, the world will be plunged into an unfathomable disaster. Roland narrows his eyes. He struggles to grasp the abstract nonsense this old man is spouting and demands he get to the point. Misan then proceeds to elaborate. This knowledge has been passed down orally through generations of chairmen. According to legend, a red star travels across the sky. When it appears at night, resembling a crescent moon, the world will be destroyed. Their duty, he says, is to find it before it transforms. If they can track its path, they might be able to predict doomsday. Of course, Roland has no idea what in the hell any of this means. Misan acknowledges the king's skepticism, but he is not surprised. The stars are always changing. The Star of Doom follows a specific orbit, one that spans centuries. It is rumored to complete a full cycle every 400 to 500 years. Its path is vast, meaning it only gradually comes close to their world. But when it finally nears, it will change. It will transition from a dim, unseen object to a blazing red star, and eventually it will take the shape of a crescent moon. However, the ancient order left behind by the ancestors did not specify exactly when the Star of Doom would descend. It is entirely possible that it still lingers somewhere in the sky, beyond their reach, invisible, but approaching. Misan reveals that he has been watching the skies for the past 40 years, ever since he became a disciple of the astronomy tower. He has never once stopped. Perhaps 10 years ago he might have given up. But ever since he succeeded Scholar Meteor as chairman and inherited this sacred duty, he finally understood what he was truly looking at. This will be the first true star, a prophecy unlike any other, and the very reason the astronomy tower exists. Unfortunately, he does not have much time left to continue watching. Roland then questions that, if this so-called Star of Doom truly marks the end of the world, then surely the ancestors must have left behind instructions on how to survive. Well, it looks like Misan has no answers for this daunting question. He cannot offer Roland an answer. He can do nothing but gaze upon the sky on the king's behalf. It is the king's duty to lead his people and ensure their survival. Should the earth rupture or the sky rain fire, as long as they can predict it, humanity will have a chance. Thus, he pleads with Roland not to shut down the astronomy tower. Roland considers his words. He understands the old man's concerns. For now, he decides to leave it at that. The astronomy tower will remain standing. He will send them better stargazing equipment and teach them the true knowledge of the stars. And as for when the red moon descends, Roland assures the old man that it will not be the end of the world. No matter what catastrophe awaits, he will ensure humanity survives. With that, King Roland departs, boarding his balloon and leaving the tower behind. Initially, he had planned to relocate the astronomers to the western region, but Misan has spent decades watching the skies. Perhaps it is only fitting that his journey ends here as well. Still, Roland has a hunch. The Star of Doom is likely the very same phenomenon Agatha once mentioned. When the red moon appears, doomsday will follow. A prophecy and warning. And most likely, somehow it is also connected to the witches. Sylvie shares the same suspicion. After all, why else would Grey Castle pursue it, even when their own kingdom was not yet complete? The survivors of the Alliance brought the grim news of the Red Moon, a celestial event tied to their efforts in rebuilding humanity. They had entrusted the mission of stargazing to the earliest astronomers, and one of them just so happened to be an ancestor of Roland. Roland, however, mentions that he has been reading his family's history in his father's library recently. To his surprise, there was no mention of any astronomers or the astronomy tower. His first ancestor, Mond Wimbledon, and the first king, Talak Wimbledon, were both recorded in his family's lineage, but nothing about the construction of the astronomy tower. It seems someone erased that part of history entirely. Nightingale is now also invested in the story, and is curious to know who could have done such a thing. Roland, in deep thought, replies that it wasn't an accident. If someone had gone to the lengths of engraving such an order on a gold brick, they would have documented it elsewhere too. If it was an intentional act of hiding the truth, there is no reason for leaving traces of the astronomy tower's existence at all. Every successor was meant to know the true purpose of the tower. There's a mystery surrounding the Wimbledon family from 400 years ago, and Roland is determined to uncover it. The scene shifts to the office of Duke Carlin, where one of his workers delivers unexpected news. Roland's army breached the capital walls in a single day. King Timothy, unable to escape, is now trapped inside. Duke Carlin is baffled by this report, while the worker continues, detailing the power of Roland's weapons. Their rate of fire is devastating, and they are almost unstoppable. Even Timothy's berserker army, known for their ferocity, couldn't stand against the onslaught. The weapons tore through them, leaving crippling injuries or death in their wake. Carlin slumps over his chair in despair. He can see everything falling apart. Just a week ago, he received King Timothy's orders to become the newly appointed Duke of the Northern Region, and Carlin accepted. His family had already allied with Timothy to support him. There's no doubt that his actions will be seen as an act of rebellion by Roland Wimbledon, and his prosperous days will be over. Just then, a beautiful lady clad in white comes into view, asking her father about the cause of his distress. The poor guy is in tears as he jumps toward his daughter, Iris, revealing that the Candle family is facing a great disaster. They pledged loyalty to Timothy, who just lost to Roland. Iris remains nonchalant, not surprised at all. She already knew this would happen, which is exactly why she refused to marry Timothy in the first place. Her father is shocked. How did she even predict Timothy's downfall? To this, Iris simply states that Timothy was never fit to be king. Carlin then asks her who she wants to marry. He's really curious to know who she thinks is better than Timothy. Iris, however, decides to put the marriage talk aside and focus on the real issue. First, she wants her father to order his soldiers to return, all those who left for Grey Castle. Carlin insists that this is impossible since they've already been gone for 4 days. But his cunning daughter has a plan. She suggests sending some men to Valleytown first. They'll get there by tonight if they leave now. From there, they can take a boat to the capital, arriving a day earlier than the soldiers. No matter which route the soldiers take, they'll have to pass through the North Gate. That way, they can intercept them on the outskirts of the capital. Carlin is absolutely blown away by his daughter's quick-witted thinking. He hadn't even considered this plan himself. Without wasting time, he quickly orders his butler to follow her instructions. Once the butler leaves, Iris turns to her father and asks if Night City's walls will be able to stop Roland. Well, given the kind of weaponry Roland has, it sounds nearly impossible to him. She then reminds him that even if they manage to pull back their soldiers, it won't change the fact that they are still enemies in Roland's eyes. They serve Timothy, and that won't be forgotten. Even if Roland doesn't come for them now, he will in the future. To save the family, she believes they need to take bolder action. Carlin quickly catches on to what she's suggesting. But even if they pledge loyalty to Roland, how can they be sure he'll trust them? In response, it is then she declares that she will accomplish this task through sheer goodwill. The scene then transitions to Duke Candle hosting a grand party. All the major nobles from the neighboring regions have gathered, discussing the future of the northern lands now that Roland Wimbledon has successfully captured Grey Castle. Their endless yapping is pointless. They all secretly harbor ill intentions toward Roland. The loudest of them, the one speaking the most boldly against Roland, suddenly finds himself pierced by Iris's sword. His life ends in an instant. Panic spreads through the room. Within minutes, Carlin's daughter and his soldiers seize control of everything. One defiant duke still insists on fighting. Iris takes him on in a duel, and before long, she defeats him miserably. With the room under his command, Carlin finally speaks. He gives the nobles a choice: either join the corpses on the floor, or swear loyalty to the new king, Roland Wimbledon. Without a second doubt, everyone surrenders. Later we find Carlin with his daughter. Carlin questions her if Roland will accept this. Iris claims she's not sure if what they did will work out, but at least they've made their intentions clear. The fourth prince holds the power to determine the fate of the northern region. He may decide to appoint his own people to manage the land. She then instructs her father not to loosen up. He still needs to follow up and seize the two lords' territories by tomorrow morning. Roland's impression of the Candle family will determine how this plays out. Iris decides to take the heads of those two lords they just killed to the capital and requests her father to appoint her as his ambassador. The scene transitions to the capital, where the old man Baroff and Kyle Sichi have arrived after a long, mundane journey. Baroff is literally in tears, thinking about how Prince Roland destroyed Timothy just as Roland had intended. The operation went as smoothly as it possibly could. But Baroff is shocked when he learns that the prince has not started preparations for the coronation, which he believes should be done as soon as possible. However, Roland claims he doesn't have time for that right now. A proper coronation requires months of preparation. Crafting the golden crown, the jeweled staff, inviting the church and the other three kingdoms. An unimportant coronation would only slow down the second half of his spring assault. Roland then reveals that his ambassador to the Kingdom of Dawn will soon depart. He'll make sure to ask him to carry this message along as well, and it won't be too late to start on the coronation matter once the Kingdom of Dawn confirms things. The prince then addresses Kyle Sichi, reminding him that he summoned him here because he wants him to recruit from the Royal Alchemy Society. Since Sichi already knows most of the members there, he'll be able to convince them easily. Later, the prince arrives at the Alchemy Society in his balloon, where Chairman Lenin and his colleagues are already waiting. Once the balloon lands, the prince hops out, and Chairman Lenin doesn't forget to greet their new king. Being an alchemist through and through, Chairman Lenin initiates the conversation by mentioning how he's heard about the fourth prince's crystals, glass, and perfume inventions. To this, the prince acknowledges the praise and reveals that the sales of these items even reach as far as the Bay Islands, providing the western region with a rich source of income. That's why he built an alchemy workshop in a border town. Chairman Lenin is sure that it must have been a difficult task to build the workshop, considering the huge investments needed, especially since the border town was a place struggling with poverty. The prince acknowledges this and admits that the workshop currently produces many goods, including glass and perfume. Naturally, he's curious as to what the Alchemy Society spends so much money on. Roland then introduces his chief alchemist, Kyle Sichi, and shares that Sichi will inspect the products of their alchemy. He mentions that he wants to shut down the workshop if it hasn't produced anything new in the past few years. Upon hearing this, Chairman Lenin is rattled to his core. He quickly expresses that the prince's suggestion isn't a good idea. He also believes Roland doesn't fully understand alchemy, as it's vast and complex, with each formula resulting in different outcomes. But Kyle Sichi steps up to shut down these amateurs. He apologizes to King Roland on behalf of the loudmouthed fools who've barely skimmed the surface of the wide world of alchemy. Kyle is more than ready to prove that their formulas are antiquated and outdated, and he's willing to show whether the results are useful or not. The tension builds between the two alchemists, with Chairman Lenin gritting his teeth at Kyle Sichi's boldness. They enter the lab, where Kyle Sichi is ready to prove how lacking these amateurs are in their experiments and knowledge. At first, Kyle's method doesn't sit well with them. The others believe they've seen it before since it's already recorded in alchemy's history books. So Kyle decides to show them something more extraordinary. With a bit of alchemy mumbo-jumbo, he literally produces gold from regular stones, leaving the bald-headed chairman absolutely bewildered. The chairman is skeptical. He's sure that if Kyle Sichi had truly created real gold, he would have bought up the entire Grey Castle by now. He's convinced that what Kyle just produced is simply copper. Kyle, however, makes it clear that he didn't choose this path for money, but to understand the world. And as for the authenticity of his experiment, he's ready to prove whether it's copper or gold. So, they begin the next experiment to confirm whether Kyle's creation is indeed gold. Meanwhile, Chairman Lenin has a sense of familiarity about Kyle Sichi. It finally hits him that this man is the same person he rejected a long time ago. Kyle eventually proves the authenticity of the gold, and the others standing there confirm that it is indeed real gold. After driving his point home, Kyle once again invites them to come to the border town with him. He promises to teach them everything he knows, including every possible alchemy formula and the secrets behind the creation of everything. Later we see Roland and Kyle together. It looks like Kyle is already ready to depart for the border town without wasting a single day. Kyle doesn't want to develop any feelings here, and there's still a lot of work to be done at the lab and chemical factories. And if they want the gunpowder production line to continue functioning normally, he'll have to return to Neverwinter City. For clarity, Neverwinter City is the new name for the border town. Sometimes I forget and say border town, so don't be confused. Roland has no choice but to let Kyle go and promises to prepare a ship for him to depart. Once Kyle is out of earshot, Nightingale pops up. Seeing the unusual happiness on Roland's face, she questions him about it. She teases him, asking if he's perhaps excited just thinking about Miss Kingfisher and Madame Rose. The prince reminds her that the source of his happiness is actually the fact that Director Sichi's chemistry demonstration was extremely successful. There are 320 alchemists and apprentices willing to go to the western region. Most of them are already experienced, so they just need a little training, making them incredibly valuable resources gained from taking the capital. Though he admits that this isn't the only source of his happiness. He's even more pleased that Chairman Lennon, Riley, and Archer, all respected chairmen, are also willing to go to Neverwinter City. Roland is genuinely glad to see people volunteering to help the kingdom thrive. Roland then shares that they should also be going, because not only Lotus and Honey are coming back from Slumber Island, but there are also new witches Tilly has sent, which he wants to meet eagerly. The scene then transitions to the boat sailing, carrying all the witches from Slumber Island. All the witches are lively and excited to reach Border Town. Seeing this, the captain notes that all the witches seem chatty and full of energy, except for two, Evie and Soft Feathers. The reason for their silence is clear. Unlike the others, they are actually from the Bloodfang Association in Wolfheart. Compared to Tilly, they are more loyal to the leader of Bloodfang, Heidi Morgan. The scene then shifts to Ash and Tilly spending some time alone together. There, we learn that it was Heidi Morgan who asked Tilly to take Evie and Soft Feathers along and send them to Border Town with Lotus. Morgan also wants to establish good connections with Roland. Tilly had no reason to refuse, so she agreed to send them. But Ash doesn't understand why Morgan thinks she can get as close to Roland as Tilly is. After all, Tilly is Roland's sister. To this, Tilly reminds Ash that Heidi is royalty from the Wolfheart Kingdom, and personal connections matter less the higher up you are. It's the same in any kingdom. Morgan understands this and wants Roland's support. Ash seems upset with Tilly for accepting Morgan's request, especially since Morgan once challenged Camilla for the title of the strongest battle witch, an insult to the witch equality Tilly believes in. But Tilly assures her that everything is fine. She reminds her that Slumber Island is their home, and every witch is a free citizen here. As long as they aren't putting anyone in danger, they won't stop them. Also, it's not a bad thing for them to go to the western region. You see, most of Bloodfang consists of battle witches, and the church's influence has been suffocating. They've had to stick together just to survive. But now that the Bay's churches have been crushed, it's only natural for them to feel confident about their own abilities, and they want to expand even further. Morgan claims that they are different from the old association and that a single method of rule can't work for such a diverse range of organizations. And if they're going to work together like they did in the beginning, they need a strong enemy to unify them. Tilly further reminds Ash that with the enemies in the Fertile Lands, the failure of the Alliance, and the upcoming Third Divine War, their own personal experiences will teach them far more than any explanation she could give. And at Border Town, they will see even more. They will see how non-combat witches can be just as valuable. They will witness how mortals can wield incredible power that rivals witches. And most importantly, they will see the power of unity. A wider world and a new perspective will open up for them. That's exactly why Tilly specifically chose Evie and Soft Feathers. She is certain that her brother will understand her reasons for sending those two witches. The scene transitions to Roland and Anna having fun in bed. Once the prince is done clapping her, he decides to get ready since the new witches are about to arrive. Later at dinner, the new witches join the table. The prince decides to let them have a well-deserved rest after the feast, knowing they must have had a tiring journey. He specifically instructs them not to be shy as this place is just like their home, but the two new witches still can't help but feel a little tense. Seeing this, the prince acknowledges that they might be feeling a bit shy. That's when Honey teases Lotus, revealing that she has been wearing the scarf Roland gave her last time and that she wanted to thank him. The poor girl is completely spooked by this. While all the other witches are having the time of their lives, Roland's eyes remain fixated on the two shy witches. Later, once Roland returns to his office, Honey reveals everything about them, how both Evie and Soft Feathers are Bloodfang witches. It's a surprise to the prince, since he hadn't known Slumber Island had a subgroup like that. Now it makes sense why those two seemed particularly uncomfortable. Honey then explains that Evie's magic allows her to construct cages that can trap even those much stronger than her. Even someone like Ash would have a hard time if she got caught inside. As for Soft Feather, She might not be a battle witch, but she is still incredibly powerful. Anything she touches becomes sticky, and once something is attached, it's impossible to break apart until the effect wears off. The prince can't help but recognize how versatile these abilities are, and he's even more surprised that Heidi Morgan actually agreed to send them. Since I don't know the name of this witch you see in front of you, I will call her Buttpuss until we find her real name. She explains that Bloodfang witches are just naturally strong. The construction of Slumber Island was partly thanks to them, and they always act high and mighty, often bullying witches who are weaker than them. If Miss Tilly wasn't strict about it, far fewer witches would have come to the island. The prince then falls into contemplation. He realizes that the witches who go to the bay don't have as much combat experience and come from many different organizations. It's no wonder something like this happens. What he doesn't understand is why Tilly sent him battle witches, perhaps to capture demons. But the months of demons are already over. Then, another thought crosses his mind. Maybe Tilly wants him to capture that devil with multiple magic stones. But that task is far too risky, even if the rewards are great. Nightingale suddenly places her hand on his forehead, checking if he's feeling unwell, given how tense he looks. He reassures her that he's fine, as he is just puzzled, unable to fully grasp why Tilly would assign him such a daunting task. When they ask what kind of task he's referring to, he comes clean, revealing that he's considering using the two witches' powers to capture a devil. The next day, everyone gathers outside. Soft Feather is the first to demonstrate her powers, using her magic on the stones laid out in front of her. The prince then turns to Nightingale, asking about Soft Feather's level of control over her magic. Nightingale responds that Soft Feather has excellent control. Her magic consumption is quite low, and she barely detected any change in her stamina. Iron Axe and the others inspect the enchanted stones, and to their surprise, the stones are completely stuck together. They can't pry them apart at all. Roland then inquires if Soft Feather has ever tested how long the stickiness lasts. She explains that if she sticks something like 2 rocks together with all her power, it could probably last for decades. But that's just a prediction, as she has never actually tested it before. The prince then asks her about the largest thing she has ever stuck together. She claims it was the sea walls of Slumber Island. One day, large cracks started forming on the walls during high tide, and Lotus was absent. To prevent disaster, she filled all the cracks with her magic glue, cloth, and stones to stop the water. Otherwise, the walls wouldn't have survived the next tide. But Puss then chimes in, expressing that she plans to stay longer this time, and she's also ready to demonstrate her abilities. Roland immediately shifts his attention to Buttpuss, which causes Soft Feather to pout in annoyance. But Puss then reveals that her ability is an area of control. Anyone who comes within 5 meters of her has to act according to her will. To demonstrate, she casts her magic on Iron Axe and Knight Carter, and both men suddenly start dancing against their own wills. She states that she can do this about 10 times a day. The prince is quite pleased to see another unique ability. It might not be suited for ranged attacks, but in close quarters, it's incredibly effective. Also, since this ability can't be seen with the naked eye, enemies won't see it coming. As long as she can get within 5 meters, their lives will be in her hands. It's obvious that this will be incredibly useful for observing devils up close. Then, it's time for Evie to shine. She proudly boasts that she can instantly immobilize enemies and even kill them by shrinking the cage she traps them in. She can capture 2 people at a time, especially since she only has 2 hands. She further brags that even Ash wouldn't be able to escape, as long as she doesn't unclench her fists. She then throws an open challenge for any witch to step forward and try to escape her. She especially wants Maggie to try, since Maggie can transform into a huge beast. The prince finds this idea to be very good. After all, Maggie's dragon form is the same type of creature that the devils use as steeds. If they're going to capture devils, they might encounter similar enemies, so they decide to call Maggie over. And speak of the devil, Maggie appears. The prince doesn't waste any time explaining the situation. All Maggie has to do is transform into her dragon form and see if she can escape Evie's magic cage. Maggie quickly shifts into her giant form, and Evie wastes no time activating her ability. A glowing cage materializes around Maggie, trapping her. Maggie struggles with all her might, but it's clear she can't escape. Seeing this, the prince is thoroughly satisfied. Even if they face a devil riding a dragon, they'll still be able to capture it, and the cage itself is incredibly sturdy. Roland then orders Evie to release Maggie, but instead of complying, this crazy woman does the opposite. She tightens her grip on Maggie and slams her down into the ground. Everyone watching immediately panics and starts yelling at Evie to release Maggie, but Evie doesn't listen. She completely ignores them. Seeing this, Lightning gets annoyed and charges straight at the treacherous woman, but Evie just traps Lightning too. And then, with no hesitation, she throws her away. That's when Roland finally snaps. He promptly delivers a hard slap across Evie's face for the shit she's pulling. That slap is enough to snap Evie out of whatever twisted mindset she was in, and she quickly apologizes. Apparently, she was just trying to gauge the other witch's powers. She believes that people are capable of surpassing their limits when facing danger, and she just wanted to make the test results more accurate. But from what she's seen, even an evolved non-battle witch can't compete, which makes their so-called ascension completely useless. Prince, on the other hand, is totally not vibing with this lady. He can't figure out what kind of messed up upbringing she must have had that makes her think hurting others is completely normal. Roland then turns to Maggie and asks her about her well-being. Wendy sadly admits that while she's not severely injured, she ended up with some bruises. Roland gets even more ticked off hearing this, and sternly orders Evie to apologize to her. Evie doesn't respond immediately, but eventually she offers an apology to Roland. However, the prince reminds her that he doesn't want her apology to him, he wants her apology to Maggie. Hearing this, Evie looks rattled, as if Roland had asked her for something blasphemous. All she does in response is click her tongue. Seeing her messed up attitude, Roland realizes that the situation on Slumber Island is worse than he thought. Most importantly, he sees that she doesn't believe she did anything wrong. He can think of countless ways to punish her, but none of them will change her twisted views, so it's pointless. Instead, Roland tries to mess with her psychologically. He reminds her that just because she thinks she's strong doesn't mean it's her right to hurt those weaker than her. In reality, she's the weak one. Roland reminds her that support witches are more important than battle witches, and in a fight, support witches are the heart of survival. Her idea that the opposite is true is both pitiful and laughable. She won't win if she relies on her abilities alone. Evie just feels annoyed and believes that no support witch is capable enough to defeat her. But Roland makes it clear that most of the Witch Union members could do it easily, even if they've never used their abilities in combat. Yet Evie sticks to her guns, making it clear that she believes no one can defeat her. At this point, Roland decides to organize a serious fight between her and Maggie, hoping Maggie will show her that Evie has no privilege over any witch. Of course, this arrogant Evie just dismisses Maggie as a dumb pigeon. Roland makes it clear that the duel will take place tomorrow, and he wants Evie to learn that she's not as strong as she thinks she is. The next day, an extravagant breakfast is laid out in front of Evie. She had expected them to starve her so Maggie would have an upper hand, but it seems like they want her to fight fair and square. This also shows how much Roland trusts Maggie. Softfeather then reminds her that Madame Heidi Morgan had clearly told them to simply observe the situation, and they've only attracted unwanted attention by making a scene. But the arrogant Evie reminds her friend how Madame Heidi would say that battle witches who conquer territories and wield power for their ruler are more important. As for the king here, she finds him strange. It's like he actually sees all witches as equals. She also doesn't like the fact that someone like Maggie, who can barely finish her sentences, is loved by everyone, including the king. Evie also believes that Maggie is a traitor who left Slumber Island and joined these witches. She wants to show the king her true strength so that he will acknowledge her and hold her in high regard, since she is a battle witch. She wants to show him that the gap between battle and support witches can't be closed, no matter how much evolution occurs. Now, let's switch to Maggie and Lightning. Lightning is totally fired up and wants Maggie to beat the crap out of Evie. While Maggie doesn't want to hurt her fellow witch, Lightning reminds her that if she lets Evie go this time, she won't take Maggie exploring anymore, because cowards can't become explorers. This is when Nightingale yells at Lightning for calling Maggie a coward. Cowards don't fight devils, and Maggie clearly saved Nightingale's life from them. She then turns to Maggie and explains that Roland arranged this duel to make the Bloodfang witches recognize their mistake and change their attitudes. If Maggie can defeat them, she'll be helping them learn the truth. So if she's not fighting for herself, she's protecting everyone, just like when she was fighting the devils. Maggie relaxes a little and acknowledges what her senior is saying. She even breaks into a happy smile because Roland promised her unlimited ice cream and peppered steak for a week if she wins. Just another reason for her to give it her all. The time for the duel arrives, and both participants stand facing each other. Before the fight begins, Evie, out of habit, throws some nasty jabs at Maggie, telling her to surrender while she still has the chance. But Maggie isn't fazed at all. As soon as the king signals the start of the duel, Evie immediately tries to retaliate. But Maggie quickly transforms into a bird and flies off, giving Evie no chance to trap her in her cage magic. After dodging left and right, Maggie seizes an opportunity. She shifts back into her human form and fires a barrage of bullets at Evie, utterly defeating her. Suddenly, the scene transitions to Evie's past. She is running alongside a red-haired girl named Annie. After running for what feels like forever, they are eventually caught by soldiers hunting witches. But before the soldiers can act, they are obliterated by another faction. The one who just brutally slaughtered them is none other than Madame Heidi and her companions. Skyfire, one of Madame Heidi's underlings, interrogates the two girls. Annie reveals that they are both witches, but 3 others got separated from them. She wants to find them. But Skyfire makes it clear that they don't have the resources to find and rescue everyone. If those who are not powerful enough to make it here, then they are no use for Bloodfang. Not to mention, those who even end up making to Bloodfang are not guaranteed to be enrolled. Later we see that only Evie ends up joining the Bloodfang group, while her friend Annie is left behind. Annie's abilities weren't impressive, and physical strength is not enough to be classified as powerful. Evie cries and begs to stay with her friend, but Madame Heidi personally addresses her concerns. She tells Evie that Bloodfang doesn't need lambs for slaughter, it needs beasts. Then, she tells her a story. The stone wolf, the mascot of Wolfheart, is the apex predator of the mountains. A stone wolf mother commonly gives birth to 3 or 4 cubs, but not all of them survive. The mother wolf kills any cubs she can't afford to feed, ensuring the survival of the strongest. She believes that this is the only way future generations can survive. She further tells Evie that to survive in this cruel world, a witch must become a beast. Only a witch as strong as them can keep her life. They continue to drill this belief into her mind. Right then, Evie wakes up from her nightmare. When she opens her eyes, she finds Nana happily introducing herself. She's the one tending to Evie's wounds under King Roland's orders. Suddenly, Nana remembers that Evie must be hungry, so she quickly leaves to get her some food. Evie moves her limbs and realizes she isn't hurt anywhere. Reflecting on the fight, she feels deeply embarrassed, losing to some stupid pigeon of all things. To her, all these witches are nothing more than untrained lambs, living only for foolish pleasure. Meanwhile, her own struggles are written in the scars that still remain on her body. She believes Tilly's witches are the same, pleasure seekers who would barely put up any real resistance against a powerful enemy. This world belongs to the strong, where survival means preying on the weak. To live, one must become a beast and act like one. She holds Madame Heidi's teachings close to her heart, and yet, she can't stop thinking about her friend Annie, who was left behind simply because she wasn't strong enough. She remembers the times they used to share food, breaking bread together. Just then, Nana returns with some freshly baked bread, and Evie promptly takes it. She then asks Nana if she was sleep-talking earlier. Nana responds positively, claiming that she kept repeating the words, "wild beast." She asks why Evie would say something like that. After all, she isn't a wild beast. To Nana, they are all just witches. And witches, in the end, are no different from humans. Sure, witches possess supernatural abilities, but according to King Roland, they aren't all that different from mortals. Later, Evie meets Roland, wanting to know what kind of weapon Maggie had used against her. That's when Roland shows her the revolver. This thing is called a gun. It uses gunpowder to propel a fatal bullet at the enemy. However, the bullets Maggie used were specially modified so they wouldn't penetrate her body. Otherwise, she would have been dead by now. He emphasizes the importance of this weapon. He shows her a bullet, not longer than a pinky finger, but manufacturing it is an incredibly complex process. This process involves hundreds of ordinary townspeople and 3 witches, all working in strict coordination to produce them. And these witches are non-combat witches, the kind Evie has always considered useless. Perhaps they can't use their abilities to directly take down an enemy, but that doesn't mean they aren't powerful. Similarly, an ordinary human would struggle to fight a wild beast with their bare hands. Yet those who have risen to the top of the world are humans, not beasts. So, instead of calling them non-combat witches, he prefers to call them support witches. Their abilities allow them to accomplish things that would otherwise require dozens of ordinary people. As a result, humanity can easily defeat beasts, and from a certain perspective, support witches might even be more valuable than combat witches. But Evie believes that if these weapons were placed in the hands of battle witches, they could be put to far greater use. To this, the prince points out that the difference wouldn't be significant, at least not significant enough to turn the tide of a war. He asks her to imagine facing 10 ordinary combatants, each wielding the same weapon as her. In that situation, her chances of winning would be slim. His lands can currently produce 7 or 8 of these guns per day, but there is only a limited number of combat witches available. Simply having weapons isn't enough. If they wish to keep using them, they must establish massive production and logistics teams. It may be a hard truth to accept, but he reminds her once again that humans surpass beasts because they use intelligence to create and harness power that previously didn't exist. And in that context, support witches are indispensable. Magic is undoubtedly one of the greatest tools, yet she is wasting her talent. At that moment, she remembers her friend, the one who wasn't a battle witch and was left behind because of it. For the first time, she questions whether support witches can actually be useful. To this, the prince admits that magic has countless uses. Its effectiveness varies, but as long as it is used correctly, it can bring about miracles. In the afternoon, the reserves of the First Army will conduct live fire gun training. He arranges for Evie to observe. If she goes, she will witness firsthand what true power is. Later, we see Wendy scolding Agatha for skipping meals while overworking. Agatha apologizes, explaining that she was so focused on making the last batch of dinitrogen that she didn't realize it was already nighttime. She partly blames Roland for inventing light bulbs, When the factory lights are on, it feels like daytime. Regardless, Wendy places a dinner box on the table and urges her to eat before it gets cold. She also tells Agatha that if she ever feels tired, she should ask Echo to sing the Song of the Springing. The melody can lift her spirits and relieve exhaustion. More than anything, Wendy reminds her that she is part of the Witch Union, and she doesn't want any of her sisters falling ill. Agatha is touched by Wendy's concern and promises to take better care of herself. As she opens the dinner box, she notices a small jar of honey, which warms her heart even more. Wendy not only made sure she ate but even remembered her love for sweets. It reminds Agatha of tequila, where they mostly survived on fruits and grains grown by support witches. Meat was rare, and seasonings, sugar, and honey were out of the question. Even if they had a witch who could control bees, she would have been sent to the battlefield rather than assigned to produce what was considered an unnecessary luxury. She is grateful that Wendy paid attention to her small preferences. Since she can't feel the cold, she has never been particularly sensitive to warmth. But in a way, it does get chilly when she's alone. Maybe living with others isn't so bad after all. Just then, Nightingale appears, teasing Agatha about her cravings for sweets. But she's also here to deliver a message. Roland wants to see her. Agatha already knows what this is about. He probably wants to lecture her about work-life balance and convince her to go home earlier. Since she already knows what he's going to say, she tells Nightingale to inform him that she doesn't want to waste his precious time. She promises to keep his concerns in mind. However, Nightingale reveals that this isn't the only reason. Roland also wants to discuss launching an attack on the devils. That gets Agatha's attention. She opposes the idea. Killing a few thousand devils won't make them throw down their weapons and flee. The war won't end that easily, and if they act too soon, the kingdom could be in ruins before they even establish what they have envisioned. But the prince clarifies her misunderstanding. He doesn't intend to destroy the devil's camp. He wants to capture some of them alive. The new witches are perfect for this task, and after Evie captures the devils, they can transport them easily using a hot air balloon. Prince then asks her few crucial questions. Can devils survive without the red mist they carry? And more importantly, would their blood still be useful for creating sigils? Typically, a canister of red mist lasts a day or so, and devils determine how much to bring based on their mission. If they are patrolling or conducting surveillance, they usually carry 3 or 4 canisters, but that is their limit. Once they leave that strange black tower, the mist gradually loses its effectiveness. Otherwise, the scholarly guild would have mass-produced sigils long ago by feeding devils and chaos beasts. The prince understands this. If they successfully bring back a live devil, he asks Agatha if she can use it to create more sigils. She confirms that she can, but she will need sufficient ingredients, an independent lab, and at least 20 mortal assistants. The success rate for creating simple sigils is around 8%. More advanced ones require specific types of stones, materials they currently lack. She then suggests that when he goes to capture the devils, he should bring both her and Anna along. She reminds him that his witch union includes multiple high-tier witches, and when combined with his unique weapons, their overall strength is comparable to an allied divine squadron. Even if they encounter the underworld ruler, Miss Anna can activate the divine sigil twice, enough to obliterate their foes. Besides, victory over the devils is her life's mission. She will not disappoint him. King Roland then asks another question. He wants to know why she reacted so strongly to the idea of attacking the devil camp. Based on what she had told him before, he assumed she would support making the devils their first target. In fact, she had previously been willing to accept casualties for a chance at capturing a chaos beast. But Agatha merely shrugs off the question, claiming she doesn't remember saying anything like that. Forcing an excuse, she abruptly leaves his office, saying she's feeling sleepy. As she leaves, she recalls how Wendy once predicted that Roland would become king of Grey Castle and lead them to victory against any enemy. And now, that prediction seems to be coming true. So because of this reason, she has also started trusting his judgment more, rather than making rash decisions based on her own impulses. Meanwhile, we switch back to Evie, who is dealing with her own turmoil. After observing the soldiers at the training grounds, she has come to understand that metal bullets are far more powerful than the ones Maggie used. And the cannons? Those are even more terrifying. They make revolvers and rifles seem like mere toys. However, the soldiers tell her that the cannon she saw is actually the oldest model. Their real trump card lies with the artillery division, specifically the newly developed 152mm howitzer. And her head is still ringing from all the blasts she heard today. Soft Feather has a similar reaction after witnessing the terrifying power King Roland possesses. She realizes that Madame Heidi never even considered the possibility that such power existed. Evie sinks further into depression. By now, whatever Heidi's objective was, it no longer matters. She believes that, in Roland's eyes, Tilly Wimbledon's crowd of support witches is far more important than the battle witches of Bloodfang. Evie is devastated. The power she had been so proud of all these years is nothing more than a joke. Other than Annie, she has nothing left to hold on to. She then announces to Softfeather that she does not want to go back to Bloodfang. Surprisingly, Softfeather feels the same way. Then, she notices Evie crying, which is an unusual sight, because beasts are not supposed to cry. And even if they do, it is never for themselves. Evie wonders how different things might have been if she and Annie had met the Witch Union from the very beginning. Later, they visit Roland and reveal everything about Bloodfang, how it operates and what its true nature is. Roland then asks if Tilly knows about their ways. Evie answers that they are not sure. Heidi forbade them from revealing anything about the group, and she rarely spoke to Tilly. The prince then inquires about the other witch groups on Sleeping Island. Evie explains that most of them are closer to Tilly, especially after the slumber spells were built. However, some battle witches secretly agree with Heidi's ideas. Most of them, though, do not want to deal with Ash's wrath. Roland begins to realize that Bloodfang is more problematic than he initially thought. As the daughter of Duke Morgan, Heidi could have easily provided shelter for support witches, but she never planned on taking them in. Her goal was never about compassion, unlike the Witch Union. She only wanted a hit squad. He may need to send a secret letter to Tilly to warn her about Bloodfang. Then, the prince asks why they are revealing everything about Bloodfang now, despite being forbidden from doing so. The only explanation he can think of is that they both want to abandon Bloodfang's orders. They confirm his suspicion, admitting that they wish to join the Witch Union. Roland had expected that the firearms demonstration would deal a blow to their pride, but he did not expect it to shake them so deeply. He then addresses Evie, reminding her that he cannot just forget the fact that she hurt Maggie. For now, he cannot accept them into the Witch Association. This is when Evie begins to unbutton her clothes and stands bare before the prince. She offers herself for punishment. Before Roland can react, Nightingale swiftly moves to block his vision, preventing him from seeing Evie's exposed body. She then promptly rushes to cover Evie with a blanket, but in that brief moment, Roland catches a glimpse of the permanent scars marking her back. And suddenly he understands. Evie's willingness to accept punishment without hesitation reveals just how deeply Bloodfang's ways are ingrained within her. This is not just about obedience, it is about control, submission, and a warped sense of loyalty. Roland tells her that if she truly wants to join the Witch Union, she must stop acting as though she is still part of Bloodfang. She is no longer a tool to be used or discarded. A short while later, as he grows more relaxed, he informs her that she may submit a request through Wendy. Her behavior and willingness to change will determine whether the witches are willing to accept her. But no matter what, Neverwinter will always be a home for witches. Even if she does not become part of the Witch Union, she will not be cast out. When Evie leaves, Nightingale comments on how fortunate she is. She survived while her friend Annie was not as lucky. If Bloodfang is truly the only witch organization left in Wolfheart, then witches who do not fall into their ranks likely face even worse fates. Captured by the church or aristocrats, their chances of survival would be slim. The next day, Anna arrives wearing a new uniform, looking absolutely stunning. She seeks Roland's opinion on the outfit. He has grown used to seeing her in the maid uniform, so this change is refreshing. The fabric was provided by Soraya's magic, making it both lightweight and durable. This means she can design even more outfits for Anna, an idea that excites Roland. Then, he reveals the real reason he called her over. He wants to develop a new energy source, an alternative to the steam engine. He presents her with blueprints for a new machine. It is similar to a steam engine, but instead of rotating rods, its mechanism uses paddles. A paddle steamer. It still relies on pressurized steam, but the efficiency is significantly improved. As for Anna's role in its construction, just like with the battleships, progress will depend on the first working prototype. There is no rush, though, since Wendy mentioned that they are preparing to capture some devils. And this time, Roland will not be joining them. Anna is visibly relieved. She cannot bear to watch him get injured, or worse, killed, like last time. They share some passionate moments together before she departs. Later, after Anna leaves, Nightingale appears. Roland tells her that they should practice a few more times before the mission. She must be completely familiar with the plan and everyone's role. This ambush will target small groups of devils that pursue invaders, and they must be ready to adapt if things do not go as expected. If the situation turns dire, Roland orders her to ensure that Anna returns safely, no matter what. That is precisely why he is not going with them. Otherwise, everyone would prioritize protecting him, leaving them vulnerable. Just then, they notice Barov through the window. He has returned from the capital. Since Roland wants to discuss smelting operations with him, he decides to head out to meet him. Meanwhile, in the capital, Iris, the daughter of Duke Carlin, arrives at the castle, seeking an audience with King Roland. However, the guards inform her that Roland left Prime Minister Barov in charge. But Barov himself departed for Neverwinter a few days ago. For now, the castle stands empty, except for the servants. Iris feels frustrated as she stares at the grand yet empty castle. They had rushed all the way here without stopping, only to realize that they completely missed their mark. She cannot believe that the king abandoned such an incredible city just to build his own in the western region. With no other option, she decides to return to the pier. If Roland is in the west, then that is where she must go. She is adamant about meeting him. However, her brother reminds her that there is no need to rush. They can take their time. Reluctantly, Iris agrees. She decides to find an inn for the night and leave in the morning. As for the heads and the rest of their luggage, she insists on leaving them on the boat. The last thing she wants is to smell them any longer. The next morning, when the siblings return to their boat, they are met with an unexpected sight. The ship has been burned down. Iris immediately seeks out a dock worker, demanding to know why their ship was set ablaze. The worker promptly explains the situation. Some fool left corpses on board, and the smell attracted burglars. He reminds them that people in this city are extremely sensitive about dead bodies. After all, it was corpses planted by the church that caused the terrible plague just a year ago. Fire, he says, is the safest and most effective way to eliminate the threat. To make matters worse, the captain of the ship has been arrested for questioning. Hearing this string of bad news, Iris's frustration grows. This trip was supposed to be about pledging their loyalty, but now it feels like everything is falling apart. Meanwhile, at the border town, the witches gather to prepare for their devil heist. They engage in target practice, ensuring their precision and control are perfect for the upcoming battle. Once training is complete, they celebrate their efforts, spirits high. However, Evie remains uncertain. She is still unsure if these witches are truly capable of capturing devils alongside her. Roland had told her that they were all support witches who had contributed greatly to the kingdom. But standing here now, she sees something different. These are not support witches, they are textbook battle witches. And then there is Nightingale. The moment she slips into her mist, the entire world becomes hers. She moves like a ghost, phasing through reality itself. Nothing can stop her. A goddess of death who can kill in silence. Any enemy would be struck with dread upon realizing she was coming for them. But Evie knows that even this terrifying display is nothing compared to the unimaginable existence of devils. After all, they destroyed the Witch Empire centuries ago. And now, they lurk near the western region, closer than ever before. Their plan was crafted by a 400-year-old witch who intends to study the monsters. According to their strategy, Anna is their true trump card. But is she really powerful enough to wipe out pursuing devils in an instant? Now, it is finally Anna's turn. Her task is to eliminate all the balloons floating in the sky. She activates her sigil and unleashes her power. In an instant, every balloon is obliterated at once. The sheer force of her attack is so overwhelming that even Agatha is in awe. It feels like divine punishment itself, a true hidden weapon at their disposal. Witnessing this power, even Evie is left speechless. Compared to Anna, the beasts that Bloodfang prided themselves on are no different from sheep. Roland then questions Nightingale about what she saw in Anna's attack. In response, she explains that she saw those flashes of lightning, which were created with magic. She also saw the violent swirl of magic in the mist. But its color was different from any other magic she had seen before. And the color was very peculiar. It was black, or rather it was colorless light. It resembled the void created by the stones of divine punishment. In her mist vision, the gleaming power of sigils appeared both colorless and black. Roland then asks Agatha about the amount of research involved in studying sigils. Agatha explains that there wasn't much, as she had already told him everything they had learned. After all, only the top witches could activate sigils, and their powers couldn't be wasted on testing. He then shares a hunch. The stones of divine judgment don't actually negate magic. Instead, they might be vessels of highly concentrated magic, so much so that their magic levels are so high, they cause other magic around them to stop working. Agatha then remembers that the disciples at the Scholarly Guild, who were in charge of observing magic, had clearly stated that surrounding magic stones would stop working when sigils were active near them. The prince, in response, argues that her observation could have been obstructed by the divine sigil's blinding surge of energy, like how a shadow disappears in bright light. But in Nightingale's mist world, only magic has color. Even if she stares directly at the sun, it wouldn't appear in her vision, which could explain why past witches never discovered this phenomenon. With this explanation, Agatha figures that divine sigils remain unaffected by the stones of divine punishment because their magic concentration is even higher. She then wonders if chaos beasts absorb magic from the stones to focus their direction. The prince somewhat agrees, but Agatha still isn't sure. If the lightless void is a result of an incredibly high magic concentration, then why doesn't it happen to witches? For example, Anna has activated the divine sigil twice, meaning her magic levels should be higher than a stone's. But her black fire is still affected by the stone's negation, and she herself doesn't negate magic. That doesn't make sense. She also notes another strange thing. Why do magic stones need to be charged with magic to activate? She remembers her teacher once believed that only life could be a vessel for magic. Lifeless materials were abandoned by magic, and the properties of witch and devil blood were proof of that. The prince doesn't mind proving this hypothesis wrong, but he points out that magic stones aren't much different from regular gemstones, unless they're infused with external magic or formed into a sigil. There has to be a connection within all this, something he might be overlooking. For now, Agatha decides to set this mystery aside. They may figure it out as they create more sigils in the future. Right now, they need to focus on Operation Melting Point, the mission to capture the devils. The time for the mission finally arrives, and before Anna departs, she and Prince Roland share a romantic moment together. But suddenly, Lightning and Maggie butt in, completely ruining the sweet time the couple was having. All because they want Roland's attention too. Seeing this, Agatha can't help but notice how this is just a simple devil hunt. Yet Prince Roland seems so deeply caring for Anna and the others. Anyhow, the ship finally sets sail, and as the prince waves them off, Nightingale suddenly pops out of her mist, steals a quick smooch of her own, and vanishes, promising that she'll be back soon enough. With that, the ship leaves, and King Roland is left hoping everything goes well. For this operation, the team has hot air balloons along with 2 fully equipped ships carrying soldiers as a safety measure. The steamboat is much slower than the hot air balloons, so they need about 2 days just to reach the end of the Redwater River. They only have 2 ships with them, both stacked with the First Army's best veterans, with Captain Brian leading the charge. One of the ships will remain on standby near the beach, about 2 to 3 miles away from the operation site. They won't participate directly in the hunt unless something goes wrong and suppression is needed. The hot air balloon doesn't have to fly very high this time. As long as they get around the snowy mountain, Sylvie should be able to spot the tower's eye monster. According to Agatha, anyone who notices the eye monster will immediately be located by the devils. As they lower their balloon's altitude, Lightning asks Sylvie if she can see anything. Sylvie replies that she needs to get closer, otherwise she won't last for very long. Wendy promptly uses her wind magic to push the balloon a little lower, and once the balloon is right over the red mist, Sylvie activates her abilities again. Almost instantly, she feels as if countless monsters are staring back at her, shocking the hell out of her. She quickly reports that she has managed to grab their attention. The devils are coming. Without hesitation, Sylvie hops out of the balloon and onto Maggie's back. Meanwhile, Lightning makes sure to carry Wendy as they head toward the ambush spot, leaving the balloon deserted in the air. Sylvie spots 5 silhouettes, 4 flying beasts, and about the 5th one, she's not sure what it is. If there are 5 of them, it's more than what Agatha had predicted, but it's still doable. They can carry out the mission. But then, Sylvie notices something strange. These devils look different from the regular ones they've seen before. This is unexpected. While they had considered the possibility of new developments, they're not sure if they should continue or abort the mission. Once they reach the forest, Lightning orders them to head to the rendezvous point while she goes to destroy the balloon. But just as Lightning is about to fly off, Sylvie suddenly calls out for her to stop. But Maggie quickly reminds Sylvie that it was Roland who told them to destroy the balloon if enemies chased after it. Wendy also agrees that they should regroup with the First Army to minimize unnecessary risks. However, Sylvie urgently reports that some of these devils don't look the same. They aren't just fighting against normal devils. She wants to warn everyone before they engage. Meanwhile, Lightning zooms through the sky and finally reaches the balloon, which is being pursued by the devils. Without wasting time, she detonates the bomb and dashes away. The explosion goes off, taking down one of the devils while the others are caught in the blast, tasting fire. Feeling proud of herself, Lightning mocks the feeble monsters for getting tricked so easily. Then, picking up speed again, she dashes off toward her next goal, luring them into Miss Leaf's forest. She's confident that the thick overgrowth of vines and thorns will become their worst nightmare. But judging by how these guys look like Dark Souls monsters, this devil hunt probably won't be as easy as they thought. Meanwhile, Sylvie reports to everyone about the strange devils she just saw. It seems like Agatha already knows about them. She explains that while those robed devils are fearsome and incredibly terrifying to mortals, witches don't need to fear them, so long as they avoid eye contact. Their eyes are hidden beneath scars on their faces that resemble scorch marks. Sylvie then brings up the armored devil, the one flying without the help of a dragon monster. She wonders if it could be an underworld ruler. Agatha quickly assures her that it's not. If her memory serves her right, she believes it's most likely a high-tier devil. The Alliance knows very little about them, but she does know that they have multiple abilities. They are humanoid but much larger. High-tier devils are incredibly powerful, both in strength and magic. It's been rumored that only witches stronger than Transcendents can rival them. Hearing this, Sylvie panics again as they don't have anyone stronger than a Transcendent. She immediately decides to tell Leaf to stop everything and retreat to the First Army. Agatha then explains that the armored devil can fly because it has a flight stone. If the team only consisted of Lightning and Maggie, they might be able to escape. But the rest of them wouldn't survive once they left Leaf's protection. She has never seen a high-tier devil in person before, but she's heard from Lady Alice that total concentration is necessary when fighting them. Even a tiny mistake could cost them their lives. So Agatha directly calls the others and announces that they are changing the operation. She orders all witches to switch to Plan B, abandon the capture and use the divine sigil to wipe out all enemies. Nightingale must keep an eye on the armored devil, and Anna must strike the moment an opportunity appears, no hesitation allowed. Sylvie, however, can't help but have doubts. Can they really defeat something like that? Agatha assures her that high-tier devils rarely appear alone, and if it has two fearsome devils as support, they may win. Turning their backs and running would only lead to death. Full retaliation was their only option. Lightning reports that the enemies have arrived. Sylvie follows up, confirming that the armored devil hasn't landed yet. It's still chasing after Lightning. Meanwhile, the rest of the devils have parked their mounts outside the forest and are now giving chase as well. That's when Sylvie notices something strange. There are only 4 devils. One is missing. Agatha and Maggie decide to stick to the plan and eliminate the devil's steeds first. Maggie quickly lures the dumb monsters in with her charm, and Agatha ambushes them. Together, they take down 2 of the creatures in an instant. Only one flying monster remains. Agatha wastes no time, using her ice magic to freeze it mid-air. Maggie follows up with a powerful strike, shattering the frozen beast into pieces. Meanwhile, we switch to Nightingale and Anna. Hearing about the change in plans, Nightingale feels disappointed. Evie's ability is no longer needed, which makes her a little sad. Now, it's her job to create an opening for Anna to activate the divine sigil and obliterate the enemies. She recalls Roland's words, his wish for her to protect Anna at all costs. Steeling her resolve, she prepares to fulfill her promise to the king. Just then, Sister Leaf reports that the enemies are approaching. Nightingale springs into action. Following the movement, she spots the monsters. Among them is one normal devil, but 2 others look different. She senses a stronger magic presence in them. Maybe these are the high-tier devils Agatha warned them about. But the strongest one, the real threat, isn't among them. She looks up. Sure enough, that bastard is in the sky, watching everything from above. Well, she'll deal with that later. First, they need to take down the fearsome devils on the ground. These are the ones that terrorize their victims through sheer presence alone. With precise aim, she takes down one of them. Sister Leaf doesn't hesitate and eliminates the second. Then, working together, Anna and Nightingale finish off the remaining devils. Now only the high-tier devil remains. Lightning suddenly yells for them to watch out. The monster has just thrown a giant black sword straight at them. Nightingale immediately activates her mist magic to evade, but it doesn't work. Her magic is nullified in an instant. This confirms it, the high-tier devil has the ability to disrupt magic. Before they can react, he throws another sword. Anna steps forward. With everything she's got, she stops the blade, barely. But the effort drains her completely, leaving her exhausted. Then, something even stranger happens. A blinding light fills the air. Lightning and the others spot the source. It's coming from the devil. For a brief moment, Nightingale wonders if he's using the divine sigil. But no, this is his own ability. The bastard comes crashing down, unleashing a terrifying force. The shockwave sends Lightning tumbling through the air. Leaf also gets caught in the devastating blast. Then, the devil turns his attention to Nightingale and attacks. Her mist begins to crack. Sister Leaf, already weakened from the previous attack, takes another hit. Evie and Sister Leaf lose their balance. They fall from their safe position. Poor Leaf even coughs up a copious amount of blood after getting severely injured. The high-tier devil is standing right in front of Anna and Sister Leaf, so Nightingale quickly hops out of her hiding spot and starts throwing a barrage of bullets. But those bullets are useless against the devil's sturdy armor, and he just keeps blocking them with his sword. Since she can't shoot through, she decides to go for a direct stab to the head, aiming to fracture its mist canisters. But the bastard quickly swings his giant sword, refusing to let Nightingale get any closer. The back and forth continues until Nightingale finally gets an opening. She strikes the bastard's head, only for her knife to shatter into pieces on impact. The bastard actually has a magic barrier surrounding its body. Then the bastard starts charging energy in his palm, preparing to throw it at Nightingale. The energy he exudes completely nullifies her magic, and before she can react, he strikes her hard in the stomach with his sword. That single hit nearly obliterates one of her sides. The bastard raises his sword in the air, ready to finish her off. But before he can, Evie uses her magic and completely traps him. But it's clear Evie is struggling. The bastard is just too powerful, and he's already resisting. Nightingale tells her to just slam him into the ground, and before the bastard can break free, Anna steps in, prepared to unleash the power of the sigil. That terrifying force is enough to leave the monster in shambles. He can't silence abilities anymore, so Nightingale seizes the chance, grabs Evie, and they quickly escape. Meanwhile, Anna gives it everything she's got, unleashing her full power against the bastard. Eventually, she's completely exhausted. The worst part is that even though the devil is brutally wounded, he's still standing. He just tanked the sigil's attack and braved through it. Nightingale starts feeling the toll of the battle. Anna is out of commission. Leaf is drained, and Lightning is nowhere to be seen. That's when Evie steps forward, dagger in hand, ready to fight the monster. Her powers are almost depleted, but she's still a combat witch. Just then, Agatha and Maggie arrive. Maggie swoops in, crashing right onto the bastard. But the damn thing just nullifies Maggie's magic and tosses her away like a rag doll. Seeing this, Agatha realizes it's a magic slayer. She then quickly uses her ice magic, freezing the bastard's feet and rendering him immobile. Nightingale and Maggie quickly pull out their revolvers and start firing. But once again, the monster counters with another magic attack, sending Agatha staggering. He finally breaks free from the ice that was restraining him. But before he can do anything else, Sister Leaf steps up. She uses the sigil herself and launches a devastating attack that completely stuns the monster. The devil is utterly exhausted. Maggie takes the opportunity to land on top of the bastard again. This time, he stays down for the count. Agatha is absolutely blown away that they actually managed to defeat this monster. Meanwhile, Nightingale is just annoyed that they all nearly got wrecked by a single devil, and she's sure that Roland is going to be utterly disappointed when he hears about all of this. But Agatha reminds her that this isn't just any typical victory, because the foe they were facing was a magic slayer. She explains that even a group of high-tier witches might be able to defeat a high-tier devil, but there's no chance of winning against a magic slayer. These enemies possess many abilities, but they are different from witches since their powers are not awakened. Someone once witnessed the same high-tier devil attacking Tequila over the course of many years. Over time, it gained 2 new types of magic, and its power increased so much that it could produce the same effect as the Stones of Divine Judgment. That magic nullifying ability is technically termed disrupting, and it has a chance of breaking through the stones, protections, and any magical attack against it will be weakened. A magic slayer can scatter magical effects and stop abilities from activating, making them formidable enemies for witches. Take Anna, for example. If a magic slayer had her ability, it would be able to use black fire while disrupting their magic at the same time. The black fire would suppress other magic and disable it, unless they were fighting another magic slayer. This is part of the reason why the Divine Sigil didn't kill this devil on the first try. Although this is the first time they've encountered such a battle, the Alliance has never recorded any instances of using the Divine Sigil against magic slayers either. However, when the Alliance's transcendent witches equipped the Stones of Divine Judgment, they gleamed radiantly on the battlefield, and devils everywhere melted like snow. The transcendent witches were like the heart of the sun, and anyone who personally witnessed Lady Alice's power was overwhelmed by her strength. Yet no Alliance member has ever managed to defeat a magic slayer. And according to Agatha's knowledge, witches and devils are fundamentally different. That's when Maggie notices something surprising in the devil's corpse. It's actually a box. When she opens it, she finds a bunch of magic stones inside. Agatha is shocked to see them. She can't really tell what type they are, but judging from their brilliance, they were made from top-quality stones of divine judgment. Leaf is happy to see that their devil hunt wasn't all in vain. They at least got their hands on some valuable loot. Maggie then decides to investigate the other corpses to see if they contain more stones. Wendy arrives and is concerned to see Anna knocked out. Leaf assures her that she's just unconscious from magic depletion. Lightning also returns, apologizing for her absence. When the devil swung its sword, she fell from the sky. But Nightingale is just happy that she's safe and gives her a little pat. Brian also joins the scene, and is stunned at the sight of the terrifying devil corpses. Nightingale then orders Brian to have his soldiers sweep the forest and bring back all the corpses, including every piece of armor, clothing, and weapon they can find. While their plan to capture a live devil has failed, the least they can do is gather the remains and bring them to Roland. Speaking of live devils, Lightning remembers the one that got caught in the explosion and fell into the water. If devils can swim, then it must still be alive. Eventually, they manage to find a living one. All the human soldiers eye the creature closely, as they have never seen anything like it before. Nightingale, on the other hand, meets Agatha outside and expresses her relief at capturing a live devil in such an unexpected way. They were incredibly lucky. Agatha is just glad that they suffered no casualties, but she is disappointed in herself for underestimating the enemy during this operation. Nightingale reassures her, saying the unexpected presence of that high-tier devil wasn't her fault. No one could have predicted it would appear in a place like this. But Agatha states that this is what concerns her the most. High-tier devils typically hide behind large armies, and they never act alone. There weren't many of them around either. She had thought they would only see one when the Red Moon arrived, but after seeing these magic stones, she isn't so sure anymore. The stones they retrieved were of such high quality. The Alliance has killed thousands of fearsome devils. And if magic stones were so easy to obtain, the Scholarly Guild wouldn't have such trouble finding chaos beasts to cultivate stones. So why did these devils they just hunted carry so many high-quality stones? Could it be that they never stopped magic stone production in the past 4 centuries? She is also uncertain about the lifespan, growth cycle, and reproduction of devils, so she has no clue how they might have developed over the years. If the enemy is gathering numerous stones, does that mean they have more high-tier devils? She hopes they find the answer before it's too late. The scene transitions to Iris, who has finally made it to Neverwinter City, or rather, Border Town, where she is ready to meet King Roland. After seeing how massive the city is and how bustling the streets are, she can't help but marvel at how Roland united the western region into one city. The growth in population and commerce has even surpassed the former capital. She vividly recalls how the fourth prince was notorious for his scandals and neglect of studies. She then instructs her brother Karl to send a message to Roland announcing their arrival. She specifically tells him not to mention her as his sister. He will be representing and handling the meeting. Soon enough, Roland receives Karl's message and learns that the northern region has surrendered. Karl Kandel, representing the northern region as Duke Carlin's son, has come to deliver the news. Later, Roland meets Karl and Iris. Karl speaks on behalf of his house, bringing good news. Holmes and Lista have been dealt with because they were treacherously supporting Timothy. Meanwhile, Roland's eyes remain fixed on Iris, while she is Karl's supposed assistant, but something about her presence feels more commanding than Karl's. Karl, on the other hand, continues that they hadn't expected Roland to return to the western region so soon. They had wanted to present the severed heads of Holmes and Lista as evidence, but the heads rotted away during the trip. Roland is surprised that Duke Carlin killed the 2 dukes outright. This makes him believe that Carlin's loyalty is stronger than he initially thought. If Carlin is sending the heads of 2 dukes as a pledge, it must mean he is struggling to gain the support of northern aristocrats again. At the very least, the possibility of rebellion in the northern region has greatly diminished, so Roland is somewhat relieved to hear this. Baroff then fills Roland in that the Stallion Holmes and Snowfox Lista families are founding families of the northern region, even more famous than the 5 great families of the western region. However, the Kandel family is not well known, and if he remembers correctly, they only appeared within the past 50 years. To think that Timothy would choose Carlin Kandel as the northern region's ruler is shocking. Even if it was to keep the 2 powerful families in check, it must have been difficult for Carlin, and the other families likely weren't happy about it either. That means it's unlikely Karl is lying. This concerns the pride of aristocrats. Baroff is certain that if Roland accepts their loyalty, even if they are lying, the northern region will fight among themselves first. Roland finally comes to terms. First, he expresses his thanks to Duke Carlin. Protecting the royal castle's pride is the responsibility of every aristocrat, and Carlin Kandel did an excellent job. Second, the 2 dukes got what was coming to them, and the kingdom will not pursue Duke Carlin for this matter. Karl is pleased to hear this. The Kandel family is more than ready to seize this opportunity to serve King Roland. Roland reminds them that Duke Carlin will have to abide by Grey Castle's new laws, which Karl is unaware of, so the king begins to elaborate. The new order dictates the dissolution of all aristocratic positions, and the class system will cease to exist. In other words, Grey Castle will have only one ruler, the king. Before Karl can panic, Roland reassures him that aristocrats will remain aristocrats. Their privileged lives will not be disrupted, and they will even have opportunities to reach new heights. These laws have already been enacted in Longsong Fortress, and the book that Baroff hands them contains a detailed record of these changes. The book also includes real-life stories and examples to make the information more comprehensible. While it may seem that the aristocrats are losing privileges, in reality, they are being freed from the limitations of their territories. Instead of being confined to their lands, they will have the opportunity to operate across the entire kingdom, or even the whole continent. Roland assures them that everything will be fine and that they can relay this to Duke Carlin later. In the meantime, they are welcome to stay in Neverwinter City and enjoy its unique scenery. Roland is confident that Karl will grow to like this place. Karl, caught off guard by this out-of-syllabus contents, for which he was not prepared to respond. So he glances at his sister, silently seeking support. Eventually, his sister discreetly pats his back, offering him some reassurance. Gathering himself, Karl expresses interest in seeing the various inventions that King Roland has developed so far. After this exhausting meeting, Roland reflects on the situation. He recognizes Duke Carlin's intelligence in sending his own son as a messenger. Not wanting to waste this opportunity, Roland resolves to make the most of it. Suddenly, he notices Lightning and Maggie outside the castle window, signaling their return from an expedition. As usual, they eagerly jump toward Roland upon seeing him. Not long after, he is reunited with Anna, and the two share a passionate embrace. Meanwhile, Nightingale sighs from a distance, reminding Roland that it's unsafe for him to be out here. Roland dismisses her concerns with a reassuring smile and gives her a hug, which causes her to blush. Soon the other witches disembark from the ship, looking forward to their own warm reunions. Agatha and Evie observe from the sidelines, smiling at the scene. Later, Roland listens to the full report on the devil hunt. Agatha explains that out of the 5 devils they encountered, the magic slayer was melted by the divine sigil, and another was shredded by Anna. One of the devils had used 2 out of the 3 canisters of red mist it carried. This means the remaining canister will only last until tomorrow night at most. If they are to conduct any further experiments involving sigils, they must finish by tomorrow noon. Melting the sigil's vessel will take at least half a day, and Agatha anticipates multiple failures in the process. Roland reminds them that red mist is fatal to witches, and asks how they managed to replace the canisters for the captured devil. Agatha explains that she had mortal assistants handle the connections for her. She also brought back the depleted canisters, believing they might be useful later. Turning to Buttpuss, Roland asks if she can control the devil's mind and make it use magic. Buttpuss replies that she doesn't need to control every movement. She can issue a command that the devil will be compelled to follow. With this in mind, Roland instructs Nana to reconnect the devil's severed limbs. Though the task is unsettling, Nana has no reason to refuse and proceeds with the healing. Once the devil is fully restored, Buttpuss casts her magic, bringing it under her control before it can resist. To test its strength, Roland orders the devil to throw a spear. Buttpuss issues the command, and the devil throws a wooden stick with such force that it shatters armor upon impact. Roland and the others are astounded. There is no doubt that the devils possess tremendous throwing strength. If the spear had been metal-tipped, it would have been even more destructive. However, based on their equipment, the devils seem less proficient with metalworking than humans. Even the high-tier devil's armor is not purely metallic. This may be because smelting requires high heat, which red mist does not seem to tolerate well. Roland then tests rapid throwing, observing the devil's endurance. Eventually, the creature reaches its limit. Buttpuss explains that the devil cannot continue due to the side effects of its equipped magic stones. With this data in mind, Roland begins evaluating the enemy's overall combat strength. The strongest infantry devils have attack power comparable to gunpowder muskets. However, bolt-action rifles can easily pierce their steel plates. The lower-ranked devils, on the other hand, are no stronger than his standard weapons. This means that when humanity and the devils eventually clash, Roland's army will hold the advantage. Agatha then elaborates that, back then, the population of mortals in the fertile lands was hundreds of times more than Grey Castles, and it was the same with witches. If everyone had a rifle back then, she's sure that defeating the devils wouldn't have been a problem. Roland then decides to halt their experiments for now, planning to conduct the durability test tomorrow. He wants to test the endurance of each body part against rifle bullets, chemicals, berserker pills, and dream water. He also needs Lucia to see what she can extract from the red mist. It's a shame they can't keep devils alive for long. Otherwise, with Nana's healing abilities, they would only need a small number of devils to gather enough data. Agatha also needs 2 witches to assist her in making sigils. She requests that the materials be prepared beforehand since, once the devils die, their blood won't last very long. They'll also need to start dissolving the stones of divine judgment while the devils are still alive. Speaking of sigils, Roland suddenly remembers that they haven't decided what type to make yet. So, he decides to spend tonight reading the Magic Stone Encyclopedia, and will let Agatha know tomorrow which kind of sigil he wants. We then switch back to Iris, where her brother has just come out of the shower and insists she take a bath while the water is still hot. She asks him how the water system works here. Carl explains that he's heard the water in the pipes flows from that big metal tower, though he still doesn't know how they even managed to raise the water that high. Iris is totally out of the loop on how everything operates here. She looks outside and notices how all the building windows are glowing with light. There's a common saying among merchants that man-made light after dark represents wealth. She had thought that brightness at night could only be seen in pubs and theaters, but now she understands what it truly means. Under the lights, every factory in the city is producing all kinds of goods, what they call industrial products. She also can't forget the steam engine she had seen. A rough lump of metal is smoothed by spinning wheels and shaped by rotating drills, turning into shining mechanical parts among mounds of grease and scraps. It's an entirely new kind of beauty. The steam engine is a beauty far beyond the brilliance of a gemstone or an intricate dress. She is desperate to figure out how in the hell Roland Wimbledon acquired all of this alien knowledge. She then leans back and questions her brother about the new law Roland has created. She wants his take on it. Carl isn't sure how to respond, but he plans to write a letter to their father tomorrow about it. Still, he fears their father might not accept the terms. He read the booklet His Majesty Roland gave him, and even if he disregards whether the examples in it are legitimate or not, he argues that the highest-ranking example mentioned was merely the son of a lord. Yet, under the new laws, that man has become something like a duke without a territory, and that man we are talking about is Ambassador Petrov. If Carl is being honest, he would probably do the same as His Majesty Roland if he were in his shoes. But he worries because their father is the legitimate ruler of the entire northern region. He is the Duke of Evernight City, holding far more power than the honeysuckle heir. If he agrees to Roland's demands, he would essentially be giving up his territory. Instead of a promotion, it feels more like a steep demotion. Well, his sister kind of agrees with his judgment, but she reminds him of one crucial thing her brother didn't take into account: the question of whether they can maintain their power. She points out that the only reason they distribute land to their knights and personnel is to preserve their loyalty to the Candle family and attract newcomers to pledge their service. And if their father had owned the entire northern region outright, the knights would have left long ago. Without property, the knights would look elsewhere, and the lower lords would do the same. In the end, the entire northern region would belong solely to the Candle family. Carl knows all this too well, and this is the same reason he isn't sure if having all of the cities belong to just one family is even feasible. In his view, the northern region is massive, and their family simply can't handle governing it alone. Not to mention, collecting taxes and harvests is already annoying enough. They can't expect the peasants to just pay up on their own. But his sister reminds him that they've been expanding their vassals precisely to protect their land. They've been following this approach because their military and governing abilities are limited. And that's exactly why Roland wants to establish a unified system. With how fast everything is changing, no army can gather the strength to defeat Roland, and no one on the entire continent can oppose him. But Carl reminds her that Roland also believes a strong, centralized government can manage an entire continent. So distributing land to lords isn't necessary. His sister, however, counters by saying that Roland himself believes that this shift is inevitable. A well-equipped centralized government will inevitably replace the feudal system because it can utilize the kingdom's resources far more efficiently. He wants to use the potential of all citizens to make production explode, believing that production is the key factor that decides the fate of a superpower. But to Carl, all of this sounds ridiculous. He doesn't believe Roland has nearly enough people to collect taxes and run everything. He will eventually have to rely on elites anyway. And even if those people have to pay up taxes at the end of the day, then what difference will it make for them? The peasants don't care who their king is. Iris responds that she's just as curious as her brother about everything he's mentioned. But she's certain that anyone capable of writing a booklet like that is definitely prepared to make it a reality. She plans to visit Roland again, but this time, she'll be the one leading the conversation. Carl, however, is frustrated to hear this. He's convinced that their father will never accept these terms. The next day arrives, and we see His Majesty Roland reviewing all the records from the experiments they ran on the devils. While firearms and swords can be fatal to devils, poison doesn't affect them much. It's likely because their biology is fundamentally different from that of humans. He also tested Dreamwater and Berserker pills, but the results were the same. The devil was completely unaffected. The former couldn't tranquilize them, and the latter didn't induce any berserk reaction. Furthermore, once the red mist was dissected, it broke down into various types of gases and liquids. According to Kyle, some of it was flammable and smelled absolutely gut-wrenching, while another part was nitrogen. The rest was still unclear. However, those components weren't necessary for the devil's survival. The key lies in the mist's enchantment and understanding why the red mist expires. Also, when the temperature rises to 300 degrees, the red mist starts to separate rapidly. At 800 degrees, it even begins to burn. It seems that fire is a decent weapon against devils, on top of traditional firearms. Just then, an officer reports to Roland that the Northern Region's ambassador wishes to see him. Roland is a bit surprised that they're ready to talk after just a day, but he's prepared to meet them. If they don't recognize his law, he's already planning to force them to stay. Later, Iris finally introduces herself as Iris Candle, the Duke of Evernight's eldest daughter and Carl's sister. She apologizes for not introducing herself previously, explaining that her brother probably forgot to do so. Roland immediately figures that she must be the real ambassador, and Iris doesn't hesitate to admit it, further claiming that her father has given her full authority over this trip, along with his official approval seal. The prince is quite intrigued to finally meet her. In this age, it's incredibly rare for a woman to be an ambassador, let alone someone so young and attractive. Given her impeccable etiquette, he can tell that this isn't the first time she has met someone of higher authority. He also realizes that she hid her identity to avoid attention during negotiations. It wasn't really deception, more like a playful tactic often used by elites. Since she is here on behalf of her father, the prince finally asks if she has made up her mind. Before giving a direct answer, she first wants to ask a few questions and clarify some things. She recalls that he mentioned how the aristocratic system would be eliminated due to the growth of central power. But without the elite's help, she wants to know how he plans to ensure that the kingdom will still be managed efficiently. Majesty Roland is intrigued by her willingness to debate, and her question is an interesting one. He's more than ready to respond, so he tells her that he will ensure the kingdom is managed efficiently through the power of the people and the development of technology. She then follows up with another question, inquiring if he is talking about normal citizens. He confirms that he is indeed talking about citizens. Essentially, the city hall will hire, train, and equip a governing team. Their qualifications won't be based on wealth or status, because it doesn't matter whether they were aristocrats or not. She then challenges him again. How will he prevent governing officers from neglecting their duties when stationed far from the capital? Once Grey Castle is fully unified, how will commerce be regulated across different regions? And can high production really be a standard to measure the efficiency of legislation? Roland smirks and elaborates on everything. Once he's done explaining, she appreciates his answers. She hadn't expected him to be so thorough. She's also impressed that the rulebook he wrote doesn't lack context either. Once again, Roland finds himself fascinated by how sharp she is. While he isn't the most well-versed in politics, he feels that's the most he can tell her on the subject. She then moves on to another topic. She wants steam engine equipment to be produced in the northern region. But the prince reminds her that he doesn't have enough personnel for that. Most importantly, replicating the technology would be difficult since the process requires the input of witches. After discussing all these matters, she is still curious about one particular thing. She doesn't quite understand why he is rushing to reunite Grey Castle, especially when he could just wait 10 years or so and easily conquer any region. In order to answer her question, Roland invites Iris to follow him. He assures her that she will understand soon enough. Eventually, he takes her to the experimental lab, where the devil lies restrained on a table. He explains to her that the foreign creature before her is a devil. They originate from beyond the northern mountains, and they pose the greatest threat humanity has ever faced. The war between humans and devils isn't about wealth or territory, it's a battle for survival. The losing side will be completely wiped out. This truth has been buried and censored by the church for centuries. In reality, this war stretches back millennia and was once known as the Divine War. Seeing the undeniable evidence before her, Iris is forced to acknowledge his words. Roland suggests continuing the discussion at the guest house. With that, they both leave the lab, leaving Agatha behind to continue her experiments. Not long after, Anna and Nana arrive. They are here to assist Agatha in accelerating the process of creating sigils. Their goal is to craft 4 listening sigils, 1 screeching sigil, and 1 observing sigil. Agatha recalls how, back in the days of the Scholarly Guild, it would have been considered a complete waste to use high-quality stones of divine judgment from magic slayers to create something as basic as screeching and observing sigils. But with Roland's powerful artillery, combat sigils are no longer as essential as they once were. As Agatha continues her work, Anna asks if the quality of a sigil depends on the ingredients used. Agatha confirms that it does. The primary determining factors are the Stone of Divine Judgment and magic-infused blood. The Scholarly Guild once believed that magic alters the body in every aspect, and a high-tier witch's body contains far more magic than that of a normal witch. This difference becomes even more pronounced with those who surpass the transcendent level. To forge an excellent sigil, one requires the blood of powerful devils and the highest quality stones of divine judgment. For example, Lady Alice's sigil of divine judgment was created on the battlefield, using the blood of a dying magic slayer. Hearing this, Anna wonders if the same result can be achieved by combining witch blood with the stones instead. Agatha responds with no. The stones do not melt like wax, and the reaction is not as strong. When mixed with witch blood, the liquid becomes watery and clear. However, when mixed with devil blood, the liquid hardens like rock. Since the process of crafting a sigil is similar to smelting metal, the magic stone must be placed before the liquid solidifies. At the same time, they must complete a key step, connecting the magic veins. The veins are similar to those found in plants. The Scholarly Guild believed that only living beings could harness magic. Without this crucial step, the magic stone remains nothing more than an isolated object, incapable of channeling true power. Anna hesitates for a moment before asking, does this mean that devil blood can grant ordinary elements life? Agatha does not hesitate to reveal the harsh truth. Not only do they require devils, but they also require witches. Of course, this revelation shocks both Anna and Nana. Agatha further continues to reveal that the Scholarly Guild discovered this secret by accident. When witch blood is mixed with devil blood, a unique effect occurs. Essentially, a stone of divine judgment will melt and maintain a state of life, just like a plant. In this state, it can retain the magic flowing through its veins without losing it. Agatha doesn't know how to describe it, but she's sure Anna will understand once she sees it. So, she cuts her palm to draw blood, and after acquiring enough blood, she tells Nana to heal her wound. Anna, on the other hand, is tasked with placing the magic stone in the cavity according to the notes. The reason Agatha chose these two for assistance is obvious. While Nana can help her through the pain, Anna is the most educated witch in the Union, making her perfect for inheriting this practice. If King Roland hadn't given Agatha hope of defeating the devils, she would have buried the method of creating sigils forever. Mixing witch and devil blood was a truth even the Alliance found difficult to accept. That controversy was incredibly detrimental to the Divine War. Consequently, the crafting process was the scholarly guild's closely guarded secret, and that's exactly why she doesn't want Roland to observe it. The next process involves pouring the blood. Afterward, Agatha works her magic, and once the blood and stone mix together, it feels like the fluid is coming alive, a sign that their experiment is succeeding. Next, they'll have to cut it open and seal it again with a sheet of silver. The last step differs with each type of sigil. For example, the screeching sigil can't be cut, so it must be used as a whole. Anna is worried about what happens if the process fails. Agatha reassures her that failure is always a possibility. However, the solution is quite simple. They just need to extract the magic stone and start over. The problem is that it's going to consume more blood. This is why devil blood was more valuable than witches in tequila. It doesn't really matter if witch blood is spilled during experimentation, but wasting devil blood was punishable. Now it's time for the next sigil, and this time, Anna volunteers to donate her blood. She reminds Agatha that while Nana can heal cuts, she can't replenish blood. Roland also warned that blood loss can cause nausea and even fainting, so they can't risk too much experimentation if Agatha spills too much blood. The best method for recovery is to rest for 2 days before resuming practice and production, but a diet of porridge and liver speeds up the process. Agatha is taken aback to hear this, as those are the exact words she once heard from Roland. Anna further mentions that since she's supposed to inherit Agatha's crafting methods, she will take charge of producing the next 2 sigils. Agatha smiles and hands over the responsibility to her. Later, Iris meets with Roland again, discussing the upcoming divine war against the devils. She's having a hard time digesting the sheer amount of information. She wants to know if the devils are really as strong as His Majesty claims. Roland confirms it without a doubt. They possess both immense strength and overwhelming numbers. To give her perspective, he reminds her that while his armies can easily defeat Timothy's knight squadrons, he isn't as confident when it comes to devils. After all, the devils have been hiding in the northwest of the Dawn continent for the past 400 years, and unlike the witches, they never had to start over. Most importantly, negotiation isn't an option in this war. It will only end when one side is completely exterminated. Iris questions if Roland intends to announce this information to the public. Roland admits that while it's inevitable, he won't disclose it yet. He has no way of knowing how people will react to the existence of such cruel and terrifying monsters, and building trust takes time. Iris agrees, understanding that panic can be more dangerous than any enemy. She has one last question. How long do they have until the next divine war? Roland explains that they have 5 years or less. No one knows exactly when the Red Moon will descend. All he can say is that war could break out at any time, so he can't unify Grey Castle at a slow pace. Since that's the case, Iris declares that she is willing to follow Roland's orders without hesitation. She formally states that the Candle family will adhere to His Majesty's laws without resistance, and Roland's decree will be the only voice that echoes through the northern region. She also hopes that his promises to establish steam engine factories in the north will materialize soon. Then, she proposes something drastic. She's willing to leave Carl behind so her father will have no choice but to agree. However, Roland believes that if she leaves her brother as a hostage, Duke Carlin will see it as a threat. Of course, Iris has already considered this as well. Later, as Roland sits alone lost in thought, he can't help but notice how radiant Iris is. Her ideas are progressive, and she's rather adaptable. If the entire northern region truly serves him as she promised, then his controlled territory will practically double in size. After all, nothing is sweeter than population and resources. With this, pressure will mount on the remaining aristocrats in the eastern region, and if all goes well, he may finish unification before the months of demons arrive. His thoughts are interrupted when Agatha enters his office, carrying a box full of sigils. She explains that they failed twice in the first batch, and Anna also participated. Agatha then reminds him that if she's going to continue making sigils, she requests an independent and spacious laboratory instead of a shack that's shabbier than a horse stable. We then shift our attention to these sigils. There are different types of sigils, each designed to mimic basic functions of a phone. The listening sigil provides long-distance communication. The screeching sigil emits a piercing scream when it detects magic energy, an effective prevention measure against enemy raids. As for the observing sigil, it will assist Thunder in his explorations. Speaking of Thunder, Roland mentions how he wasn't able to join the crew on their voyage, so he couldn't witness the incredible sea line. He's feeling bummed about it. The scene transitions to Thunder and his crew sailing through the sea. The fog is dense around them, so he instructs his crew to roll up the sails and move slowly while keeping their eyes and ears open. They're getting close to their destination. Margaret and Molly are also present on the boat. They are all here on the mission to find another witch, Joan. She's actually a mermaid. Margaret last saw her 10 years ago. Back then, Joan's legs transformed into a fishtail. However, a decade has passed, and Margaret doesn't know what Joan is like now. Camellia, another witch on board, hears Margaret's description and comments that this sounds like a summoning ability. It's not surprising that Joan can transform into an aquatic creature. If she's been living in the ocean all this time, then her awakening day wouldn't have been dangerous. She's likely been passively using her magic power to maintain her form. But Camellia isn't sure if they'll find Joan there after all these years. Thunder, however, is confident. His intel has never been wrong. Ever since he learned Joan was a witch, he has been watching this place. Her song is the symbol of Wavesnow Island, and some merchants even tried to take her voice for themselves. Camellia asks if Thunder ever tried stopping them. He responds that a sailing accident stopped them, and he promises that none of them will ever think of capturing her again. Suddenly, one of the men in the watchtower reports that he hears the song. Thunder immediately silences the crew. As the melodies fill the air, Thunder quickly orders the anchors dropped. He and a group of witches board a rowboat to meet her. Thunder is certain that she remains hidden out of fear of being caught. He explains that endangered ships typically only hear her song, and few have ever seen her in person. This is why he anchored the ship in order to draw her in while they approach her with the rowboat. Finally, they spot her, and Joan notices them in return. Margaret quickly introduces herself, but Joan, timid and overwhelmed, mumbles incomprehensibly. Thunder realizes that Joan may have forgotten how to speak. He turns to Camilla, who uses her magic to bridge their communication. Suddenly, Margaret is able to understand Joan's words. Margaret begins the conversation by expressing her gratitude for saving her back then, and she is once again to ask for Joan's help. Joan remembers Margaret well. They used to spend a great deal of time together. In order to make her comfortable, Margaret praises the incredible powers of witches. She points out that even their conversation is possible only because of Camilla, a fellow witch, who can connect hearts and minds. However, Joan remains wary of the sailors, as they have always sought to capture witches. Margaret assures her that the church has been eradicated. Witches have now settled in the bay, where Slumber Island has become a sanctuary, a town built by witches, for witches. Joan is free to join them. As the conversation continues, Thunder grows more curious about what they are talking about. Suddenly, Joan retreats into the water. Seeing this, Thunder immediately turns to Margaret, in order to question her how the conversation went. Margaret delivers the good news that Joan has agreed to her request. The scene transitions to Dawn Capital, where Yorko rides in a carriage alongside a refined woman. She asks his thoughts on the city. Yorko admits that Dawn Capital is indeed a city of merchants. Even the city ruler supports the free market. If this were Grey Castle, such unrestricted trade would be shut down by patrol guards. Perhaps only the Bay could compare. Miss Denise then reveals an interesting tidbit. The capital's goods fall into two categories: practical items such as glassware, mirrors, perfumes, and high-quality fabrics, and unique or peculiar items, which have no fixed price and are valued based on the buyer's preference. Every weekend, the city's auction house opens, with entrance requirements that vary depending on the items being sold. She offers to take Yorko to the most exclusive auctions if he is interested. However, she mentions that slave trading has taken over the two businesses she just mentioned. Yorko remarks that slave trading is nothing new, but Denise clarifies that this is an expansion of an already existing industry. The easiest businesses are always the most popular. Since the church's invasion of Wolfheart, hundreds of thousands of refugees have fled. If one feeds and shelters them, they can be gathered and sold for profit. Though she personally dislikes the idea of trading people, especially women, Yorko reassures her not to dwell on it if it upsets her. The most profitable ventures often carry great risks. Just take those refugees as an example. If those refugees revolt, the slave traders will have much to fear. The carriage driver announces their arrival at the royal district. Yorko parts ways with Denise, relieved to be free of her company. She is a married woman, and if her husband had seen them together, Yorko fears the consequences. His assigned guard, Fox, approaches, inquiring about his conversation with the lady inside the carriage. Yorko brushes him off, claiming they only discussed business. Fox was personally assigned to Yorko by Roland, and it is clear that Yorko does not like him in the least. Regardless, Fox inquires what is the next step. Yorko declares that he will raise the Grey Castle flag and announce to the entire kingdom that the Grey Castle ambassador has arrived. Later, Yorko finds himself at a lavish banquet, one of the grandest he has ever attended. He notices several young ladies who seem ready to entertain. It is then that Prince Apan, the first Prince of Dawn, arrives. He greets Yorko and shares good news. He has passed on Roland Wimbledon's letters and documents to his father. Yorko returns the greeting, offering his condolences for the king's illness. It is unfortunate that the king cannot meet him personally. About half a month ago, the king collapsed suddenly at a banquet. Since then, he has remained unconscious, waking for only 3 hours a day. Once pleasantries and formalities are exchanged, the prince moves to leave, but Yorko stops him. He wishes to discuss the alliance between Dawn and Grey Castle. Prince Apan acknowledges the matter, but states that he will wait for his father's recovery before handling administrative decisions. With that, Yorko resumes enjoying the banquet. There he encounters Miss Denise once again. Meanwhile, Prince Appin speaks privately with Otto, his close associate. If you don't recall, Otto is the same guy who was friends with Andrea. Otto does not understand why Appin is delaying the alliance treaty, especially since the king himself supports it. The church remains a serious threat. They cannot afford to sit idly by. Appin reminds Otto that they were originally meant to align with Timothy, not Roland. Otto argues that they should support the rightful king of Grey Castle. The ambassador's message confirms Roland's legitimacy. However, the prince silences him, assuring Otto that he will handle the matter and warning him not to interfere. Otto, unwilling to let the issue drop, insists that they must take action against the church. His persistence earns him a cold glare from the prince. Fear grips Otto. He quickly swallows his argument and promises to hold his tongue. In a chilling tone, Appin asks if they are still friends. Otto replies that they are. Not only him, but Belinda and Oro are also part of their friendship circle. Appin follows up with a heavy question. If something were to happen to the king, would Otto support him as the next ruler? Trapped by the weight of their friendship, Otto has no choice but to agree. Once alone, Otto feels deeply unsettled by the changes in Appin. When the king fell ill, Appin seemed devastated. However, he has recently regained his composure, but he is different now. Otto knows the prince well. Appin was never the type to seek power at any cost. He decides to seek out help from his friends, hoping they can uncover the truth behind Appin's transformation. Meeting Oro, who is training with his sword, Otto directly states his concern. Oro, however, is uninterested. Appin is the prince, the future king basically, and Oro is sure that he will never remain their friend forever. Besides, Appin is a grown man now. If he is throwing a tantrum, Oro sees no reason to entertain it. Otto reminds him of their long-standing friendship, but Oro snaps. Ever since Andrea's supposed death, their friendship was broken beyond repair. That is when Otto reveals the truth that Andrea is alive. Shocked, Oro demands immediate answers. Otto explains that he saw her in Border Town, under Roland Wimbledon's protection. She turned out to be a witch, and Roland shelters witches in Grey Castle. Her death was a ruse orchestrated by her father to protect her. Now more than ever, Otto believes they must pull Appin back. Dawn must ally with Roland to defeat the church. If they do not, and the church attacks alone, they may never see Andrea again. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Oro finally understands. The two friends clasp hands, ready to do whatever it takes in order to preserve their long-shared friendship. Later we meet Yorko, who finally makes it to his room, only to get spooked by Fox. Yorko demands to know what emergency made Fox sneak into his room just to scare the hell out of him. Fox reveals that Wolfheart refugees are pouring into Dawn, and it's a great opportunity to recruit people. He suggests that Yorko treat it as a business deal, focusing on buying craftsmen, those who are literate, and those with special skills. The money he spends will be reimbursed by Roland. What's more, for every person they recruit, His Majesty Roland will pay 5 silvers. But Yorko makes it clear that he has no head for business. When he chatted with Denise, it was only to get her to talk. He has no interest in running around and buying people. Besides, the slave trade mainly happens on the border between the two countries, and since he's supposed to be an ambassador, how is he supposed to explain going there? Fox reminds him that this is His Majesty's plan. Yorko doesn't have to leave Radiant City. Some slaves will inevitably be brought here to be sold. The price might be a little higher, but they can afford it, and the initial filtering will already be done. As for not having a head for business, Fox suggests he ask Miss Denise for help. She's a well-known noble merchant, and transporting refugees to Grey Castle wouldn't be difficult for her. Establishing a transport route would benefit them in the long run, and if they ever run into danger, they could just disguise themselves as small-time traders and retreat safely. Yorko is genuinely amazed at how much Fox seems to know about these affairs. Fox bluntly tells the pleasure seeker that while he was out mingling, Fox was out gathering information on the streets. By now, Yorko is forced to admit that while Fox is a capable knight, he's just as much a capable businessman. But the man makes it clear that he is neither a knight nor a businessman. However, he is willing to protect Yorko if the need arises. After all, Yorko's safety is something His Majesty Roland entrusted him with. As for his own identity, he's nothing more than a simple circus worker. The scene shifts to Neverwinter City, where poor Barov is drowning in a flood of requests from different departments, completely overwhelmed. But he's not alone in this mess. Beside him is Iris, sent by His Majesty Roland to learn a thing or two about how the city hall operates. She is already done with the first task Barov assigned to her, meticulously laying everything out with no room for mistakes. Internally, Barov is amazed by her mannerisms and intelligence. He's so impressed that he's literally eyeing her as a potential candidate for His Majesty Roland's wife. If Iris successfully establishes a provincial city hall in the north, that would be a great achievement. But if things keep progressing in the right direction and she excels in her role, Barov fears she might eventually replace him. To avoid this fate, he decides to teach her that city hall work isn't so easy to grasp. King Roland needs a minister who can see the bigger picture. So, he bombards her with an extremely complex problem and asks for her solution. In his mind, controlling the big picture requires experience in administration and a deep understanding of the city's unique traits. No amount of talent or prior experience could allow her to know this city like the back of her hand. But to his shock, she comes up with a solution that completely blows his mind. The plan she proposes is not only clever, but also so daring that even he wouldn't have thought of it. Later that night, Iris returns to her room, where she finds her brother, Carl, reading a book he bought from the local market. It's like a painting, but it has a story too, making it quite entertaining to read. Seeing her in such an upbeat mood, Carl wonders if she has no intention of returning. She reminds him that she's still waiting for their father's response. Once their father replies, Roland will let Carl return home, but she plans to stay longer. Carl asks if it's the city hall that wants her to remain. She clarifies that it's not the city hall itself, but Roland Wimbledon's administration. She then tells Carl that she will be sending a letter to their father soon enough. The scene transitions to the northern region, where Duke Carlin throws a tantrum after reading the letter Iris sent. The source of his distress is His Majesty Roland's plan to strip the aristocracy of their governing power. Usually Iris has always helped Carlin stay one step ahead, but this time, he feels like she has completely handed them over to Roland. To make matters worse, she even told him to avoid resistance and accept the situation. Her choice of words makes Carlin sound like a criminal. For a moment, he's certain she's trying to rebel against him. If he submits to Roland, the Candle family will lose its ruling power over the border region. Just when he thought he could enjoy total control after getting rid of the Holmes and Lista families, he's back to square one. At the same time, he dreads the consequences of refusing to submit to Roland. Iris had made it clear in her letter that if their father refused to submit, both she and Carl would be doomed. Roland would imprison them forever, just like the heir of Duke Ryan. She could already imagine countless ways he could humiliate her, and once he was done with her, he'd throw her into the dungeons or the military barracks, destroying the so-called Northern Pearl forever. To intimidate her father further, she urged him to think about his own fate as well. Before long, Roland's armies would descend upon the north, and she was willing to bet that his vassals and knights wouldn't last even half a day. If he resisted, he wouldn't just lose his title, he wouldn't even be able to live as a normal citizen, much less a duke. Basically, she was trying to convince her father by showing her own fear of the worst. She wanted him to send an official letter of loyalty to express their cooperation. Along with that, she asked him to send literate servants to learn the city hall's governing system so they could familiarize themselves with the new laws. Since Iris had already made her decision, Carlin saw no choice but to trust her plan and pledge his loyalty to His Majesty Roland. But as a duke, he still wanted to rely on his last trump card, offering Iris as the next queen. He would include this condition in his letter of loyalty. The scene transitions to Dragon's Cliff, where Iron Axe launches an attack with the First Army in formation. Their objective is to take down Spear Passie's worthless brother and reclaim her territory. Iron Axe asks her what she intends to do with the traitor knights and the servants who sided with her brother. Without hesitation, she makes it clear that they are no longer her knights if they chose to betray her, and she wants them to pay for it. He then asks her what she plans to do with Redwyn Passie, her brother. He reminds her that His Majesty's orders were to send all elite rebels to Neverwinter, except for her family. Everyone else who resists will be executed. However, she has the choice of what happens to her brother. For now, it seems like Spear Passie hasn't decided yet. The battle erupts, and after a brutal clash, she emerges victorious, reclaiming her land by utterly defeating her brother. When she finally stands face to face with him, the bastard still has the audacity to spew nonsense, calling her a witch, a devil's claw. Paranoid from his defeat, he throws every insult in the book at her, even going so far as to claim she's just an adopted child. But his words have no effect on Passie. In fact, she welcomes the idea. If she were adopted, that would be even better. She has no desire to be associated with a scum brother like him. She turns on her heel to leave, but not before ordering the knights to take Redwyn Passie to Neverwinter City. Since he's lost, he is just a lost cause. He's better suited for hard labor in the mines. With that, she walks away. As she moves through the corridor, she takes in the ruins of her town and silently wishes for Dragon's Cliff to prosper under Roland's rule. The scene shifts to Neverwinter, where the skies rumble with thunder, a clear sign that summer is here. The weather seems unforgiving. Roland is relieved that it didn't rain 3 days ago. Otherwise, one of his plays, The City of Love, wouldn't have had its outdoor performance. Fortunately, the remodeled plaza was spacious enough, and Echo's ability had taken the performance to the next level. Even Roland, despite having watched many high-production films in the past, was deeply moved by the performance. He had no doubt that the song she sang, the Song of Unison, had a profound effect on everyone who heard it. Suddenly Barov bursts into Roland's office with good news for once. It's a rare sight. Usually, every time he steps into the office, he's already out of breath and rattling off the worst possible scenarios. Barov reveals that the latest real estate statistics have been calculated, and the results are just as Roland expected. After the performance of The City of Love, the number of people submitting requests for rentals and home purchases has surged. Even marriage registrations have increased significantly. Roland feels proud upon hearing this. He further emphasizes that the theater is not just for entertainment, it serves as a tool for emotional stability. Beyond promoting the pride of labor and construction, it also strengthens social bonds. His next plan is to expand efforts to accept more refugees. A thriving population is Neverwinter's greatest resource for development, and it takes priority over many other matters. He then instructs Barov to summon Scroll, as he has something important to discuss with her. Soon enough, Scroll arrives in his office, responding to the summons. Roland wastes no time getting to the point. He intends to expand the education department's reach and include the newly arrived refugees in the system. However, Scroll is hesitant. At the moment, they lack enough teachers and classrooms. To accommodate the new influx, they would need to double or even triple their current staff. But Roland already has a plan to ease the burden on teachers by having students teach themselves. His idea is simple. Public classes will be held once a week for basic literacy, and the rest of the time, students will practice writing and recognizing words using workbooks. There will be no grades, tests, or formal requirements. Everything will depend on the individual's willingness to learn. Scroll, however, is skeptical. Without supervision, she doubts that even 1 in 10 students will succeed in learning properly. But Roland doesn't mind. His goal is simply to give them a chance. There will always be people dissatisfied with low salaries, and to prevent them from making poor decisions, he feels it is his duty to provide them with a way to improve themselves. Offering a legitimate path for the lower classes to rise is essential to maintaining the energy of a new government. Outside, the rain has finally stopped after pouring all night. A new day begins. Wendy attempts to wake Nightingale, but she remains in a deep slumber, oblivious to Wendy's calls. Deciding not to disturb her further, Wendy heads off to breakfast. After eating, she meets with her little students. She inquires about the sales of the first volume of Witch Diaries. One of the girls eagerly reports that the book has been a hit. Everyone is fascinated by the stories of Bordertown's angels, especially the First Army soldiers. People come to buy copies every day. In the past week alone, they have sold around 60 copies. At this rate, they'll sell out all 1,000 initial copies within half a month. Wendy is pleasantly surprised by these numbers. While they may seem modest on paper, they are impressive for a town where food is the top priority. Witch Diaries is purely for entertainment. It doesn't help with studies, nor does it feed people. And it's not cheap either. It's time for them to start brainstorming ideas for the next volume. Luckily, Roland has already chosen the protagonist for the second book, Sister Echo. The title will be The Silver Moon Princess from the Southern Lands of Sand and Fire. Wendy finds herself looking forward to the day Roland conquers the southern region and finally visits Echo's homeland, an endless desert. Her role is to spread awareness about witches and reveal their true nature to the people. Echo, on the other hand, has firmly established herself in the theater, where the actors absolutely love her music. Meanwhile, Evelyn has opened a pub near the Holy Mountain Hotel, selling all sorts of unique liquors. Her drinks have become unforgettable to both locals and tourists alike. Rumor has it that Hummingbird will soon join City Hall as the Vice Department head of the construction department, making her the second witch to hold an official position after Scroll. As everyone works hard to build Neverwinter City, public perception of witches is also beginning to change. One day, they will be seen as equals. The scene shifts to the Kingdom of Dawn. Oro and Otto sneak around the king's residence, moving carefully through the shadows. Otto is anxious, fearing they might get caught. Sneaking into His Majesty's residence is strictly forbidden. But Oro insists this is necessary if they are to accomplish their goal. In fact, Oro still can't believe he used Andrea's whereabouts as leverage to demand help from Lord Quinn, her father. They burn through a sewer cap using acid and proceed inside. This passage is actually an old escape tunnel. Otto knows it like the back of his hand. He and Oro used to explore the castle through it during their childhood. Eventually, they reach the end of the tunnel, which leads directly to the fireplace in the king's chamber. Inside, they find His Majesty lying in bed. Appin is also present. Soon enough, 2 pure witches enter the room, joining Appin. If anyone had forgotten, the blonde one is Isabella, while the veiled woman is literally named Viel. They claim to have the medicine that can cure the king, but they refuse to hand it over unless Appin fulfills their unreasonable demands. And even if he manages to get the medicine, there's one condition. It will only work if the Pope is the one to administer it. The mention of the Pope catches Oro off guard, leaving him sweating bullets. From what Oro and Otto understand, these women are not alchemists sent to cure the king. They are pure witches, exactly like the ones Roland had warned them about. Veal reminds Appin of the orders he had received a month ago to shut down all roads leading to Wolfheart. Yet, for some reason, refugees are still pouring into the kingdom. She coldly points out that even if these people crawled their way to the border, they should have reached it by now. Appin tries to explain that there are simply too many of them. If they are stopped at the border, most of them will starve to death. There are no nearby cities or settlements capable of providing food, and if the refugees are forced to turn back, it will take at least a week to return to Moortown. By then, many will perish. But Veal remains indifferent. As far as she is concerned, if these people are abandoning their kingdom, they deserve to die, whether by starvation or dehydration. She would rather Appin focus on saving his father's life instead of worrying about breaking their agreement. With no other options, Appin reluctantly agrees to shut down all roads within the next week. However, if refugees manage to cross through the mountains or forests, he won't take responsibility for them. Isabella, at least, agrees not to force him to do something beyond his control. Satisfied, Veal picks up the medicine bottle, drinks it herself, and then pours it into the king's mouth through her own. With that, Isabella promises that he will wake up in an hour, like usual. Veal once again reminds him that as long as Appin follows orders, King of Dawn will be healed, and even healthier than before. Isabella also mentions that the next time they come will be when he completely shuts down the border, so she hopes he won't disappoint the Pope. The poor guy is totally frustrated, cornered by these filthy women. From what he understands, he's sure they're witches, which is why they fed the medicine through their mouths, in order to fuse it with magic. He finds it hard to believe that the church has witches, and what's worse is that whatever the church is doing is no different from demons. In the next moment, he signals his knights, and they pour into the area, completely surrounding them. Veal just calls this attempt utterly futile, saying the prince seems to take the church too lightly. But the prince, on the other hand, feels smug. They have stones of divine judgment all around the castle and everything. To the prince's despair, however, his soldiers unalive themselves. Oro decides to butt in, but Otto stops him. They can't get inside. The mechanism can only be triggered from within. Veal steps toward Appin, who slumps to the ground, recoiling in fear. The witches, on the other hand, seem disappointed that he still doesn't know how to follow orders. Still, they assure him that his father will be fine, and the Kingdom of Dawn will continue to exist for a while longer. Once the church takes Grey Castle, she plans to take Appin under her wing. While they will eventually take the Kingdom of Dawn, they promise to let Appin enjoy the luxurious lifestyle he craves. The citizens of Dawn will also be spared from the horrors of war. As they leave, they tell him to clean up the room as his father might be terrified to see this horrific sight. Otto and Oro finally take a moment to breathe. This encounter has taught them that witches aren't affected by the stones of divine punishment, and the church is planning to take Grey Castle and then Dawn, treating the four kingdoms like a feast, just as His Majesty Roland had described. Otto decides to reveal everything they saw to their fathers, as well as Lord Quinn, but Oro is against it. They just saw firsthand that the stones of divine judgment are useless against pure witches, meaning their families would be in danger. Otto, however, is confident that His Majesty Roland will help them. All they have to do is find the Grey Castle ambassador and relay the message. We then transition to Bordertown, where Prince Roland chuckles as he reads Duke Carlin's loyalty letter. One page is dedicated to pledging loyalty to Roland, but the 10 or so following pages are all praise for Iris, her beauty, her talents. He's basically describing her as the best woman for the position of queen. Essentially, this letter is more or less a marriage request. Roland just chuckles at the sight as he doesn't need a political marriage to secure his throne. Then he receives a pigeon carrying a letter. Once he opens it, he realizes it's from Ambassador Yorko of the Kingdom of Dawn. And what he reads is quite shocking. The Dawn Castle has been infiltrated by pure witches, and these pure witches are immune from the stones of divine judgment. The first prince, Appin, tried to resist, and his soldiers ended up committing suicide under the witches' control. The church's goal is to hold Dawn in place while they attack Grey Castle first. Oro Takata and Otto Lux witnessed Prince Appin's failed attempt against those pure witches, and now their families are seeking Roland's assistance. A profound change occurs in Roland's mood after hearing the news. The idea of witches being immune to the stones of divine judgment sounds terrifying. Nightingale reminds him that only transcendent witches with strengthened bodies or high-tier devils like magic slayers have that kind of resistance. Roland, on the other hand, decides that he's going to adjust his plans for conquering the southern region. Later, we see him in a conference with all the core members, planning how to proceed with the conquest. Iron Axe brings up replacing the first army soldiers stationed at Dragon's Cliff with newer recruits. The aristocrats shouldn't be too much trouble, while the first army should focus on taking on the church's forces. Roland agrees with this approach, but he has two major concerns. First, they don't know when the enemy will attack. Second, they don't know where it will happen. The church used to have only one path to attack Grey Castle, from the northern region all the way down to the capital. But now that they have the Dawn King in their grasp, the Divine Punishment Army might attack from the Dawn border as well. So he asks if anyone has any suggestions. Barov argues that no matter where they come from, they'll have to pass through the northern region first, which is Duke Carlin's territory. So he suggests having Miss Iris relay this information to her father, and station herself in the north to watch for enemies. Iris agrees that keeping watch is important, but she points out that it's not an efficient plan. If the enemy is already at their doorstep, it would be difficult to buy more time. Roland then asks if she has a better solution, to which she suggests sending people to Hermes. This idea leaves a few people in the room stunned. Sending spies to the church's holy city sounds ridiculous. Even if they made it inside, it's not like the Pope would announce their invasion. The place is filled with church followers, making infiltration nearly impossible. But Iris reminds them that they don't need to enter the holy city. All they need to do is negotiate with the merchants near it. She then directs everyone's attention to the map and points out Hermes' unique geography. She highlights a particular slope by the mountains. The old holy city was below, while the new one was built on the plains above. The environment there is incredibly harsh. While it's harder for demons to attack, the living conditions are terrible, making farming impossible. That means Hermes must source food from elsewhere. Every fall, dozens of caravans arrive from all four kingdoms to provide resources, turning the old holy city into a marketplace, almost like a small town. The church maintains order there, and merchants frequently pass through. In other words, if the church starts sending large armies of divine punishment soldiers, the merchants will know immediately. While the room is rocked by Iris's quick thinking, Knight Carter is shocked by her intelligence. Roland also approves of her plan, and now he understands why she's called the Northern Pearl. Iris then turns to Roland and expresses her desire to see his army in action. She has always been intrigued by how he managed to siege the capital in just one day. If she can understand the First Army's combat style, she might be of use in the coming conflicts. Meanwhile, Sylvie believes they should contact Miss Tilly, as the witches of Sleeping Island might also be able to help. Roland is reluctant to rely on Tilly's aid, knowing that Sleeping Island is already dealing with internal conflicts. However, Sylvie is right. If they want the best chance at defeating the mysterious pure witches, they need the help of other witches. So, he decides to write her a letter. Agatha also reminds him not to forget to equip all mortals with stones of divine judgment. During the time of the Alliance, there were witches with incredible power, and mortals without stones were completely helpless against them. But Barov raises a concern. Where will they get enough stones in such a short time? That's when Roland reveals his plan. He intends to take the stones from the church itself. Instead of waiting for the enemy to strike, he plans to locate them first, like snapping the fangs off a venomous snake. Later, we see Wendy gathering the other witches to break the news. The church is coming. For a moment, a heavy gloom settles over the room. But one by one, the witches promise to do their part to contribute to the war. Moon vows to generate as much electricity as she can, while Evelyn promises to produce as much liquor as possible. Wendy can see that everyone is anxious about the looming war ahead, but no one seems to be backing down. Their belief probably stems from the fact that His Majesty has never lost a single battle. This war is critical for the Witch Union's future. Wendy is certain that if His Majesty obliterates the church, the entire kingdom, or even the whole continent, will finally be safe for witches to live in. And in Roland's territory, they will create a new world where witches and commoners share equal status and honor. For now, Wendy insists that everyone keeps working as usual, just as Roland has always taught them. With courage in her heart, Wendy is sure that no one can defeat them. This is their home, and this is the turning point in changing the fate of witches. And so, all of the witches stack their hands together, vowing to overcome any hurdles in their way. Later, Wendy meets Nightingale, who seems unusually tense about the upcoming war. Nightingale has waited a long time for this moment, to finally face the church head-on. The sisters they lost to the church's hands have also been waiting for this day. As always, Wendy comforts her friend, pulling her into a passionate hug that melts the worries right off Nightingale's face. Meanwhile, the grain seized by the First Army from Dragon's Cliff quickly replenishes Neverwinter's inventories, ensuring enough rations for the upcoming war. The new recruits will soon finish their basic training, and raiding the church for stones shouldn't be too difficult. Roland is confident that 1,500 soldiers will be more than enough for the operation. However, he knows they're likely to encounter pure witches during this mission. That's why the contributions of Evie and Sylvie will be absolutely critical. Captain Brian approaches Roland, still struggling to determine the best location for battle. He believes the First Army can only reach its full potential if they attack from the western region. The Navy would be able to provide solid backup, ensuring supply replenishments within a single day. This distance would also be a huge disadvantage for the church, as their forces would run out of food within a month. But Roland doesn't believe that Brian's plan will work. There are still many church followers in Grey Castle, and without any word from the Pope, they will continue to bring in as many supplies as they can carry. Iris also believes that the church possesses berserker pills, substances capable of transforming ordinary people into monstrous warriors. If the church starts losing, they might force the citizens of Grey Castle to consume these pills, turning them into weapons to weaken the First Army. The objective is the most important part of any battle, and if we don't achieve it, then even a victory becomes a loss. She argues that Roland needs every citizen in Grey Castle alive. They cannot allow the church to massacre the kingdom's people. Brian is startled by her words. As far as he understands, she is suggesting they launch an attack on the enemy before they even enter Grey Castle. He reminds her of the consequences. If their soldiers run out of ammunition, resupplying won't just take a day or two. Iris admits that she doesn't fully understand the artillery and firearms that Neverwinter uses, but she does know that no battle should come at the cost of innocent civilians. That's when Roland suggests focusing troops and supplies on the border cities first. This way, they can minimize transportation issues and avoid fighting within Grey Castle itself. But Captain Brian is still unsure. How will they know where the church will attack from? Roland proposes baiting them into attacking a specific location. If they can determine when the enemy will strike, they should be able to detect their preparations in nearby cities. The answer is Blizzard Cliff. If they pile up supplies there and station the First Army at Valleytown, which is nearby, the church will be drawn into attacking along that route. Brian asks why they would choose Blizzard Cliff. Iris explains that it's because Blizzard Cliff is too close to the Holy City. Instead of waiting for the church to attack, they should act as if they are preparing an offensive. This will pressure the enemy into falling back toward that position. But Brian questions what happens if the church refuses to take the bait and chooses another route instead. Roland's response is simple. Then the Holy City of Hermes will be annihilated. The next scene takes us into Anna's twisted nightmare. She sees buildings burning, flames surging wildly, a result of her own witch powers. Then, she is slapped by her father across the face. Anna jolts awake, gasping. It looks like this is not the first time she's had this dream. Later, she meets Wendy and her little helpers. She proceeds to hand Wendy this month's salary, 2 golden royals. Later, she gives a single coin to Knight Carter, who, in turn, delivers it to Anna's father. The reason Carter is delivering the money is because Anna refuses to meet him. She knows exactly how he'll act, just as he always did. And if she sees him now, it will only create more trouble for Roland. She doesn't want to add to his burdens. Knight Carter later reports back to her after completing the task, and Anna expresses her gratitude. She also instructs him not to tell Roland about this. Later, we see Sister Molly and Honey exploring Bordertown together. They are absolutely fascinated by how much the town has changed in just one winter. After spending a wonderful time together, they can only wish for one thing, that Miss Tilly would come to Bordertown and live here with them. If that happened, they could all live here happily, forever. The armies are ready to sail, and everything is going according to plan. Once they secure enough stones of divine judgment, the leading squad will first head to the northern region. Eventually, all 4,500 troops will rendezvous at Valleytown, forcing the church to attack Blizzard Cliff. Iris assures Roland that she will write to her father, requesting that he provide half of the northern region's stored rations for the soldiers. She also promises that the ruler of Valleytown will fully cooperate with anything the First Army requires. Roland curiously inquires if she does not plan to return, to which she expresses her intentions to follow the First Army in all its subsequent battles. She entrusts her brother to Roland's care, and he promises to look after him. Grateful for his kindness, she assures him that when the time of battle arrives, she will be waiting in Valleytown. Once she departs, setting sail with the First Army, Nightingale appears beside Roland. He asks if everything the woman said was genuine. Nightingale confirms that there was nothing deceitful. Her loyalty and combat knowledge were at least truthful. With this reassurance, Roland returns to the castle. In his office, he studies the map, noting that the western region now has an oceanside dock. His next step is to contact the infrastructure department to construct buildings, storage spaces, and a temporary port. He also orders an increase in coke oven production. Suddenly, Maggie arrives carrying a letter from Princess Tilly. Whatever is written inside demands immediate attention. Without hesitation, Roland instructs Maggie to take Sylvie and chase after the departing ships, delivering Tilly's message to Evie. At sea, the First Army. On board the ships, Iron Axe and Brian strategize their next move. Brian suggests blasting the cannons upon reaching the port, but Iron Axe warns that this could provoke hostile attention from the local ruler. Their primary target is the church, and other matters should be secondary. He decides to proceed with diplomacy first, delivering the necessary documents and following protocol. Iris volunteers to go, explaining that the Candle family is one of the great families of the northern region, and her father is a duke, making her a suitable ambassador. Brian expresses concerns for her safety, while Iron Axe advises her to take a squadron of soldiers as a precaution. If they hear gunfire, they will launch an attack. Upon landing, Iris proceeds into the city, where Baron Delta, the ruler of Redwater City, arrives to escort the delegation. Later, Iron Axe meets with the Baron and states their objective. The church is attempting to consume all 4 kingdoms, and rebellion is now inevitable. He reminds the Baron of the disasters at Everwinter and Wolfheart. Their goal is simple: destroy the church and leave. However, the Baron acts suspiciously, insisting there is no need to rush. He invites them to a grand banquet at the castle that evening, hoping everyone will attend. While Iris expresses gratitude for his generosity, she reminds him that they must first fulfill His Majesty's orders. As the army continues its march, an ominous presence suddenly descends upon the area. Sensing danger, Iron Axe commands full mobilization. Just then, Maggie and Sylvie appear, warning them of an impending threat. Sylvie has detected magic in the area. At that moment, the Baron's knights suddenly turn on the first army. Chaos erupts as the Baron himself is struck by a massive rock, thrown by a witch with the power to hurl boulders. Iron Axe immediately gives the order to open fire. Soldiers unload their bullets, killing the witch on the spot. As she falls, the magic Sylvie had sensed dissipates. Brian reflects bitterly on how the church not only forces commoners into consuming berserker pills, but also secretly trains witches, ruining their lives. Nevertheless, Iron Axe reaffirms their mission. Following Roland's orders, they storm the church, eliminating the hooded figures inside. Inside the treasury, they uncover a hoard of valuable items. The scene shifts to Slumber Island, where Madame Heidi appears for the first time. It has been 2 months since Evie and Softfeather left, yet no news has arrived. She fears something terrible may have happened. She reflects on how her position on the island has become increasingly precarious. Ever since Tilly established the slumber spell, all non-combat witches have sided with her. Those useless individuals are now beginning to stand on equal footing with battle witches, a fact that frustrates Heidi. Just then, her subordinate Skyfire rushes in with urgent news. A new witch has arrived on the island. Her name is Annie. Skyfire fears that Annie is the same girl they encountered years ago, the one who had traveled with Evie. She recalls spotting Annie on a stretcher. She is certain that Annie is the same girl Bloodfang once rejected while taking Evie instead. Heidi gets furious and rebukes Skyfire for failing to take care of Annie when they first met. Skyfire insists she did her part and cannot explain how Annie has resurfaced. From what I can understand, Heidi secretly hands over support witches to the church, while keeping battle witches for herself. If Annie is alive and well, it could expose Heidi's dealings with the church. Heidi demands to know why Annie was brought in on a stretcher. Skyfire explains that Annie has a severe case of frost illness, and Deborah is already tending to her. Unsettled, Heidi orders Skyfire to summon Nightfall and instruct Sandstorm to investigate Annie's condition. Since Sandstorm has never met Annie before, she will not be recognized. Later, Sandstorm reports back, Annie is unconscious and the frost illness has spread to her lungs. She won't recover in just a day or 2. However, rumors suggest that a witch in Grey Castle's western regions possesses the ability to cure any illness. Once the rainstorms subside, Annie is to be sent there. This infuriates Heidi. She turns to Nightfall and asks if she can ensure that Annie sleeps forever. Nightfall hesitates but confirms that it is possible. When she inquires why it is necessary, Heidi dismisses the question, simply stating that Annie is a traitor to Bloodfang. Under Heidi's menacing glare, Nightfall quickly agrees to follow through. Heidi instructs her to cast her magic now, and it should only trigger when Annie is aboard the mermaid ship. With that, they decide to carry out the plan. Later, she and her entourage approach Camilla, demanding to see the new witch. Camilla, however, reminds them that Annie has already been put to sleep and should not be disturbed. But Heidi keeps insisting, claiming that they know someone named Annie already. She fabricates a story, stating that Annie may have been separated from Bloodfang during an escape from an island. Left with little choice, Camilla grants them permission to see Annie. Once they finally get inside, Heidi tries to distract Camilla while Nightfall attempts to cast her spell in secret. However, Camilla sees through the trick immediately and stops Nightfall before she can complete the incantation. The spell Nightfall was about to use, the Seed of Eternal Rest, is a dangerous magic capable of putting someone into an unending sleep. Thanks to Camilla's intervention, the magic misfires and harmlessly dissipates into the ground. Realizing their plan has failed, Heidi quickly casts a spell of her own to obliterate Camilla. But to her shock, she only destroys a hologram, a mere projection of the real Camilla. At that moment, Skyfire unleashes a fiery attack to clear the path ahead and makes a break for it. But before their escape can be successful, they find Ash standing outside, blocking their way. Alongside her are several witches, including Andrea. The battle is swift. One by one, the Bloodfang members are subdued by Andrea and Ash. The next morning, Ash and Andrea report the capture of the Bloodfang group to Princess Tilly and await her decision. Tilly looks distraught to realize that everything Roland had warned her about in the letter turned out to be true. She can't help but feel sorrowful. Why must witches always be forced into conflict? According to Evie, most of the Bloodfang witches were unaware of Heidi's secret agenda. They had simply followed her without knowing the full extent of her schemes. After careful consideration, Tilly makes her decision. She will gather all the Bloodfang witches, including Heidi, and take them to the Western region. There, they will face the Divine Punishment Army, the Judgment Army, and the Pure Witches. Tilly firmly believes that, just as Roland had said, if they can defeat the church once and for all, witches will finally enjoy true freedom. Even if Roland were not her brother, she would still stand by his side, for he has been helping her all along. Turning to Ash and Andrea, she asks if they are willing to accompany her on this mission. The answer is immediate. Both witches are more than ready to fight alongside her. Andrea, in particular, is already daydreaming about the ice cream and desserts she will indulge in once they reach Border Town. Well boys, the long-awaited war is on the horizon, and I can't wait to cover all the details in the next episode.